everybody. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen, share the live. We are just getting started, which might mean I'm a little late, but that's okay. Who expected anything different? But if you are here to question your beliefs, if that's something that you think you can even do, well then, go ahead and request on up. I'll be taking a guest here pretty soon, and all I'm looking for is to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And if you're just joining us and you don't have a belief, or you're not sure if you even can question, then make sure that you're tapping that screen and sharing the live out. You can, of course, hit that crooked little arrow in the bottom right corner of your screen and hit repost or add to story, or curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Well, that was awfully quick. Thank you so much, Z-Witch and Crystal J. Appreciate you both so much. Let's see if we've got somebody who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. I'm gonna guess that one didn't mean to be here. Taking guests. Of course I'm taking guests, just haven't had any yet, Azure. We're just getting started. And yeah, there are apparently some hounds of hell outside barking. Fortunately, not my hellhound. His bark is way, well, more noticeable. Okay, and as usual when I'm late, there's always a technical issue, but seems to have been happening over on the YouTube. Looks like it's fixed now, so everybody should be able to hear us okay. And if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I'm not interested in tearing you down or making you look like a fool. I really do just want to have a calm and genuine conversation about what it is that you believe and why. If, of course, you can even question that. Hello, Azure Arsonist. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
27. It's been a long time since I've been up here.
That's right, you have been up here. I recognize the voice at least. Is it a different name?
No, it's the same name. I haven't even changed my profile picture. That's how lazy I am.
It's just been that long. So,
Yeah.
do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I am still Mahayana Buddhist.
And in that, I'm going to guess that means you don't have a belief in a deity per se.
No. No, I don't. I mean, there are some schools of Buddhism that do, but I don't.
And so, to you, is this more of a practice, a methodology of how to live, or is this a belief in something supernatural?
I mean, I kind of believe in the supernatural independent of Buddhism. I think I see Buddhism as an ethical framework through which to engage with life. But, I mean, I guess it kind of depends. Like, personally, that's how I see it. But if it's, like, a discussion related to, like, society or politics, I tend to call Buddhism a religion. Not necessarily because I think it's a religion, but because I understand that using the term religion invokes some kind of, like, legal protections in regards to people's ability to practice.
So for you, Buddhism is more of an ethical framework and a way to live, not so much an assertion or a belief that something supernatural is occurring.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that.
Do you have a belief in reincarnation or karma?
I do. Yeah. Both of those things.
Can you tell me what reincarnation is like for you?
Well, the way that I understand it is that the soul is not fixed. The soul is just kind of a bunch of processes. So death and reincarnation is just a continuation of that process that we can't perceive.
So the soul is a bunch of processes. What does that mean?
Well, Buddhism has this concept of emptiness and, like, things aren't fixed. Self, or like a, kind of like true inner self isn't really something we believe in because ourselves are constantly changing. You're not the same person you were like 10 years ago, but you are still Thrayle. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
So there's nothing permanent about what a soul is.
No.
Is that accurate?
Not really. Yeah, there's nothing permanent.
If nothing about a soul is permanent, then what is actually carrying on from one life to the next?
It's kind of like, at least the way that I've been taught, not taught to understand it, because I don't have like a formal teacher. But the way that I understand it, it's kind of just whatever it is that we like to assume makes up the soul, whether that be processes or energy or whatever, it just kind of keeps going. In the sense of like, sort of like how the body exists after death. It decays, your atoms become part of the earth. Those atoms still exist, they're just different now. Because matter is constantly in a cycle of change.
So from this life to the next, what's actually carrying on?
The way that I've heard it described, and I don't know if I necessarily fully believe this, but it's like, this life is a lit candle, right? Mm-hmm. And then when you die, the candle is used to light another candle. It's a new candle. It's not the same. I mean, you can argue whether or not it's the same flame, but it's still kind of part of the same chain. So that candle would light another candle, and then another candle, and then another candle.
So, how is my candle lighting another candle? In what way will it be? Or what candle lit my candle? Like, how do you know that some candle actually is connected here? Like,
I mean,
do you know
like,
what I mean?
evidence of past lives, or something like that.
What do you mean by evidence of past lives?
Well, 'cause I'm just trying to understand your question.
Yeah. So what I'm wondering is, you're saying it's like a candle lighting another candle, and that's describing reincarnation. And you said you're not sure if you necessarily believe this. So I guess
Yeah,
pushing too hard isn't really going to get us anywhere. What do
no,
you
that's
believe happens?
I mean, I can tell you what I'd like to believe. I'd like to believe in that idea of the candle and the idea that, like, there is existence beyond death and that death isn't like a final thing. It's just part of a larger cycle of existence.
You say you'd like to, as though there's some reason you don't already believe that.
I mean, I can't say with 100% certainty if I believe it.
I see.
I would prefer to believe it because I would prefer that over the alternative of like, oh, death is final and there's nothing else after that. But I recognize that that's kind of me as, like, you know, a small, simple human wanting that kind of reassurance from the universe. Not that the universe is necessarily obligated to give me that assurance.
So you want there to be a continuation of afterlives over and over? Is this an infinite thing that you would want?
Well, in Buddhism, it's not infinite because, I mean, eventually the goal is to escape samsara, is to escape, like, suffering and go to nirvana. Personally, I wouldn't mind if it's infinite. But I guess that's not really up to me to decide.
But if it were, you would want to be infinite. You would want an existence that perpetuates forever.
Yeah. I mean,
Why?
be kind of like reading 1,000 different books and living 1,000 different lives. The way I see it, at least.
Do you think it would get tiring eventually? That it would grow old?
Well, I mean, if you never remember your past lives, you wouldn't really know how long you've been doing it.
Do
I
you
think if we
believe-
had the ability to remember, then yes, it would get exhausting.
So you believe there's no ability to remember? There's no evidence?
I haven't seen any evidence that I can, like, actually be like, oh, I have no explanation for that. And that's because a lot of the way everybody thinks that their past life was something super important, like, oh, I was on the Titanic, or oh,
Yeah,
I fought,
everyone was
you know.
Cleopatra or Mark Anthony or, yeah.
Yeah, and the truth is, a lot of us were probably just like,
Uh-oh. I think you cut out there for a second, Azure. Either you did or I did. We lost you, but I think you're back.
oh, hello?
Yep, I hear you again.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I think
okay.
my internet should be fine.
It happens from time to time. But so,
Yeah.
so not everyone would have been important. In fact, we would have likely been peasants or something. Some person who had a short, not important life.
I mean, statistically, probably. But
I'm
I mean, I don't
assuming
think there's
I was
anything.
trying to
I don't think there's
finish.
anything bad with that.
Yeah. Sorry, I was assuming the finish of the sentence. I didn't quite hear the end of.
Oh no, you're fine. What I had said was that we are statistically probably more likely peasants than royalty in past lives, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I feel like the reason people want to be Cleopatra, they want to be on the Titanic, is because they want to they want that sense of importance, and you see that a lot in like Western discussions of past lives. But I don't really have any interest in being important in the past, because even if I was, it's like, okay, you were Cleopatra in the past life. What does that matter now? Right now, you work at Chili's.
I mean, it would make some interesting table banter while you're waiting for your table to order.
That's true.
So you have no actual tangible reason to believe this. It's something more that you would want to believe.
Yeah, it's something more that I'd want to believe, but I also know that most of what I've learned from past lives has been from the West, not necessarily from like the East or India or Thailand, where they have a more robust like culture of Buddhism, because Buddhism started in that region. So I might just have no evidence from here. There might be evidence there. I don't know. I haven't done my research in that part of the world.
Fair enough. To take us a little more westward than eastward for a moment, you had said earlier that you had beliefs of supernatural things outside of Buddhism. What is it you were referencing then?
Oh, well, I think I've seen a ghost before.
Think you've seen a ghost? How already questioning.
Like, I saw something that I can't explain, and I don't know if it was like a ghost or if it was just me being like tired, or me being in the 6th grade. Because it happened when I was really little.
Of you. Yeah.
No, yeah, like I'm gonna be honest. I have nothing to hide about that.
Yeah, so many people will tell me they saw God or a ghost at 3 years old, and they're absolutely certain it couldn't have been anything else. So the way you couched that in potential doubt, I really appreciate.
I mean, I have no reason to like lie or try to convince you or anyone else here of anything. It's just like, yeah, I think I saw like a face staring at me from a doorway in like the early morning when I was getting ready for school, and I'm just like, that could have been a ghost, because the house I used to live in at the time was kind of weird vibes wise. It also could have been my mom, and I was too sleepy to recognize that was her face. Like, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But there's other stuff that's happened in this house too, that like other people who didn't live here as long as I did, because I live in the same house where that happened now, like said that like, oh, I saw like a little girl in like your mom's like old closet, and I'm just like, well, that wasn't me, because I'm an adult now, so
yeah.
That's freaky.
So things still happen in the house?
The last like creepy thing that I remember hearing about happening was about 5 years ago. As of recently, I haven't really heard anything aside from like, sometimes like you'll hear like voices, but I used to hear them a lot when I was younger, but I learned that that's actually, well, hearing people calling your name. I don't know if people have told you about that, but I've heard voices like calling my name when I was little, but then I did some research on that, and that's actually usually a symptom of like childhood trauma or hypervigilance in kids. So that's one of those things where I was like, well, this house could be haunted, or I could have had problems when I was little.
I'm very familiar with the drifting off, especially, or just waking up and hearing your name, from either a voice that's not there, or a strange voice you've never heard, but it rings in your head.
Yeah.
I think that is, as you said, related to vigilance and trauma, I think. At least in my experience, it most likely was.
Yeah, that's what I think it was. I mean, I would be fine if ghosts were real. I would be fine if they weren't. I mean, I'd probably be a little disappointed because I think it'd be cooler if ghosts were real, but
Would it be
I'm not
cooler for
personally
you,
against.
or would it be cooler for the ghosts? Can you
It would be.
imagine what it would be like to exist that way?
That's true. I guess that depends on whether or not you think ghosts are like cognizant of themselves, or if you think they're kind of just echoes of, people that aren't really that don't have like a sense of self-awareness, like they're not sentient, they're just like you know like rewatching a movie a bunch of different times.
Like footprints,
Mm-hmm.
like an indicator something was there but isn't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've heard of like stories like, oh, the ghost like, walk through a wall, and you like learn that 100 years ago there was a door in that wall, and it's just like, well, you know, logically a ghost wouldn't walk through the wall unless they know that they can. But if they walk through the same place all the time, then that sounds more like you said, a footprint.
I'm gonna ask anyways, but it sounds like I can already guess the answer to this. You leave more than enough room, it sounds like, for the possibility that this isn't ghosts, that it's tricks of your mind, an old house being an
Mm-hmm.
old house, or you haven't thought of yet. Is
Mm-hmm.
that accurate? You leave that kind of room that it could be anything other than
Oh
ghosts or
yeah.
nothing at all.
I'm not attached to the idea of being right about most things that aren't like related to grad school.
Would you want to exist as a ghost, as they're often depicted, and in the way that you feel you may have experienced?
Would I want to be a ghost? I don't think anyone's ever asked me that before. I think that depends. I think if I were like aware of myself and I had like free will as a ghost, I don't think I would mind. But I guess that depends on how I ended up a ghost. Like, do I have unfinished business, or did I just not want to leave?
If your existence is incorporeal, you can't interact with things without great effort or be seen or heard.
Mm-hmm.
Would you want that?
I think not for a very long time. I think like I could probably only stand being a ghost for maybe like 5 years max before I got tired of it.
That's a long time to entertain yourself without being able to touch anything or talk to anyone.
Well, it depends, because if I can move around, if I'm like stuck in a house, I don't think I would last more than a year being a ghost. But if I had the ability to like move, if I was like a wandering spirit or something, I think I would just kind of like to observe what happens to the world after I'm gone. Because I mean, it's not like it's my problem anymore. I'm not alive.
So Beetlejuice rules, you probably wouldn't want to live by that, where you're stuck in the house.
Oh God, no! I'd get bored.
Would you throw yourself to the sandworms? Or
I mean,
would you just go crazy and stay?
geez, that depends. Would I want to throw myself to the sandworms, or would I want to listen to my asshole, like, relatives watch Fox News every night? I don't know. That's such a hard decision, Thrayle. I think I'd pick the sandworms. I think I would pick the sandworms over listening to Jesse Waters for more than, like, 10 minutes at a time.
I don't have very many more questions for you, Azure, but I know someone who actually does. I'm going to give him an opportunity to ask you.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Danny. How you doing?
Hi, Thrayle. Hi, Azor. I do have a couple questions for you. Do you know the concept of ghosts in Buddhism?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm not. Yes, I can hear
Slight
you.
delay.
I'm not super familiar with them. I do know vaguely about the hungry ghost
Yes.
concept.
So if you know a little bit of the...
But I would love to hear more about it if you know more.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to see, because you were talking about the specific type of ghosts that we know, like from the movies and things like that, but they're very different at what we should believe as Buddhists. So I was going to ask you, how do you put those two together? How do you know?
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I think I would prefer to be a Hollywood ghost more than like an actual Buddhist ghost, because hungry ghosts are, they're always wanting, they're suffering, they're stuck in illusion and attachment, and I wouldn't want to be stuck.
Yes, but you see a little bit of the contradiction between the two types of ghosts and how they live in different places, and they act different, and how they couldn't just appear to us in a way.
No, I am aware of that. Like I said, I haven't looked very much into the concept of hungry ghosts specifically.
Okay, then I suggest you look into that, because that will probably create some issues with the description of ghosts that you gave before.
Oh no, yeah, that's fine. I'm always looking more to learn, and I know it's because Thrayle had earlier said to like bring us back toward the West, so that's why we were kind of talking from like I guess a shared cultural grammar of like, this is what we know ghosts are. But I do know that in Buddhism, ghosts and other entities are treated very differently than how they are in the West.
Yes, I did like your metaphors, by the way. So.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Thrayle.
Appreciate you, Danny. Great questions. As you're, I'll go ahead and set you down, Danny, though. Appreciate you. W's for Danny in the chat. Wonderful questions. I wonder, do you, would you want to exist as a ghost, as they're described in Buddhism?
No, not. I would, if I had to choose between like a Buddhist ghost and a Western ghost, I would prefer to be a Western ghost, because, like the reason that, and again, Danny probably knows more about this than I do, so if I'm wrong, you should ask him about it later. But from my understanding, hungry ghosts, they're hungry because they are wanting, and it's one of the things of Buddhism, when it comes to suffering, is attachment and craving and wanting, and a hungry ghost, that is basically all of their existence. For the most part, it's kind of ruled by that, like, oh, I want, so I'm stuck here. It's somewhat similar to in the West how we have the concept of ghosts and like unfinished business.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a little more, the unfinished business is more existential. So I wouldn't want to be a ghost with unfinished business. I would want to be a ghost that just kind of hangs out.
Would you rather be, if you were a ghost, would you rather appear as yourself or a sheet ghost like Casper?
I think I'd want to be a sheet ghost.
Why is that?
I think it's just more camp. I think it's just more fun. I think people expect the scary kind of like hyper realistic ghost, and I think I would prefer to be the silly kind of ghost. I wouldn't be a ghost that takes myself very seriously. All the other ghosts would hate me because they'd be so serious about their haunting and about their like tragic past and everything, and I would just be making like spooky noises.
Would you rather be a sheet ghost with an eventual end, or permanently reincarnating?
I would rather be permanently reincarnating because many lives means many times to try and be a ghost.
So ghost
You know what I
is
mean?
the goal.
Maybe ghosthood is the goal, which it's not in Buddhism, but like it could be for me personally.
I think Kat has a couple
You
questions.
said sheet ghosts. Yeah, you said the word sheet ghost and attachment enough times that you summoned me.
Oh, hello.
Hi. I too would rather be a sheet ghost. I have a sheet ghost thing. I really like them. Anyway, so you talked about attachment a little bit, and I am not a Buddhist, but I do really appreciate some of the practices and the attachment thing. The idea of non-attachment is something that I have put an intense amount of work and practice into in my life in the past year or so. And I was wondering what that means to you and how you practice it.
I think that non-attachment gets misread a lot as like not as like just detachment, and I think that those are different things. I think the way that I try to practice non-attachment in my life, as a personal practice, is I have a lot of anxiety, so I like plans, and I like when people stick to plans. But people don't always do that. So, you know, if I get, for example, if me and my friend are going to hang out for a night and then she ends up canceling or she ends up leaving early, I think before I would have let myself get really upset about it because it's like, man, I was so attached to the idea of us hanging out. I was so attached, and now I'm disappointed, and now I'm angry, and now I'm upset. When now I try to take a step back and be like, okay, we didn't hang out as much as I wanted to, and I'm upset, and I can have those feelings, but I can also let them pass because I can always hang out with them again. I can always do something else with my evening. I don't need to be attached to that idea. And I think even like you see this a lot too in like debate spaces. Not that this is a debate space, but just like on TikTok lives. People are so attached to the idea of being right or being correct or being, you know, the loudest voice in the room or the smartest voice in the room that they don't actually hear people when they're talking, and they don't actually engage with discussions. So that's why I told Thrayle earlier, like, I am not attached to the idea of being right. If I were wrong, that wouldn't, like, shake my identity. That wouldn't shake, would have to recontextualize.
That's really interesting, and I really like that perspective. So every time I ask people who bring up Buddhism about this a lot, and everybody has like a different idea of non-attachment and what that means and how you put that into practice. And so I try to ask this question as much as possible. But your answer was closest to like the way I think about it and the way I practice, than like closer than pretty much most people I've talked to. But I think that I really liked that answer. It's like really interesting. It's also really interesting to me how differently people practice this and how many different answers I get. And I think people, especially in the West, get stuck in this idea that it means you have to like give up all your personal possessions and like have no material things.
Oh,
and
yeah. If that were the
so
case,
much more
I would
than
be
that.
a very bad Buddhist if that were the case. 'Cause
Right.
I have tons of like anime figures, and like that's the thing. Like a lot of people treat Buddhism as this kind of like a form of like spiritual minimalism. And the thing is like, yes, I can have all these anime figures, but I'm not attached to them to the point where losing them would destabilize my sense of self. I would be sad. I would probably try to get some of them back. I'd probably spend an exorbitant amount of money in the aftermarket to buy a few of them that are especially sentimental to me. But I wouldn't do it to the point where I am like actively making my life harder. I wouldn't go into debt trying to get these figures back because I've had them for a moment in my life. I've enjoyed them. They've brought me happiness. And if I let them go, that would be fine. I mean, I would recover. I would get back up again because
This,
at the end of the day, they
sorry.
don't define me.
This led me to another really good question, though. What is the self?
I could answer that in like a serious way, but I could also say that the self is what you make it. Like the self, the way I understand the self is like it's just a bunch of processes, or like a math equation that doesn't end because you're always adding, you're always subtracting, you're always dividing, you're always multiplying. It's always the end result is always changing. So the self is unfixed. The self is emergent from conditions and contexts.
I really wish Jim was here, Thrayle.
I know.
Thank you. That was a great answer. I don't know if I have any more right this second, but I hope you come back because I probably will have more at some point. I just
You can always
my
DM
brain's
me.
not functioning.
You can always DM me if you want. I tend to do better like when I can actually write. Thank you, Danny. I'm gonna give Danny a follow.
I recommend that. Absolutely. Danny's awesome.
Yeah, we have a couple really great Buddhists who frequent this space, and Danny is one of them.
Interestingly enough, most of them are following Mahayana.
Oh yeah.
They are, yeah.
Yeah, and even like within Mahayana, like especially in regards to detachment, like again in the West, a lot of people use the idea of detachment to justify spiritual bypassing. It's like, oh, I don't have to care about the world because it's all impermanent. I don't have to care about, injustice that happens because I know karma will take care of them. That's not how karma works. And especially in certain schools of Buddhism, like engaged Buddhism, for example, it's kind of important that you care about other people and you care about the world and you because Mahayana Buddhism, one of the basic concepts is that like we're not liberated until everyone is liberated. So that includes fighting the things that cause conditions that cause harm to arise.
Jim is a Mahayana Buddhist, huh?
Yeah, so is Danny.
I thought Danny was.
No. I've
Yes,
interviewed
universal
them both enough
compassion.
times to know. Well, to think I know anyways. I can be humble in that. But Asher, I don't have a lot more questions for you, but I am going to wonder, does afterlife or reincarnation or being a ghost, a sheet ghost, does any of that actually matter to the way that you live this life?
No, and I don't think it should. I don't think that the assumption of an afterlife should affect how a person moves through the world or how a person like develops their sense of ethics at all. In fact, I think it would be more unethical to assume that reincarnation exists in the sense of people have used that assumption to be like, oh, reincarnation exists, so like if these people die, they'll just get reborn into a better life. No, I think that is a gross misunderstanding of the concept of reincarnation and a gross misuse of that concept.
If there was nothing, would you well, I'm trying to think of the way to end the question because I don't actually want to make an assumption. If
Like,
if
would
there
I
was-
believe something different?
Well, I don't know if that's what I'm asking. If there was no afterlife, if there was no continuation, would you be able to establish or find meaning?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Does
I mean, I'm not a Buddhist because I believe in reincarnation. I'm not a Buddhist because I want an afterlife. I'm a Buddhist because Buddhist ethics align with ethics that I already valued. And it helped me articulate and refine ethics I already had in a constructive way.
yeah, I don't know if I have any more questions, Azure. You've been wonderful. Thank you so much for answering all the
Oh, of
questions.
course.
Kat, did you have any more before we let Azure go?
Oh, I didn't know I was off mute this whole time. I wish you guys would have said something to
Oh
me because I'm cooking, but no,
no!
it's okay.
I'm so sorry.
The cookies were like a hand up, so I thought you were about to ask one more. Okay, well, I appreciate you, Azure. Thank you so much for coming by and answering the questions. It was great to see you again. Yeah, I think I'm ready to move on, but really appreciate you, and I hope that you keep asking questions.
Yeah, of course. It was good to be on here again.
Absolutely.
Take care. I'll
Big
probably
W's. Oh, I hope you do. I really hope you do. Big W's for Azure in the comments. Really does a great job of questioning their beliefs. I really appreciated that conversation. What a great way to start the live. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Danny says you remembered your line this time, Thrayle. I feel like sometimes I am speaking a script. I know I'm not. I'm not reading anything. But I do say enough of the same things night after night that it does feel like lines, doesn't it? And sometimes my brain really wants to just say different lines. But Azure did great, absolutely great. And who knows, maybe our next guest will do just as well. I hope that they do. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not interested in tearing you down or burgling your god. I just want to know if you can question it. And if you can, then what is it that you believe and why do you believe it? But we do have Lily joining us. Hello, Lily.
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in God, but I'm not Christian. I'm more of a spiritualist in a way.
I have another question, but really quick. I just got to make sure that I don't lose the list here. I've got to thank, well, apparently you, Lily, also Bone and Branch, Sea Witch, Danny Grax, and Dash for helping with the previous goal. Thank you so much. Lily, which god is it you believe in, or in what way do you describe it if it's not by a religion or a practice?
I do like a few of Christian beliefs, you know. I do believe in Jesus, but not how the Bible depicts it as.
So you do like Christian teachings. Were you raised Christian?
Not really, no.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Do you believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Yes.
What does that mean?
What does it mean?
Yeah, for Jesus to be your Lord and Savior.
Honestly, Jesus means to me that we can better ourselves, and he loved everyone, and that he wanted us to become better. It's more of, I would say, it's also symbolic.
You say it's symbolic, but do you believe he existed, was the Son of God, died for your sins, resurrected 3 days later?
I do believe he existed.
Do you believe he was the Son of God or died for your sins?
Yes.
How did he die for your sins 2,000 years ago?
I don't think the Bible is like the whole entire story. So I wouldn't know what to tell you, but I do believe that he is real. I mean, yeah.
And you say you haven't read the Bible completely, but have you read the stories that talk about Jesus?
A few, yeah.
Do you believe all those stories are true?
No,
Which stories have you read? If you remember the names of the books.
I don't really.
That's fair. But you've read some of the Jesus stories. Have you read other stories from the Bible?
I actually was like, so how would I explain it? My mom was a spiritualist, but she believes in God, and this is what like she taught me. And I did go to church a few times, but when I didn't really read much of the Bible, I know how like the story goes in the beginning and some of it, but like I don't really base my beliefs on the Bible, but I do
I'm
believe
getting
in
that
Jesus.
sense. Yeah, I'm getting that
Yes,
sense you don't base it on the Bible. But how
age
would
doesn't
you...
look 22. I am 22. Sorry.
What year were you born?
April 28th, 2003.
And you say that you don't base your beliefs on the Bible. Do you base them on what your mother taught you? Is that what you're saying? That it was
Not all what she taught
spiritual
me.
teachings?
Not all.
So why do you believe that Jesus is your Lord and Savior in the way
Why?
that you described earlier? Yeah.
I think it's more of a feeling.
A feeling.
Mm,
You feel that Jesus saved you.
I guess in a way.
What does that feel like?
I don't know. It feels light. It feels loving.
So you feel loved, is what you're saying. In some way,
Yeah.
there's a loving. How do you know that that feeling is not something instilled by the way your mother and others have described Jesus?
Because it's my own experience.
You've had experiences with Jesus himself.
Well, not like personally, like I saw him.
In what way have you experienced Jesus?
I think in ways of how I live my life and the ways I learn things and, you know,
I'm
and
not
all
sure.
signs.
Yeah, that if I said that I experienced Elvis and the way I lived my life and the way I saw things, would that explain how I experienced Elvis?
I mean, if you think he's haunting you.
You feel like Jesus is haunting you?
No, that was just like, cause Elvis is dead.
Is Jesus not dead?
Well,
How
not
can you tell the
necessarily.
difference?
Well, I would say that Jesus is also like God in a way.
You're saying Jesus is God. Why do you believe that?
Well, like I said, just like a few things from Christianity I take, but I agree with it.
It's sounding a lot like you have ideas about a character. Um, you attribute that with a feeling that you get, and things that you've either heard or read. Do you have any reason to believe that there is a Jesus and that he is God?
Yes,
What reason is that?
it just feels right. It feels like I already know.
What do you mean it just feels right?
It just makes sense. I don't know. I can't really I may
Is
not
it
know.
possible that you've not thought about it very much, about why you believe what you believe?
I don't know. I don't tend to. I questioned it before, but
How
then
would you question it now?
oh, I don't really question it at all anymore
Why not?
because when I started praying, I don't know, it helped me, and it not just helped me, but also made me see the bigger picture.
So you prayed and it helped you. In what way did praying help you?
It helped me see things more clearly in life. It helped me become more happier, helped me connect more with like everything.
So praying made you feel more connected and happy. How do you know that was God doing it and not the process of your mind? How do you know that you didn't, like some people achieve with meditation, achieve a just more comfortable way of thinking?
I don't know. I just have the feeling it just feels right, like intuition.
And you can't question that.
I mean, I could,
It
and
doesn't
that's okay
sound
if I.
like you're interested in it. The topic of the Live Lily is, can you question your beliefs? It's sounding like you might think you have before and come to some certainty so you don't question now. And I'm wondering if that sounds to you like something that might be dogmatic or dangerous.
Does it? Does it sound like to me it's dangerous to question?
To not question a belief, to assume one knows something with absolute certainty and be unwilling
Wait,
to question it.
do I think that's dangerous?
Do you think there's any danger in not questioning a belief?
No.
I see. So for you, holding on to your beliefs, absolutely, dogmatically, fervently, and without question, doesn't seem at all dangerous.
Wait, sorry.
It's
Like
sounding,
if
Lily, like you can't question your beliefs or you're unwilling to.
yes, I'm not questioning it. No.
Do you know what that means to be dogmatic?
No, I do not.
To hold to something unquestioningly, to um, express something without doubt or reservation or consideration that you are fallible and human? How is it that you can hold to something without the consideration that you can make mistakes?
I wouldn't say, I mean, I wouldn't say like me believing this would be a mistake if I was wrong.
Right, you don't think it would be a mistake if you're wrong?
No.
What does that mean?
I mean, maybe it was. Sorry. I mean, I don't know. I believe in it 100%. I mean, before I would question it and not believe in it. I mean, if I was wrong, then, I mean, that's okay. But I like full-heartedly believe. But I believe in other things than just what I just said.
I know, but that your belief in Jesus and God are absolute 100%. And I would wonder, do you say it wouldn't be a mistake if you were wrong earlier? How can it not be a mistake if you are wrong?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was trying to correct. Yeah, I think it would. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. And do you leave any room for the possibility that you could be wrong?
Do I leave any room? I don't know. I don't think so, because like I believe in it. Yeah. I mean, there's always maybe no, I believe. Maybe just a tiny 1%, but 99% believe. Yeah.
Can you believe in something and also acknowledge that you might be wrong?
I think for some things, yeah. I mean, anyone.
Why not for this thing?
I don't know. I throughout my life, I questioned it until it just came to me, and now I believe in it, and it feels correct for me.
What does that mean? It just came to you.
I can't. It's hard to explain. It's like a feeling. It's like just like light just came in, and then there it was. And it's not like I have all the answers, but it practically saved me.
How do you know that you have any answers?
I mean, I feel like I can't really describe, like, it's like throughout my life, like I was misguided, and then when I started believing and praying, I was guided in life.
I don't want to pull. I don't like usually bringing up people's ages, but do you think that okay, do you think that at 22 you have the knowledge and experience to like say what will be true, or what you will believe, or what you will experience for the rest of your life?
Wait. Sorry, I couldn't hear you that well.
You're a little
Turn.
muffled, Cat.
Sorry, I'm like hungry, so I'm starving, but I'm also trying not to chew.
You sound
Anyway.
better now.
Do you think that do you think that you have found what you need for the rest of your life?
Disbelief?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Why?
When I started believing in God again, everything felt right. I felt comfortable. It just felt right to me. And it just felt right. I don't know. It's like when you know that, you know how you felt like good about a situation and you know, like you trust it. It's just I have trust. Yeah, I trust it. I trust it.
You feel that nothing could cause you to question. No error in the Bible, no historical evidence against Jesus. Nothing would cause you to question your conclusion.
No. See, I don't really follow the Bible. I think the Bible
So
is
then,
like
how would you know of Jesus at all, if not for the Bible? What promises is he fulfilling, if not the ones laid out in the Bible? What
well,
teachings is he professing, if not the ones expressed in the Bible?
so
Where does the name even come from, if not the Bible?
well, before I I did a little research, and I would say I do get some of my beliefs from my mom. She did raise me, and there's like other research and studies done about Jesus. I forgot what it was called, like Mojave, but there's been other things besides like the
Nag Hammadi,
yes.
Gnostic texts.
Yes, you know about, of course, yeah. And there's been other things besides like the Bible, like the Bibles that people use today.
Do you know where those stories come from? Have you done research to see the history? Or do you just assume because you had a feeling and someone said the name Jesus that it must be him?
So a teeny bit of research. I know they are scrolls, and they're not. They're more a bit progressive, I would say, than the Bible.
You think the Nag Hammadi is more progressive than the Bible?
That's what I researched.
Progressive in what way?
Like it has better teachings than the Bible.
What teachings does it have?
I'm gonna look bad on this. I don't know, but she told me.
So you're saying that the teachings of Jesus from the Nag Hammadi are better than the teachings of Jesus from the Bible? How do you know that there are teachings of Jesus in the Nag Hammadi?
Because that's what I researched. I mean, I can't really remember.
Who wrote the Nag Hammadi?
I
And
don't know. I just heard of it, but...
So it doesn't, does it matter to you if you're wrong? If those things are not true? If this is a Bible fan fiction? Or if this is something wholly separate from?
I mean, if Naomi was wrong, and I don't know, I would still believe in Jesus, but
Why?
Okay, so all of the Bibles, they're written, right? And with, like, for me, like, the Bible's all been rewritten so many times, and the word of Jesus. And for me, like, before the Bibles were written, like, things were spread by word and then boom, written. And it happened many times with the word of Jesus, and there's similar, right? So
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
oh, that true. For me, my bad. Can you ask the question again? My bad.
How do you know that these books you haven't read have anything to do with the beliefs you're professing? How do you know that you're not just saying the name Jesus because you keep hearing it in your life and the world around you, and you have a feeling?
How do I know? I don't know. It just, when I prayed to Jesus, like, I don't know, he kind of like helped my life in a way.
How did he help your life? How do you know it was him?
That's a good question. Wow. I don't know. I feel like with Jesus, it doesn't have, like, I feel like it just is. And for me, like, I don't think like Jesus is who he is, what people say.
So really quick, gonna speak past you for just a second. Gotta thank Yirza for the star map. Thank you so much, Yirza. Appreciate you. You're saying you don't think Jesus is who people think Jesus is. How do you know anything about Jesus if you haven't read the Bible or this Nag Hammadi that you've heard about? How can you know anything about Jesus and know that you are accurate and not just making it up?
Honestly, it's my intuition.
And how do you know your intuition isn't just you making it up?
It feels right. I don't know.
Fascinating. It's terrifying, Lily. It's terrifying. It doesn't sound to me like you're capable of questioning your beliefs. You live in certainty that grows in your gut and you don't question it. And it seems to be fueled by the stories people have told you that you have spent no time researching at all. Do you just take their word for it?
Well, I go based off my intuition because of other things I believe in.
Because of other things you believe in, you
Like,
go off of intuition. What is intuition?
it's like a gut feeling.
How many other beliefs do you build off of gut feelings?
Well, I sort of have a spiritualist kind of point of view. I feel like it's hard to explain.
What does spiritualist mean?
Well, spiritualists believe in like sort of in like spirits, and they believe in sort of like a higher power, God, and they believe in like, well, this is like kind of my
What is
definition.
a spirit?
A spirit is like a soul.
And what's a soul?
It's like your essence, your energy.
And what is energy?
Well, firstly, for me, your energy, that's hard to explain. It's like, how do I explain this? Your energy is like sort of like think of it like what you put out there, like your emotions and your desires, you know what I mean? Your thoughts and your feelings. That's sort of like energy in my belief.
Emotions, desires, thoughts, and
Feeling.
feelings. And that's all energy.
Yes.
And energy is soul, which is spirit.
Well, sort of. It's also like a part of who you are. Like what you. It's hard to explain.
Could any of it be explained by a processes of a brain?
I mean, yeah.
So then why would you add spirit, soul, energy, if those are things that aren't clearly defined?
I don't think they can be truly defined.
Could that be because they're just words that are made up to fill gaps where we didn't know something?
No, I know I'm not that educated. I understand that.
I'm not trying to make you feel any kind of way. Like I'm
No,
just trying to
it's
see
like
if you can question anything that you believe, and you seemed to want to come up here. You seem eager to attempt to answer the questions, and you are very polite, Lily. So I appreciate all of that. If I seem rude at all, I apologize, but it does seem like you can't question. So why would you want to be questioned on it? You get that we're trying to
I
see
mean,
if you can.
yeah. No, it's just the comments. Sorry, they're making me nervous.
Some of them might be rude, some of them might be encouraging. I would say either ignore them or just look at the positive ones for right now.
Yeah, don't pay attention to them. Don't worry about them.
Okay. All right. I want to be questioned because what if I
What if you're wrong?
but
You almost finished that sentence. I said it for you, but I think that's what you were saying. Was that what you were saying?
yeah.
Does it feel dangerous to question your beliefs in God or Jesus or spirits?
No. It doesn't.
Does it scare you at all?
No.
Does the idea that you could be wrong scare you?
I think it's kind of makes it it's like a little nerve-wracking, I would say.
Why?
Because then something I was so sure of, and that's what's nerve-wracking. Then what is it?
Have you ever been really sure of something and then found out you were wrong about it? Like something else, like obviously. Like the best I can relate to this is like a relationship, you know, you have a partner and you think you trust this person and then you're wrong about them.
Honestly,
Uh-huh.
for me, like for some things I've been sure of, but I was not wrong. But but I wasn't like it wasn't like surprising, sort of, you know.
That you were not wrong or that you were wrong?
I mean, for like if I did like a math problem, I thought, oh, I got this right, and then boom, I didn't get it right. You know what I mean?
Then why is
But
this different?
because it changed my life. It wasn't just like I didn't for me, I didn't grow up like any beliefs force. I could believe in anything. And then this is what I choose. I feel like it chose me. And that's what it and makes me feel comfortable, because I chose it and chose me, honestly.
You say it chose you. Could it be that this was the belief that was most prevalent or most convenient? These are the things the people around you proclaim.
I mean, I've been around a lot of people who had different beliefs.
But on a regular basis, are the people that you spend your time with believing similar things?
People around me, I mean, there's definitely,
You've already
when I,
expressed that a lot of this comes from your mother.
yes, it does. Yes, it does. I could say I did get my beliefs from her. Most of them.
So you say it chose you. Couldn't it be a lot of it is, your mother is your mother?
Well,
Not to say yours did a bad job, just a different job.
for me, I believed in God, but then I stopped and I believed in other things, and then it chose me, and then I started asking my mother about this spirituality and God more.
When you say it chose you, how do you know that it chose you? Is
For
this when
me,
you were... Sorry, go ahead.
for me, it was after when I was at my lowest. And it's not like something you could see or touch. It's just, I know I keep saying this, but it's like a feeling. And I felt like it, I don't know. I was just guided and I started believing, and that's just it. You know?
No, I really don't. You felt guided. You started believing. You asked your mother, and she gave you direction. When you say you felt guided, how do you know that is a guidance from anywhere other than your own mind?
I honestly don't know. I mean, it was
I
like more like,
appreciate I don't know. I think that's the best and most reassuring answer you've given, Lily.
it's also like, it's also like signs I saw, like there would be like something that like, it wasn't just a coincidence. I believe it wasn't just a coincidence.
You believe it wasn't just a coincidence.
Yep.
How would you know the difference between a coincidence and something that isn't?
Well, it just kept happening. That couldn't be coincidence. The same
What
pattern.
kept happening?
I don't know. Like, okay. Like, good things kept happening that were but they were very similar situation. And I learned lessons throughout those good things. And that, like, heightened my belief. And I was like, oh, I see a pattern here.
So you saw a pattern in good things happening, and that heightened your belief.
yes, and it also like taught me lessons in life.
You say it taught you lessons in life. Does that necessarily mean that some force beyond is helping you, or could that be you finding a stride in recognizing things and learning to adapt, learning new things? Could this not be a process of your mind?
That's a good question. For me, because it's when I was started praying that it started happening. And when I started praying,
Could that have been the coincidence?
no, I don't believe it was a coincidence. I mean, it could be.
If the prayer were just something that you did, and everything else that came after weren't a result of the prayer, but were a result of your intention to do better, to feel guided, to have direction, to whatever it is you prayed for, could the intention of that prayer have been what did it, not the prayer itself?
Yeah.
And could that intention have made your mind process in a different way?
Ooh, yeah, like psychology. Um, for me, it's not just the intention, but also just like it didn't feel like coincidence. It was the way it happened. You know, like, oh, it's hard to explain.
The way it happened, so certain circumstances seemed to you at the time to be aligned.
Yeah, like signs.
What do you mean, like signs?
Like, I don't know, like it would be like how do I say, like, for example, like my vision started, like everything started to look clearer and everything started to look more beautiful. It was like a spiritual experience.
You say everything started to look, so your perception felt altered.
Yes.
If you say that your perception felt altered, and we've already talked about how these could have been your mind processing things differently. Could that not also alter your perception? Could that just
Oh,
not be a way that your mind has processed this intention?
good question too. Yeah, that could be one of them, yeah. That could be it too.
Does it sit uncomfortably for just for a moment? Sit with that last answer. Is it uncomfortable to consider that your brain has done all this work and that there is no God beyond it for the moment?
Uncomfortable. I don't know. It's like kind of like, how do you explain? Like, it's like, oh, that could be it. Wait, I don't know. Maybe it's like a little like surprising or a little, I don't know about uncomfortable, but it's also curiosity as well. But for me, like, I feel like, I don't know. Sorry. I feel like when I believe, it feels right, but there is always that 1%. But it feels just right, you know? It's hard to explain. I really go based off of like feeling and intuition.
Is it possible for your feelings and intuitions to be wrong?
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Does it seem like just going off of a flawed tool like intuition is the best idea? Or could it be more beneficial to apply deeper thought?
I feel like I trust intuition, you know, because in like being spiritualist, like having intuition could really help you in life. It's it's like sensing people's energies and like I don't know. It's been like it helped me, honestly, in in situations it did. And I feel like it actually, when I started trusting my intuition, it actually helped me in a lot of situations like recently. And I don't
How
know,
many times has your intuition not helped you?
probably a few.
If you were to catalog all the times your intuition helped you and all the times that it didn't, do you think that one side of that list would outweigh the other?
Well, the few situations doesn't outweigh the most situations my intuition has helped me.
You're saying that it's only been a few times that it hasn't helped. Are you
Well,
certain that if you wrote it down and actually looked at the list, that it would be one side or the other? Is it possible it could be 50-50?
maybe back then, definitely in the past, but recently, now, these past months.
Could these past months be just a good swing of things? Is it possible that things could even out?
Well, these past months, yeah, it's possible it could be a good swing of things, I would say. That's definitely a possibility.
What is it that makes you want to hold this belief?
What makes me want to hold this belief? Believing that I have to think about this one.
That's fair, Lily. I appreciate that. I really do. A good question deserves a good moment or two to think on. And while you do that, it gives me an opportunity to thank everybody who helped us with our gift goals. So thank you, Philly Red, Insomnia, and Everlasting Godstopper. Appreciate all of you. And also thank you, everybody, for getting us up to 10,000 likes. That's really awesome. If we keep tapping, though, of course, we'll bring in a lot more people who might be able to question their beliefs. As it seems, Lily is actually better able than I assessed earlier.
Thrayle, would you say that you were wrong about what you thought about Lily questioning her beliefs?
Absolutely. I
And
had a certain almost reactive assumption to some of the dogmatic sounds, that there was a certain certainty that I felt was almost
undeniable almost. But
mhm. And
what
now
is
that I'm
it?
hearing questioning and consideration and thought, it's encouraging.
So you were wrong, and it is encouraging that you were wrong?
Mhm. Oh yeah, it's definitely not a bad thing. I'm excited to know that I was wrong.
I would say that, I don't know, I can't answer the want
That's
because
fair, Lily. That's fair.
it feels right. I don't
I
know.
had a feeling you might do that, and I'm glad you didn't do it as a knee-jerk answer. I'm glad you gave it some thought and said, I don't know first.
Yeah.
I think that I don't know is something that you might linger in a bit and think on again. And what really is it that you want in this belief? What is it that it's actually helping you with, that recognizing a alternative couldn't help?
Do you see? Do you see what I was illustrating there by asking Thrayle those couple questions?
Oh, asking me?
Yes, you.
Oh, yeah, I do. I see, I would say that I still think if it's not God or Jesus, there could be a possibility of like a higher power, or maybe there isn't. But I don't know.
There
That's
you
refreshing,
go.
Lily. That's refreshing. I think that's your best answer. I
But
do. I think it's the most honest and genuine answer. No, not to say that you were dishonest. Your other answers feel like, sound like you feel them, like you really believe. But this sounds very honest. This I don't know.
yeah, for me, like I heard what a azure, I don't know how to say the name.
Azure arsonist. Yeah.
Yes, and one of the about seeing a ghost, and I experienced 4 years old, and I saw a little boy at a pool, and and they later found out that a little boy passed away at the pool like a few years back.
Mm-hmm.
and it's what
You have
and it's,
you have a memory from when you were 4 of a little boy being at a pool. And
no, that's what, sorry,
no, go ahead.
that's what my mom told me, and like my aunt.
So they told you that you had a memory. They told you that a thing happened to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So it's
and
not
that's
your experience.
no, it is. I mean, that's what, because my mom said that like that was 18. Yeah, it was 18 years ago.
So
Because like
you're saying
throughout,
18 years ago, you're 22. 18 years ago, you had an experience that you remember.
no, I
What
don't remember.
you don't remember. So how do you know that the way it's described to you by other people is accurate?
I don't think they're lying. I
I
trust them.
didn't say that at all.
Oh, how do I know it's accurate?
Could they be wrong? Can memory ever make mistakes?
I mean, they could, but I think it's accurate because. Wait, what do you mean by that?
So, do you know the game of telephone?
Oh, yes, I do.
So, there are some processes in our memories that work a lot like that, according to science. There is something called memory reconsolidation. When you remember a memory, you're not always remembering the thing, the event, the time it happened. You're remembering the time you remembered it before that. And that time, you remembered the time before that, and the time before that. So you're not really remembering what you remembered. You're remembering what you remember remembering. And each time that you do that, you can, just in remembering, add details, or subtract details, or change things altogether.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess I could say that. Like the game of telephone, like some things could be altered. Yeah, I asked my mom recently about this. She's like, yeah, like that happened. And because I saw a little boy, and a few years ago, or I don't know, but a boy like drowned. I don't know if I could say it on here. Passed away at the pool. But throughout my life, like I had what would you call sleep paralysis? Also, like also I've seen like a ghost again in a haunted, because we live in a haunted.
You say haunted, but that's going to raise some questions too. How do you know it's haunted?
Well, mysterious things happened in the place we lived when I was younger. And when I saw a ghost, it was definitely haunted, because I had a lot of sleep paralysis in our. And
Do you know what
when
sleep paralysis is?
Well, I know that you are paralyzed for a second. You're like half asleep, and sometimes you can see things during it, like hallucinations. Yeah, it is common. Great.
So if you're half asleep and seeing hallucinations, what gives you any reason to believe that's ghosts or has anything to do with supernatural events?
Well,
Could that not be your brain?
what I think with like sort of spirituality is that science and like the supernatural and everything that's like is how do I explain this? It's like science and beliefs and like is a source. Science and belief and all that and like spirituality and like all that is connected in a way.
Are you sure? Are you sure
Yeah.
that's not just the way that people try to tie their assumptions to explanations as they best understand them, and in some cases don't understand?
I mean, we definitely have like I believe that like yeah, it could be explanations. And to tie to what we believe in. I mean, yeah. But I feel like for me, like I think it's right.
Why? Just
It
feelings?
just, yeah.
I wonder why you don't question your feelings, Lily. And I'm not here to force you to. This has been a delightful conversation for the most part. We have had some progress, it seems, in you challenging your assumptions. So I think it's best we leave it here. But I do appreciate you, Lily. Unless Kat had a couple of questions. I don't know. But Kat's in teacup land, so. But Lily, I appreciate you being here. I think I'm ready to move on, but I hope you do keep asking questions. Try to question some of those assumptions that you're already wearing so hard. So thank you so much for a delightful conversation. Take care.
No problem. Take care.
Yes, W's for Lily. We definitely got some I don't knows. We got some consideration of alternatives. There was some questioning there, a little bit, until we get back to feelings. But she's doing great otherwise, and she's young, plenty of time to keep asking questions. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, well, that is what the fuck we're talking about. I know it's a source there.
Yeah, we're not talking about what the fuck source is.
Well, she
Unless
could bring
that's
it
what
up,
you
and
believe.
I thought to chase that rabbit trail for just a moment, and I was like, we've been at this a while. Let's give her brain a break. But she did great. I
And
don't know if I
Lily,
was, Sebastian. I think if anything was shaking, it was because she wanted to shake her own faith, but I don't know that was what was happening. I think
Lily,
she's got
if
some
you
questions
are,
to ask. Go ahead, Kat.
if you're still in here, which people usually hang around for a minute after they get off here, um, you did a really good job, and we question each other all the time, and oftentimes probably don't go as long as you did. So good job, and take a break and let your brain rest and think about it.
Well, don't tell me I'm right, Sebastian. I don't always want to be right.
You're not right. I'm right.
Mm-hmm. But if you think you're right, and you're capable of questioning that, well, that doesn't sound right. If you've got a belief and you can question, go ahead and hit that request button. We're not here to argue or debate. We're just here to see if you can question what it is that you believe and why. I mean, I left that one wide open. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, a mermaid or a lion man, I can just look at the background and clowns or mothmen or leprechauns or dragons or Thor or Santa Claus or Jesus, I guess. If you believe in any of those things and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up.
Or Winnie the Pooh. Why does nobody ever say Winnie the Pooh? Thank you, Danny.
Oh, bother.
Oh, that was weird. Don't do that anymore.
It's weird. I can barely do it,
um.
Winnie the Pooh.
Also, one, it's not a trap.
If it's a trap, why has he fallen for it so many times?
Why does he keep coming up here?
Hello, Mark Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
You want my age?
Yes.
45.
Happy birthday. And do you have a
Thank you,
belief
brother.
in a God or
Thank you, man. I
gods?
really appreciate that. You made my day, bro.
That's good. I'm glad I could make your day. Do you have a belief in a God or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
So I used to have beliefs, yes, at one point in my life, because I believed I was a disbeliever. That's the only reason why I had beliefs.
You
But
believed you were a disbeliever, so now you don't have beliefs
I
because you
mean,
don't.
exactly, because I'm not a disbeliever or a believer anymore.
What does that mean?
It just means what do I have to fall into what class of citizenship do I have to fall into in order to believe in anything that anybody tells me? I'm just saying, like, do you think it's
What?
really I'm just saying, you think it's a universal thing?
What?
Is it
Why
a
are you
universal
being
thing?
so combative?
Yeah, he's up
I'm
here to
not. I'm
argue.
just asking. I'm
Mark,
asking.
slow down. We're asking you questions about what it is you believe and why. So far, you've said you used to believe that you were a disbeliever. Can you tell me what it is that you do believe or accept or claim to know now, as far as gods,
Oh, I
since
accept
that's the
everything.
topic?
I accept everything, man. Everything is here. Everything they talk about is there. All the fairy tales are real. Yeah, man. It's not a joke, brother. It's not a joke. But do I
So
believe
you
in it
just
like
have a
that? No,
contention
no.
with the word belief.
Yeah, I guess I do somehow. Yeah, you're right. Well, you just made me use it right now, and I usually don't use it. But yeah,
Maybe drink some water, catch a nap. We might still be here when you get back.
That was weird.
I didn't remove him, by the way. He left on his own.
He left by himself?
Yep, I didn't touch the screen. Oh, apparently he does want to come back. I don't know why he'd have left if he wanted to come back.
no, I got dropped. I'm sorry.
Yeah, nobody dropped you. Interesting. So you just have a contention with the word belief. Why is that?
What the fuck is going on? Did you drop him that time?
No,
Kira, did you?
no, it said guest
Are you playing jokes on him?
disconnected. It said
Oh, it
guest
did?
disconnected. Yep, it did not give me a mod disconnected person. No, it was the guest disconnected themselves.
Weird. Strange. Strange person.
Oh, have I left that finished goal just sitting? Look at me being neglectful. I'm sure that I thanked Philly and Insomnia and Everlasting Godstopper, but I'm going to thank them again. And I'm sure that there were a couple more that helped with that. The math isn't quite mathing, so whoever on a private account helped, I appreciate you too. Thank you all for helping with the goal. Third time's a charm.
Yeah, no, I turned the rotation thing off, man. My bad, bro.
So, what is your contention with the word belief, and why would you crest up on a panel about questioning beliefs if you just don't believe things?
What's my contention with it? I guess if that's the case, then there's really no contention, right? If I don't believe things, right? So, what is my contention really? I don't know. Can you help me out?
I'm not a mind reader, Mark. I'm just here to ask why
I know
people
that's what I'm
believe
trying to
what
follow
they
along.
believe.
Listen, I
Yeah.
think you're more of an expert in this field, so that's why I'm trying to follow along with you.
So I ask people what they believe and why, generally listening to what their definition of belief is if it becomes necessary. Otherwise, I work off the idea that a belief is an acceptance of a thing to be true.
I was gonna say, is it
Simple.
okay? Yeah, but
How would we have any idea how to help you with what your contention is with the word belief?
my contention with the word belief is based on ideology, and that's really why I just really don't believe. I just only believe in one thing in my life. That's it. That's just building a future for my children, and that's a pathway for everything.
Mark, are you impaired right now? You sound very...
No, no, I'm not, bro. The thing is, I got my heater on. It's just loud. Is that what you're hearing?
No. I'm
No, no, I'm
hearing
not impaired. I
you
mean, did I
acting in
stutter
a
a little bit?
way
Yeah,
that
maybe I might
sounds
stutter here
like
and there,
maybe you
like that.
should sit down and drink some water, catch a nap. I think that time I did it. If anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to teach you either. I'm just here to see what it is that you believe, if you can even question it, and why. Why would you believe that?
Definitely not here to tell you what is going on in your own brain. That's so weird. That was such a weird thing to say. Raccoon. Snowy. Yeah. You're. What?
We might need a I don't know, I might need an oh bother button.
Oh, that'd be so good. No, I really think we should make the screamy cat button so we can just like scream cat at at people. Make them stop doing whatever they're doing.
That could have been it, digital. I don't know. But, maybe another time he could try again, and maybe it'll sound like he's more coherent to the questioning. But if you do
Don't
have a
come.
belief, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, but a word of advice: don't come back calling us white racists. That's probably not a good way to keep
Wait, did
talking.
that happen?
Yeah, in the comments.
I, I, I must have missed it.
I think Kira got it, but I did see. Oh no, it's still there. Yeah, you're just white and racist.
Oh, I wonder how that assessment was made.
It was very strange.
What from your profile picture or from my profile picture indicate skin color? What about our voices indicate skin color? I don't think there was any of that.
This is that thing I was talking about. Like, you're gonna say somebody's voice sounds a certain way.
Hmm. Yeah, we lost pretty much all of whatever you said, Kat, to the whole Wi-Fi, and now you're teacupped. But if anybody's got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I'm not looking to tear you down or burgle your gods. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Nobody tried to assert dominance, Mark. We tried to ask questions and you tried to change the subject. You tried to ramble on past the questions, past the conversation, to just say things at us. I don't think you were actually present, Mark. If you're doing it right, your dominance doesn't need to be asserted. That was meant for Mark, not the mod, who is clearly capable of asserting. Hello, Morgan. How are you doing?
Hello. Everything feels right in the world for being here at 3 a.m.
I will take your word for it. Not that anything feels wrong. I'm quite comfortable myself.
I've been in a very weird, like, outside of time mindset recently, and so this is nice.
What about being here at 3 a.m. feels most right?
Hmm. I don't know, because I know being up when everyone else is asleep has always been my preferred method of operation. But this just feels like where I am welcome and happy, and I don't get that a lot in my everyday life.
Well, you are very welcome here, and I'm glad that it makes you happy to be around. I'm sorry you don't get that every day. But you just gotta show up every day, then you will.
Okay, listen.
Hello, Mikey. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
40. 40. 40.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Do
Oh,
you have a
in
belief
February.
in
In February, I show up to be 41. Hmm.
I see. Well, in February when you're 41, and now even while we're talking, do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
What? I don't challenge empirical data. I don't challenge empirical data. I don't know if I can. I only have empirical data is.
Mm,
What our experience is, what my personal
fascinating. I
experience is.
didn't ask you anything about empirical data.
And I
So
challenge my personal experience.
since you're not actually conversing with me and you're just kind of monologuing on your own about some other thing that doesn't quite seem to answer my question, I'm just going to move on, Mikey Poke, and like the previous guest, recommend you get a glass of water and a and a good nap. And then maybe when you've had that nap, try questioning whatever it is you believe in. Because I, frankly, at this point, don't think we're going to have a good conversation to find out.
All I can think of
that
is
is.
syndrome. You got me monologuing.
A raccoon thinks she's psychic now. No, I think there was plenty of evidence that was a very viable prediction. Raccoon has been psychic the whole time. I think I knew that. I saw it coming. Something like that. I don't think there is psychic power. I think we have incredible, I would say remarkable intuition when there is seemingly little evidence. But we all know. You get to know that there is evidence or that there is some tendency, and those predictions can just as easily be wrong. For $49.99 a month, I would be happy to help you deconstruct this delusion that you have psychic powers. Or for a limited time only, I'll do it for free. Time limited to pretty much any time.
But not how to use the psychic powers. That's an additional fee.
Wow. Crybaby monster, that's high praise.
I mean, they're right.
I appreciate that. I had to sit with that before I could think of how to respond to. Oh, that's a compliment.
It's a big compliment.
Yeah, no, huge. I appreciate that. Hmm. Well, thank you, Insomnia. Thank you all, of course, for being here. I really do appreciate every one of you, whether you come in to tap the screen or processes of your beliefs and your processes, or if you come in here to fall asleep. I appreciate every single one of you.
I'll admit I've done it myself. I've come in here just to fall asleep before.
Yeah, you and many others are not alone in having fallen asleep on this panel too.
Ha 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 ha.
Sometimes it just, sometimes you get the right guest and they just monologue just well enough that you're like, you think this is getting to the point, and then you're gone. And before you know it, they've monologued for 5 minutes, and yeah.
No, definitely. That's I'll
I'm
admit.
not describing a real experience that happened to me recently, I promise.
Not at all.
But here we sit in another lull in the darkness between believers, waiting for someone with a certainty or a grasp on what it is that they believe is true, and still the space, um, the the ability and the inquisitiveness to be able to question it, to be able to examine it. So while we wait in this moment between those believers with that ability, if they exist, and we've seen evidence that they do, um, we could all tap the screen just a little bit, probably break 20K in the next few minutes. And who knows, we might actually spur the algorithm into bringing us across the FYP of some believer who believes that what they believe could be questioned. And maybe they'll pop in here and hit that request button. DT09 says they want to believe aliens. Is that all you want to believe? Or are we just quoting X-Files?
I mean, kinda. I that's the one thing I want to believe in, I think, is aliens. But
in what way, though?
I think it'd be dope if there were other intelligent life forms out there in the universe. But there's so many variables that can't be accounted for that, like, I don't know.
How like us would you want them to be?
I don't know that that's necessarily what I want out of it. They don't have to be like us at all. I mean, I guess the only important part to me is that we're able to communicate.
So at least like us in communicating in some form or fashion that is attainable to us.
Mm-hmm. Something that we're going to be able to comprehend. It doesn't have to be like English or any spoken language, but something that we can comprehend and continue to communicate and learn from each other with.
Have you seen Pluribus?
I've seen Contact, but I've heard about Pluribus, obviously, and I haven't watched a lot of it other than what has been shown privately. It seems interesting.
TJ09, it's a series where aliens send a code, and when humans decode it, they create a kind of... Well, you'll have to watch it. I'm not spoiling nothing.
There was also the one with... Was it Amy Schumer? No, it wasn't Amy Schumer.
You're thinking of... Well, when you said Amy Schumer, and everything went out of my mind. I have no idea what you're talking about.
It was...
I was thinking of another thing where a code was sent, and I was like, Species was the only thing I could think of.
Species is one. Maybe I'm thinking of Contact again.
Yeah. Contact was good.
I'm terrible with names unless I actually like the actor.
Contact is like best case scenario if you're going by the movie. I think I can't remember how the book ends.
Mm-hmm.
It's different. But see, this is how we end up with what the fuck are we talking about?
Why? We're still talking about a belief. Are we not?
I don't know. Are we? We're talking about movies now.
But that's the only reference context that we have.
Well, I mean, we have other movies. You're right. They're just movies, though. Don't draw me into a movie conversation when there's beliefs.
I can do that privately in Discord later.
That's right. You can drag me into that. I'll definitely want to reminisce over all the great alien movies that have ever existed.
Fantastic. I look forward to it.
I'm already just processing a list in my mind, and it's not helpful.
Sorry.
See, yeah, it's stuck now. What's the one where they have to do the translation and the time gets all warped?
Oh, fuck. I know exactly which one you're talking about.
That's all I need to say if you know the movie.
Fuck, now I can't remember it.
It was good.
I also really liked... I know, right? I also really liked... I watched Prey recently, which is like the first contact of the predator alien race on Earth. Oh,
I've seen that.
Event Horizon is another good one down in the comments.
This is devolving, I think.
Yes, it is. Now it's devolving.
What's your favorite alien movie? Instead of going into your favorite alien movie, if you believe in aliens that have visited you or abducted you, well, it might be better if you just talk to a professional about that. But if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, then go ahead and request on up. I caught myself there. I realized what I was walking into.
I was gonna say, yeah, it was getting to a point.
I don't know. Maybe I shied away too soon. I am curious. I don't know if I've ever spoken to somebody who's had an abduction experience.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know the first abduction to be recorded occurred in New Hampshire?
I think the name of the couple is on the edge of my brain.
Yeah, Betty and, oh God, I can't remember her husband's name.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, that happened. That happened in my home state.
Fascinating. I don't know. I've always had questions about that one because I think that one in particular is pretty clearly made up.
They based the one of the asylum storylines from American Horror Story on that.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Abduction. And no, it was so goofy. It was so silly.
But if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. That is what the fuck we're talking about, by the way. So if you can question whatever it is you believe in, be it gods or aliens or leprechauns or dragons or mermaids or Winnie the Pooh, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate. We're not here to tear you down. I'm not even here to burgle your god, although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And no, you don't have to whisper. I don't know why you would add the two there. Nobody's up here whispering.
Nope.
Is this Satan talking? Just the night would not be complete.
How funny would it be if Satan were real and his voice is actually like a really whiny, obnoxious voice? Because, like, I am Lucifer,
Lord of Darkness. All tremble before me.
It's canon now. I believe that that's the voice of Satan. Oh boy.
That's the evil one, Satan. All tremble before me.
I can't breathe. No. And that's how you combat being called Satan.
Hey.
It might work. Hello, Lex. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm gonna keep my voice to a very low pitch though.
Why would you do that?
27. Because I don't want to stand out of here.
Could you just speak normally? It'd be easier to hear you. I did hear 27 though.
There you go.
Okay, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Kinda, yeah. Not really, but also yes, I do.
Yes, you do, but not really. What god do you kind of, but not really believe in?
I guess the Christian God. The one who celebrates life.
Mm-hmm. So have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, not front to back in like one sitting, the way I've read other books, but I'm sure I have, yeah. I've read enough of it to know what it says.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe the stories within the book to be true and literal?
Logically, they could have happened, yeah. Right? Logically.
Do you think logically they could have happened? I don't know what you mean by logically in this case.
Like, I can think of a hypothetical situation to where they could have happened. Like, if you think about the flood, do you know that the Christian Bible is not the only...
I wasn't talking about the flood, I was talking about...
You're talking about stories in the Bible, that's just...
You're right, fair enough. So the flood itself, you're saying that that could be logically true?
Yes. So just imagine a situation to where you had a bunch of scientists that existed on Earth, and they were really smart, and they had like embryos of like 2 of every animal, and they just like put them on a boat and survived a big old flood.
So you're saying if you made it a sci-fi story where
Yeah, I mean, logically it's possible.
Then people could have made one guy named Noah and
But it's not sci-fi because we could technically do it now. We can grow. That's what the whole Jurassic Park movie was. I mean, that was kind of a sci-fi movie.
But you're saying that they put DNA samples on a boat rather than
No, I said embryos. Like I said,
embryos.
like basically, yes.
They put embryos on a boat.
Because we can do that now. It's not.
So why would
like,
you think
the
that
human
they
race
had
would
the ability
survive?
to do that? Why would you think they had the ability to do that when they were building boats out of wood and pitch?
Well, actually, what they built the ark out of.
Describes being built out of wood and pitch.
Well, it worked, didn't it? If the story were true,
What is
it would have been
pitch?
successful. Pitch. What?
How much do you know about tall ship construction?
I remember reading about like what the ark was built of, and that type of material would have worked. And that didn't they find the ark at some point and find like fish fossils on top of mountains and stuff?
No.
Yes, they did. I can prove it to you.
Fish fossils on top of mountains is different
Yeah.
than finding the ark. No, there's.
Well,
no
they
record
also
of
said they
anyone
found it.
finding
They
the ark.
possibly.
Who's they? I'm sorry, Lex. Can you remind me how old you are?
27.
You're sounding 17. Are you sure what year were you born?
98. I'm not sounding 17.
You're just argumentative as a teenager. You're not actually up here to question your beliefs.
I'm not a pro debater. Yes, I am here to question my
This
beliefs.
isn't a debate.
Why would
Why
you
would
think
you
I'm
think
not?
this is a debate? This isn't a debate.
You said to discuss, to debate, to argument. That's all
Nope,
synonyms in
not a
English.
debate.
That word is nowhere on this live.
This isn't a debate.
We're arguing
So,
semantics.
no, it's not a debate because we're not arguing. We're not arguing because it's not a debate.
Nope.
If you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to prove you wrong. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs.
What does that mean? Is to debate, not to question. What?
The free exchange of ideas. Wow, why are you repeating yourself now? Spamming the comments isn't telling me that you're calm. Debate, think, ponder, argument. Are you just playing word association now?
I mean, those are all.
I'm so glad she's doing it down there and not up here.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Just immediate hostility was not the vibe at all.
I do want to answer a comment just because the name. I just want to say, na 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 na. Oh, I see. It's too many nanas.
It's just nana nana boo boo.
Na 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 boo boo. No, I want to say na 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 boo boo. Na 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 na. There's too many nanas. I was going to answer the question, but I just wanted to say the name. It's just my voice. Diss me.
Disarm me.
Disarm me. I just wanted there to be more nanas.
Sounds like the Menomina guy.
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
You've done this to me before.
I won't do it this time, I guess.
Azure says, Thrayle, you're great. Please don't go bald. I don't know why anybody bald wouldn't be great, but thank you. I really don't want to go bald. I wouldn't say that, Schweitzer. I mean, I did say 17. I'm sure that they were over 18. They just had that kind of attitude. They weren't interested in questioning. They came up to argue.
He got very defensive very quickly.
Phenomena. And everybody who just got a song stuck in your head, you're at least, I don't know, nearly as old as me.
It wasn't me.
Bonus points if you know where that song came from before. The Muppets.
I don't know if anybody's that old, Thrayle.
I'm not that old. I just looked into it once. I was curious where the song came from. Okay, we've all had time to catch a breath. Maybe Lex is here to question their beliefs. Hello, Lex. Welcome back.
Hi. So, I have a question.
Before you ask that question, I had one. Can you question your beliefs?
Yes.
What does that mean?
To try to disprove them.
So to you, to question beliefs means to try to disprove them.
Yes.
That's an interesting slant on that. Why does questioning have to be an attempt to disprove?
Because trying to prove is impossible. You never prove spiritual claims, so you can't prove a negative either.
Why is everything about this question revolving around proof or disprove?
It's because humans need control over our lives, therefore we have to have an answer. We have to have an answer. Have to, in order to survive.
You're saying we have to have an answer in order to survive?
We have to have an answer. Are you asking me, or why do we have to have an answer to survive, or why do we have
How
to
did you determine that we have to have an answer to survive? What makes you believe that we have to have an answer?
Because we've always, since humans first existed, we've always searched for an answer since the beginning of time.
Have we always had an answer?
I think so, yeah.
You think we've always had an answer?
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think the answer is objectively true, but I think that we've always developed in our minds an answer to why we exist and what we're supposed to do.
You think we've always developed an answer as to what we're supposed to do and why we exist?
Yes.
You don't think there's any humans out there that don't develop answers for why they exist?
Well, I think the people who don't develop answers for why they exist have developed an answer that they exist for no reason, and that's still an answer.
That they... So you think that every belief or consideration about a why question of why we exist will always be a positive claim? That there's no
No, because we could exist for no
agnosticism?
reason. If there's no reason to why, if there's no reason to why we exist, then there's no reason to why we need to survive as a human race.
Right, you're still taking a positive claim.
Yes, I would say that we do need to survive to continue the human race.
So you're just interested in having a debate. You're trying to frame all of these into debate prompts.
No, I'm not.
Literally,
That's just the way I
every
think.
question is coming out. Well, then stop for a moment and just listen, because I'm trying to ask you questions about this, and you're posing everything as a positive claim. Everything must be positive, and I'm trying to ask you a question about that. And as I'm doing it, you're posing positive claims. So do you not think that it is possible for someone to simply not have an answer and not assert that there is none?
I don't want to be that person.
What do you mean you don't want to be that person?
I don't want to be the person that doesn't have an answer.
I see. Why?
I want to have a reason to exist. I don't know. The same reason you don't, I guess. I want to be in control.
What do you mean the same reason I don't?
Yes.
I'm
assuming so.
Why are you making that assumption?
I don't know.
Lexi, are you completely with us and conscious? Like, it sounds like you might be half falling asleep as you're speaking.
No, I mean, maybe. Okay, maybe I am half falling asleep.
Okay.
Okay, I will let y'all continue y'all's talk. I'll come up another time.
I would appreciate that, Lexi. I think we might actually have a better conversation when you're a little more awake and alert. But I understand, and I don't mean that as a diss. I hope.
Where are you from?
Texas. I hope you take care and keep asking questions, Lex.
Okay.
Much better.
Much better that time, and definitely a W for the effort, anyways.
Absolutely.
I know it's hard to have these conversations when you've been up for a while, and that's what it sounds like. And not to make an assumption. Hey, the Stone. I think you've been here once before, but I need your age for TikTok TOS.
Batcolyte, what's up, man? 26.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in the cycle of samsara and the cycle of birth and death. And when I say that, when people think of reincarnation, they think of it as like a positive manner, but it's not. So until you reach enlightenment, you are bound to come back.
Are you following a particular school of Buddhism?
I would say I practice Zen Buddhism the most.
I sense is the wrong word. I'm having a moment where I remember something and I don't know if it was you, but we might find out.
You can ask, you can try.
What does Zen mean?
What does Zen mean? Yeah, I don't think you asked me that question. Zen, in my opinion, Zen Buddhism is like a combination of Mahayana Buddhism as well as Taoism. So it incorporates a lot of notions of Wu Wei and Qi into it as well. If that helps.
What does the word Zen mean?
What does the word Zen mean? The literal word, I cannot, I'm not recalling right now, but I would say it's more of a feeling of just like oneness. If that helps.
So it's a feeling of oneness.
Yeah. Because I could say it's like a belief, but it's more of a feeling. You know, when people say that they're Zen, or they feel Zen or in a state of Zen.
So Zen to you means a feeling of oneness, you said.
Yeah. It's kind of like namaste. And the light in me acknowledges the light in you.
That doesn't tell me what you mean by Zen, though.
Like it's an
What
acknowledgement.
is oneness?
Yeah, it's an acknowledgement and feeling of oneness.
Can you tell me what you mean by oneness?
Yeah, like a lot of people, you know, suffer with existential dread and alienation and not belonging in their skin, whereas this is the complete opposite of that alienated feeling.
So the opposite of an alienated feeling.
Yep.
And that's what Zen means to you, is just this feeling of non-alienation.
Pretty much, yeah. To fully, I mean, yeah, to be in Zen, yes.
When you say that it's a feeling of not being alienated, what does that mean, alienated, in this sense?
Like alienated, like when people think that the world would be better off without them, or that they don't know why that they were born, or like questioning the absurdity of life, you know, which there's a time and place for that, of course, but it's not being stuck in that, you know, just, you know, if you read existential literature and existential philosophy, and it's great deals discussing of just the dreads that comes with humanity, of alienation, and how we feel alone in this world. And Zen is that feeling of oneness, and that connectedness. So it's like, although there is an element of it, it's still connected, and it's still all one.
Do you think everything is all one?
Yes.
In what way?
I think that everything stems from whether you want to call it the tree of life or the tree of existence.
What do you mean, tree of existence?
Like we are all different branches connected by the tree of existence.
The tree of existence, is this a metaphor?
Sure.
What are you referring to?
Sure, we'll call it a metaphor.
What are you referring to?
Yeah, a metaphor.
So, tree of life is a metaphor for the connections.
The connectedness of being.
Of being? What do you mean of being?
Of being in existence.
So only living beings?
No.
So anything that exists is interconnected in some way, and you call that way that it's connected the tree of existence. Is that accurate?
The thing that it's embedded within, yes. Now, are they tied together in some way? Yes.
I'm sorry, the thing that it's embedded within, what does that mean?
The tree of existence. So me and you are both in this tree, and let's say we're both branches within this tree of existence.
Mm-hmm.
All things in existence are in it, but we are more closer together than something that's sentient or non-living.
Why are you referring to it as a tree?
Because it's a metaphor, you can refer to it as anything. But I'm going to use the tree, or like I said, anything, but specifically something that goes up. And I would say, why? That's a good question, because those that possess sentience, I believe, are, in a way, metaphorically speaking, higher within the tree of existence than those that do not.
Higher?
What's up?
What does it mean to be higher in the tree of existence?
Branches of the tree of existence, not the trunk or the roots.
Right. I get that, but what does it mean? Like, what is the purpose of thinking of things as higher or lower in this tree? What good does that do you? What result does that yield?
It doesn't necessarily do any good, but it's just a way of thinking that all things are connected and some things are more closely connected than others.
So things are connected, and things are just connected at the root by nature of existing. Is that what really, like, if we were to find two things and exhaust all connections, say there were no connections found through semantical argumentation, would you end up saying that, well, they both exist, therefore they're connected?
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Hypothetically speaking, I'm skipping an argument that we don't need to have because it's not a debate. Hypothetically speaking, if we were to exhaust a connection between two things, right, that seemed unconnected, if we were to go through lists of things and say, well, we can't find an actual connection between these two things, would you eventually arrive at the two things exist, therefore they are connected?
If you're telling me that you cannot, if you're telling me that if there was something, metaphorically speaking, hypothetically speaking, and you cut off it, or you exercised a source of connection to put...
No, I didn't say anything about exercising connections. So you and I had a discussion, and we just talked about two things, about how they're connected, and found that we couldn't find a connection. Would you eventually arrive at two things exist, therefore they are connected?
No, because I would base the simple disagreement as the connection.
I see. That was my other thought, was that you might, even just by me bringing them up, or the discussion itself would be the connection.
Right.
But had we not done that, since we haven't done that, right, still a hypothetical, Had we not done that, would those two things, unimplored by us, only be connected by nature of existing?
No, because they weren't in existence yet.
I'm sorry, if we weren't talking about them, they didn't exist?
Yes. In the beginning, there was the Word.
I'm sorry, so...
What?
I thought you were Buddhist, now you're quoting the Bible at me. Do you believe the Bible?
No, but that's very metaphor too. So once you actually speak something into existence, then it becomes connected. Or
I'm sorry, so if I don't speak some distant space object into existence right now, it doesn't exist?
If you don't have any way to transcribe it, no.
If I don't have a way to transcribe something that is out there that I have not experienced, then it does not exist?
Yes. Until you actually unless you can transcribe it and actually articulate the form rather than just think about it, until you can actually put that thought into reality and into existence rather than just have it, then no, it's not real. It's just in the realms of form.
What?
I'm speaking in Platonic
He's
terms.
a Platonic idealist. He believes that things only exist. But the way you're using this to say that they only exist when we can recognize or translate them is wild. Why would you say that?
Yeah.
Why would you say that it's?
It's actually, this is kind of where Aristotle, differed from Plato. That's when it actually comes into existence, whereas it's just form.
Hello, Tiny. Good morning.
Well, haven't you guys heard about the bird?
Everybody knows that the bird is the word.
Oh, what a bird?
So, have you been listening, Tiny? I take it you have. I invited you up because I don't know. This felt like it was screaming for you to come up here. I know you love idealism.
Well, yeah, that's where you can't identify what consciousness is.
Yeah, we hadn't quite gotten that far, but I'm sure we would have. So Stone, you believe that things do not exist, that an object I'm unaware of will not exist until I can transcribe it.
No, I'm saying that an object that even you're aware of, once it exists, but until you can actually put order to that form, then it doesn't exist any more than the chair. The chair exists within, or let's say the statue exists within the marble already. It's already there. But until you actually, chisel at the statue, does it come into existence? Although the statue was always in the marble.
This is a metaphor using a statue for every object known in existence.
For form.
Do you see the difference?
For form.
What do you mean by form?
No, I don't see the difference.
So you think that... Oh, go ahead, Tiny. Go ahead.
So, can we chisel away the conversation to get away to the form of what the fuck you're talking about?
Yep, but that would ruin the point.
What do you mean the point?
Good.
The artist doesn't create the art just to get to the statue or get to the end product.
What the fuck?
So your whole point is, can we carve a way to get to the point that you're talking about that completely diminishes the point?
So you're saying you're an artist sculpting and not allowing us to understand the full scope of what it is you believe because you're slowly revealing it.
I wouldn't say slowly, but I'm doing the best to my ability to reveal it.
Best to translate the script he has.
Yeah, to be as transparent as possible.
I think with each question, we're chiseling away at an answer. Maybe.
Maybe.
It was a bold maybe.
It's a stretch.
So, how is it that things can be described if they do not exist absent description?
That's the magic of word, is because as soon as you speak, you're putting it into existence. And the very beginning of Genesis, that's the only reason I brought up Genesis, is because in the beginning, God said, "Let there be light," and there was. So it's extremely metaphorical that he spoke, and actually by him speaking, he put it into existence. So,
do you believe the Bible?
I believe there's some good parts to it.
Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior?
No.
Do you believe that the God of the Bible exists?
Yahweh? That's an interesting question, because we see a shift in God's demeanor from the Old Testament to the New Testament. He seems to be a bit more of a dick in the Old Testament.
Can you just answer the question, though?
Do either of them exist? The dick or the dickless?
Certain elements not. Certain elements, I don't think so.
Do you believe in the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him?
No. Do I believe he existed? Yes. I think that's archaeologically undeniable. But do I believe in his message or what he taught? No.
Do you think that maybe you're being chiseled further into a form that is bricked up?
By what?
Certainty.
Inevitability.
Maybe. It's like I said, it's the reason I don't like Muhammad is not because it's just like, he's Muslim, I don't want to. No, it's because he was a warlord. The pillars of Islam are a little bit ridiculous, and just within, I don't respect his teaching. So it's like, I don't think that's necessarily bricking myself up, but there's a possibility. With regards to all of us.
Do you think you could be bricked up in idealism?
No, I hate it.
What do you mean you hate it?
Like, I don't agree with idealism. I know about it, but I don't agree with it. And that's why I'm saying the whole thing of what I'm saying is that until you actually speak something or you can actually articulate that idea, then it just remains an idea of form. Until you actually start to bring the sculpture out from within the marble, it will just remain marble, but the sculpture is still within there. It's still in there, but it's also in another realm of forms at the same time.
That realm of forms at the same time thing, what do you mean? Where is that?
I would say that's kind of the realm of thought.
Is it a realm?
I think so.
Do you believe in life after love?
Do you believe in love?
I will warn you, you only get one. That was it.
Yeah, it can be tough, man.
You say that things don't exist until you give them form, until you've defined them into existence. Are you saying that if I were to encounter something and not be able to identify it, that it does not exist?
No, because you're still observing it. And
doesn't that negate everything you've said about being able to put words to it?
No. Like you're telling me that if you were gonna like physically run into something and see something, but you don't know how to describe it, does that negate its existence? No, because you're perceiving it. And like even quantum mechanics would say that, you know, we know that light changes from a particle to a wave upon observation.
Fascinating.
That isn't true at all, honestly.
Well, now they all know what I mean when I say fascinating.
So yeah, the simple observation, yeah, doesn't negate, or just the fact that you can't explain it does not mean it's denied or negate the existence of a physical object.
So, where did you get the idea that a particle becomes a wave on observation?
Isn't that what the key difference between changing that allows light to change from a wave to a particle is observation?
No. It's an interaction with the system.
What system?
The waveform. Like, if the equipment is turned on that is recording the effect of a waveform turning into a particle, if that equipment is turned on, measuring it, that would be the observation. If somebody's merely looking at it, nothing happens. It's an interaction within the quantum system. It's not a conscious observer.
Well, just learned something new.
Happens all the time. It's fascinating.
So if you were mistaken about this observer effect, does that mean that your concept of forms and observation, chiseling away at the stone, does that all still fit the way it did before?
In a way. Because I would say it would kind of support transcendental idealism, because it would, by you seeing a physical object and not being able to describe it other than the fact that you are aware of the object, that now becomes an empirical way of describing it rather than an idealistic, which is still a form which is still a form of describing existence.
Fascinating.
Thank you. I think so too.
I'm reminded of something Indigo Montoya once said. But we'll move past that. Stone.
What's up?
What does this belief accomplish for you? What does it do?
I think that ultimately the Dharma and the teaching of the Buddha.
Yeah, we weren't talking about Buddhism anymore.
Well,
that's way back there.
So what teaching are you talking about then?
This transcendental idealism that you're now adopting.
What does it serve? That it's ultimately the deepest understanding that we have within epistemology.
How is it an understanding and not a misunderstanding?
It could be a misunderstanding, but I mean, just within the philosophical field of epistemology, it was a clash back and forth between the idealists like Plato and Leibniz and Descartes versus the empiricists like Locke and Hume.
And forth. Plato and Descartes went back and forth.
I did go back.
Just back.
I did go back and forth, but
you went back and forth. I thought you said Plato and Descartes went back and forth, and I was like, how the fuck?
No. I'm saying that they were idealists, and then you had the empiricists like Locke and then Hume, and then you had Kant who came and said, and then fused them together. Mental idealism argues that you can have both idealism and empiricism exist simultaneously at the same time, versus the one or the other. So that is, to answer your question, that's the purpose that it serves. It's the path for understanding knowledge. That's the middle way between idealism and empiricism.
It's the path.
Because not everything can, because I think not everything can be described idealistically, and I don't think not everything can be described empirically. And I think that's what the issue that Kant was running into, is that at the time when he was writing, everyone previous to him was just picking one side or another, and was like, no, you can have both.
Why is that important to you?
Because it's important to me because as I live my life, I like to live it with awareness, which means that I'm not only aware of the things that I do, but I'm aware of the things that I think, and I like to be aware of how I think and where those thoughts come from, and as well as what I think and what I believe, and where those beliefs and those thoughts all come from.
Is it an awareness if it is assumed?
Is what assumed?
The awareness you're talking about. You like to be aware. That's how this is helping you. If it is assumed, is it an awareness?
I don't think awareness is an assumption.
Then,
I mean, it can be, but those that are truly aware, and that want to be aware, and it's not an assumption.
You're saying, so every time I begin speaking, you start adding more, so hang on just a second. You're saying that at your awareness, that if it is an awareness, that it's most likely not an assumption. Is that what you're saying? That it can be an assumption, but it's somehow not likely to be. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I don't really think awareness and assumption have anything to do with it. It's just rather than not. It's just the difference in living catalytic to your thoughts versus not.
So you're saying you're living catalytic to your thought?
I'm saying by being aware, and by why people study philosophy and epistemology is so that they're not.
How do you know this awareness that of your middle path is not an assumption?
Because by questioning your own beliefs. If you're questioning, right there, it shows awareness rather than just following.
Because you're questioning, it shows awareness. How are you questioning your assumption?
I had to question to get to the. I had to question myself for, the past 10 years to get to this assumption. It's not like I just randomly, arrived here.
And in questioning yourself, you ended up with this transcendental idealism, because it is the middle path. And
with regards to acquiring knowledge. With regards to knowledge.
To knowledge.
With regards to knowledge. That's.
So it only works, this framework of things. See, we ended up on this because we were trying to understand really what it was that you believed. And you had started saying that things didn't exist until you could form them or describe them, or I think you even said write them down.
Yeah.
So is that the belief that you're, because now we've questioned and you're saying this is more of just a mental thing. Things only exist for you mentally if you can describe them. Is this a subjective framework?
I think it's only Humean when people can't figure it out to put Descartes before the horse.
Funny. I'm sorry, can you repeat that question one more time? I got lost in the Descartes joke.
Yeah, I was just asking if this transcendental idealism was a framework that was more a mental thing. Was this something that is just your subjective processing, and the way you see things is not existing until you can describe them, or existing in some thought realm, I think is what you said.
Yes. Yes.
So this is just a mental framework of how you compute reality.
But it's it's not a mental framework. It's like I said, it's almost like a different, the closest way I can describe it is it's almost like a different dimension or plane of existence.
You're talking about the thought realm.
Yes.
What is a dimension?
A unit of measurement.
So it's another unit of measurement.
I guess. But it's not a subjective realm because you have access to it as well.
I'm sorry, I would have access to your thought realm.
The realm that I'm getting my thoughts from, you have the same access as well too.
What do you mean I have access to the realm where you are getting your thoughts? How do you verify that realm is identical?
Because that realm is going all around us, and that realm is going
around us. How is it going? What's the going?
It's like where our brains are like cell towers, transfiguring this cell towers among a.
Can you tell me where the receiver in the brain is?
The receiver?
If it's a cell tower, like if this is a tower and we're accessing something, where's the receiver?
Probably the pineal gland.
What is the function of the pineal gland?
I mean, I'm not a neuroscientist, so I think the closest or the best understanding of the pineal gland that I have is the pineal gland is, I would describe it as the place where your chi and all of your
Chi and life force reside in the pineal gland.
Yeah, that's what I would say it resides.
Has this been discovered or reported by neuroscience at all? Have they?
No, but the Egyptians theorized it quite a lot.
Have endocrinologists figured anything out about that? Is there anything there where they study glands?
Yeah, because I don't know it's not like you can put a soul or a life force in a body or in a jar.
What is a soul?
Or this chi.
Chi. And how have you verified that there is this chi?
Because that's just the Eastern and Chinese way of describing. It's like a force, a type of force that is thrown all throughout existence.
It's thrown throughout existence, and yet it resides in a gland in your head.
While you're alive. And then it leaves. Because it's weightless. Like I said, it's not
so
like...
Hang on. You're just adding, and I need to pause in the conversation for a good reason. I do need really quickly to thank, Morgan Le Fay, Philly Red, Inksomnia, Heather's Descent, 3 Pips, Danny Grax, and Heretical Apothecary. Appreciate all of you so much. Stone.
What's up?
What causes you to believe that the pineal gland is a receiver for this chi force?
Because I would say that the pineal gland is also and again, I'm not a neuroscience, so I may get this information wrong, but apparently, when you die and your brain releases DMT, it's released from your pineal gland. And
fascinating.
And furthermore, when the Egyptians were drawing the
Before we go
eyes
to the
of
furthermore, right?
when the
Egyptians.
Egyptians were drawing the eye of Horus and the eye of Isis, they're very similar to the pineal gland that we have in modern day.
Pineal gland, fascinating. So, really quick before you go on about the Egyptian eyes, what is it you said about the release of a neurochemical upon unalivement?
Yeah, apparently upon unalignment, your brain releases.
You don't need to say the chemical, but yeah,
a powerful neurochemical.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Again, I don't with 100% certainty, but I don't think that that rumor was just made up in neuroscience. And I know that they've spent money trying to do research on whether or not that's true. But
do you know if they have conclusive evidence?
Well, I mean, it's something that I don't know, because you don't take anything with you at death's gate. So it's kind of a hard card to prove. It's like, how do you?
I'm sorry, you're saying it's hard to prove that there are that there's a gland in the brain that releases a chemical
upon death. Actually, I don't know. I would have to look it up and see if they've done neuroscans of people while they're being offed or while they're going to permasleep.
Can we get some W's for the I don't know that was so hard fought?
Yeah.
So you don't know if it releases upon unalivement, if that is actually what it does, and if it does that at all, if the gland does release that chemical upon unalivement, how does that tell you that there's anything being received as far as a signal of chi across the universe?
It's just, I've heard just different ways of the pineal gland being described, and through different cultures and traditions, that I would think that ultimately it's with you know what, I take that back. I take back everything I just said about the chi residing in the pineal gland. Take that all back.
Fair enough, Stone. Sounds like we've hit an I don't know. A pretty firm one.
Well, because then, yeah, and the reason I take that back is because that would mean that only organisms with brains have this life force or chi, which is not true.
Which is not true. You say it's not true.
Yeah.
Why do you say it's not true? Is that because the belief requires that all living things, brains or no brains, would have chi.
Yes, all living things have
Because
chi.
so you're walking back your assumption prior, which I like to hear an assumption walked back based on an I don't know, but you're basing it on a presupposition.
That all living things have chi? Yes.
Why do you hold that presupposition?
Because, one of the other principles and tenets within Buddhism is that all life has intrinsic value. And if something has intrinsic value, then there has to be something within it to possess that intrinsic value. Because
intrinsic value, what is value?
Well, there's two types of value. There's intrinsic and there's instrumental. And intrinsic value is a thing is valuable in of itself because it is that thing. Whereas if something has instrumental value, it only has value in the service that it provides to you. So this phone that we're both speaking on right now.
Right. You said value a whole bunch. What is value? You gave me two types of value. What is value?
A measure of importance.
Importance.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Importance. I would say importance is the requirements to be there.
A requirement to be there.
I don't think I'm required to be here anymore. I'll see you soon.
Appreciate you, Tiny.
I don't know, because you're
W on that exit, because that was beautifully timed.
I mean, in the same way, it's in this way, like if something is, it's very similar. Like if something's valuable, then it's important. And so I guess I would say it's what is value? It's a measure of worth.
A measure of worth.
A measure of worth.
So yes. Importance and value and worth. Are these, what is the worth, the value, the importance? What is any of that related to? Like,
the prolongivity of existence.
The prolongivity.
Yeah, or I guess
prolongevity.
Prolongevity. That's why we value things the way we do, is for the prolongevity of existence.
We value things the way we do.
Yes.
For the prolongment of existence.
Mm-hmm.
Of what existence?
Of a thing. The thing in of itself.
Of all things. When two things existence. Sorry.
All things. All things.
Sorry. When two things existence, their prolongigity is at odds with each other, do you still value both equally? Sorry, I had to throw the prolongigity in there for Tiny.
So if two
things are at odds with their prolongigity, if their ability to exist is at odds with each other, do you value them both equally?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. I mean, that's very, that's kind of a very ambiguous question.
It is an ambiguous question, and it's not. I'm not expecting a specific
I don't
answer
know.
on why this over that, but you recognize that there will be a this over that eventually.
Mm-hmm.
So, if these values are judgments that individuals are making, then what is intrinsic?
That thing has value before I made that judgment.
According to you.
I guess.
Value to you.
I guess.
I don't mean it to be like that's your opinion, man, but it kind of, the way you're stating it is that things will have value according to these stipulations that you are prescribing value to. So value is a subjective thing that you're ascribing to things. So how can it be intrinsic?
Because it already had that value before I.
The value based on the parameters
yes,
that you assigned.
Because as soon as that thing, the way that it had.
As soon as you assigned the parameters, then it had the value.
No.
Well, it already had the value, you just hadn't assigned the parameters yet. But that's
as soon as it came into existence, the moment that we were born.
Mm-hmm. You're saying as soon as something comes into existence, it has whatever intrinsic value. To what? What is it valuable to?
It's valuable in of itself.
In and of itself. What do you mean? To who though? Who's measuring that value?
They are.
So it's valuable to itself. So everything is valuable. Every living thing is valuable to itself.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So,
but
it's a fairly obvious statement, though, right?
Sure, and I would say that all living things have value, but there's how we measure
to themselves.
To themselves, right?
So they value their own existence.
Yes.
And you decided parameters that give you reason to value their existence as well.
Oh, sure, we do it all the time with nature.
So then is there any actual intrinsic value, or is that a word choice that makes it feel like it's irrevocable?
No, because I would just say that, and I was on here one time talking with you. I don't remember, with Aristotle and the hierarchy of souls. And so on this thing that every living thing obviously has value within of itself to itself. But there's also a hierarchy of value as well. And
hierarchy according to your set of parameters.
Yep. And we all do it. We all
decide our own sets of parameters.
Yes.
To assign value.
Yeah.
Subjectively to things.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you being up here, Stone. I don't think I have any more questions. I hope that you keep asking questions, but I think we're ready to move on.
Thanks, Batcolyte. Peace out, man.
Mm-hmm. Take care. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I see we have a couple of requests. I bet that one's still there. Hello, Heretical. How you doing today?
Hey, Thrayle, how are you doing?
Doing quite well.
Yay, my favorite skeleton's in the same place.
The question is, who has more importance?
I suppose that's going to depend on who you ask, since
I love you both equally.
That's what every parent says.
You're damn right.
It's a cop out, but I guess I'll deal with it.
I've accepted a few requests so far, and none of them are actually there. It turns out that they were all ghosts, and I still don't believe in ghosts, so I'm going to have to see better evidence. If you have a belief in ghosts or goblins or ghouls or gods or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue or tell you you're wrong, though I might find what you say fascinating. But I do just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? To be fair, it's not every time I say fascinating. Sometimes things really are just fascinating.
It isn't, for sure. There's definitely a specific distinction between them, but I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Hello, quotes backup. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
18.
What year were you born?
2000.
That's unfortunate you can't do math.
You should probably pay attention in algebra.
Buy a calendar. Do you even know what year it is now? Why would you say 2000?
I was gonna say I didn't pay attention in algebra, and that's why I'm here on TikTok lives. So you need to start paying attention in algebra.
Otherwise, your only option is to be a cynical skeleton with a penchant for AI art. I've seen it happen.
If I had a nickel for every time that happened, I'd have 2 nickels. But it's really weird that it happened twice.
Oh my god.
Oh, I almost want to question someone in the comments I know better than to even try to question, because I just know it doesn't go anywhere. But maybe it can go somewhere if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. I just segued out of a segue into a segue.
You did. That was skillful.
Maybe we need a believer with one of them. What's that word again? Oh, beliefs in those things they do. The believing in, it's like I think it's called a gourd.
Yeah, that tracks. Gourds.
Because they say, oh my gourd.
I think the Southern came out just a little bit. You got them, one of them there, goddamn one them there, you know what I'm talking about there, boy? You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I ain't got no idea what you're talking about that much.
See, I understood you perfectly.
I mean, I can also translate Boomhauer, but
This, I already know where this questioning's gonna go, but we do, yeah, we did say a believer in a belief that you can question. And it's been a while since I questioned Mr. Bay. How you doing, Mr. Bay?
As well, praise be to Allah. Yes, it has been a while. I was just thinking of that as I came to your live. How is everyone?
Doing quite well. And just a quick reminder for everyone, since it has been so long. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am at the prime age of 40, according to the Quran of Mecca. So yes,
Prime age of 40, according to the Quran of Mecca. A distinction of from the Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America, correct?
You are right and exact.
So to catch everyone up, you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or something like that, right?
No, it's one God.
Just
His
one
name
God.
is Allah. Yes, one God. One great God, let me be specific. One great God.
And who is his prophet?
His last prophet in these days is Noble Drew Ali.
Noble Drew Ali. So how do you reconcile Muhammad's seal of the prophets?
Well, yes. So I understand that Prophet Muhammad was a statesman, right? He was all about legislation. I believe he created the first constitution for Medina, if I'm not mistaken. So when it comes to him being the seal, I think he is considered the seal of legislation. He's the seal of the prophets. And that, yes, I would say
no law will be given by any other prophet after Muhammad. Did Noble Drew Ali provide any laws from Allah?
Yes, he did. 7.
So then, I'm sorry. How does Muhammad serve as the seal of the law if Noble Drew Ali gave laws as well?
So he's a seal as in like the seal of approval, like how when you want to authenticate any type of lettering or any type of document, you have to have some type of seal of approval on there. So I would say seal in that sense.
Like, what is a seal?
Well, in English, the word seal means sign, right? That's the first original meaning of that. When I looked up the origin of the word.
It means sign.
That's right.
So seal just means sign. You said in the origin of the word.
Yes, I mean, well, without belittling it by saying just means, I mean, that is a significant sign, to be a sign of Allah, right? A prophet of Allah,
So,
yes, it's a sign.
The word in Arabic that would be used there, do you know what that is?
Yes, plenty of the Muslims of the East or the Oriental Muslims, as I call them, they would be more inclined to say that means last and final. But of course, in the Quran of Mecca, Allah does identify himself as last and final. So he then all of a sudden have a forgetful moment to say that in Surah 33:40 that you're quoting from about seal of the prophets. So there's a difference between seal and last in the context of, or in the word of Allah, or in Allah's speech.
So you're saying that he I'm sorry, I must have missed the explanation. How is it that he's saying he's the seal if he's not the final, as the Arabic word means?
Yes, as I said, seal as in the a seal of a document. Like for example, by him bringing the Quran itself, no one cannot bring anything else without acknowledging the prophet that came before, right? And that's pretty much what all prophets do. They do acknowledge or confirm the prophets that came before them. So Prophet Muhammad being that seal, yes, we would have to, whoever comes in with the Quran, they would have to acknowledge those prophets.
Can you tell me what?
Like for example,
Can you tell me what?
oh, go ahead.
Right. I'm sorry. You're saying because Noble Drew Ali confirms Muhammad, then he's recognizing the seal, and that makes it somehow it means the seal isn't broken. I'm a little confused here because aren't there other prophets who recognized Muhammad after him, and yet I don't think the Moorish Science Temple of America recognizes Baha'u'llah, for instance, as a prophet.
Well, did that person you just mentioned, did he come with the Quran in the name of Allah?
Did he come with a Quran?
That's correct.
Like, so every prophet should write their own Quran?
I wouldn't say all that, no.
So if he didn't come with a Quran, if he came with his own words, his own books, that claimed he was the next in a new cycle of prophets after Muhammad.
Oh, you know what? That's interesting. Okay, I'll play along with this one. So that no one else can come with anything else, right? Because then that would have to conflict with what the Bible says, that whoever comes with a different gospel other than this shall be accursed. So when it comes to Prophet Muhammad, he came with a gospel about Jesus, right? It's not.
I'm sorry,
it's
but
not
wait, his gospel about Jesus denies the crucifixion, though, doesn't it? Doesn't it directly deny the crucifixion?
No, it does not. Remember, in that verse, it said it appeared so. But we can get into that. But what I'm saying is that when it comes to Prophet Muhammad, he was acknowledging certain events about Jesus that is not mentioned in the Bible. Same way with Noble Drew Ali. He acknowledged certain events about Jesus that are not mentioned in the Bible. So therefore, now the whole life cycle of Jesus' story is now complete.
So you're saying because Noble Drew Ali mentioned things about Jesus that weren't mentioned in the Bible, if Baha'u'llah mentioned things about Jesus that weren't mentioned in the Bible, would that make his prophecy just as true as Noble Drew Ali?
No, because then he would have to acknowledge Noble Drew Ali in that chronological order in that sense.
I'm sorry, he was before Noble. What year was Noble Drew Ali's revelation?
Well, he didn't. So what he did was
it was the early 1900s, wasn't it? 1960s.
So the revelation comes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bay. I'm just trying to remember. I'm not trying to paint you into a corner. When was Noble Drew Ali's revelation? When did he write the Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America?
Yeah, so two corrections there. He didn't write anything. And
he didn't write anything.
Yeah, he didn't write anything. So two,
so he didn't come with the Quran.
So the second one is that the revelations come from Prophet Muhammad, right? What Noble Drew Ali did was he fulfilled the prophecies, right? So that's what makes him.
But he didn't write anything.
No, he didn't write. He divinely prepared the Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America. That's different from writing something.
But he didn't write any of that.
According to the scripture, woe to those who write these scriptures and say it's from your Lord. And Noble Drew Ali did not write anything. The only thing we have of him from his own penmanship is maybe a signature.
Okay, so I'm just clarifying, Mr. Bay. Yeah, I'm understanding. So you're saying that he didn't write it; he only prepared it.
Divinely prepared it.
Divinely, what does that mean?
Well, divine means godlike, right? In a godly way.
Divine, so in a godly way. What does that mean?
So in our Quran questions for Moorish Americans, it says in our questionnaire, will you define the word white? White means purity, purity means God, and God means the ruler of the land. So aside from the purity and aside from the white part, because that's a social construct going on, But looking at the word God means ruler of the land. So that's what
Sorry, so you're dismissing the part where it says white because of the social construct, but you're saying it means ruler of the land. So,
no. I only just wanted to focus on ruler on the land. I didn't want to drop nothing out, but I know we'd have to go into a whole nother subject about the white.
Right. I'm not wanting to go into a whole other subject. I'm still trying to figure out how Noble Drew Ali, you said, when I asked you about Baha'u'llah, you said, did he come with the Quran from Allah? I don't know if it would count as a Quran. I don't know if it's said to be from Allah. I honestly was a bad Baha'i. So...
Oh, well, yeah, that would be the criteria, I would say. That he would have to come with the Quran. Yes,
I'm understanding that. You're saying that's the criteria, but Noble Drew Ali prepared this Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America, and I'm not sure how you verified he didn't write any of it or decide any of it. How did you determine that he didn't have a hand in it other than divinely preparing, which we've not even begun to describe what that means. Ruler of a land preparing.
Yeah, so when it comes to it being divinely prepared, so for what he says in the Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America is that outside world, right? And these secrets was with the Muslims of India, Palestine, and Egypt.
So he said that.
Well, yes. So, and I'm assuming that this would be more so of him reciting this.
So that's his.
Reciting it, and then it would be published.
So he never wrote. He never wrote it.
He didn't wrote it. No, he didn't write it. He published it, but he didn't write it.
How do you know he didn't write it? Is it possibly?
Because we don't have anything of him that would support that claim.
You don't have anything of him. He's the publisher of the book, but you have nothing to support that he could have written any of it.
Nothing.
Except the words that he's. You say there are words that are attributed to him, though, right? There are words that are like his words in the book.
Think of it like
does he have words that he wrote in the book, like he said?
Well, yes. Yes. The last 4 chapters are of his own words.
So then, how do you know he didn't write any of it if it is the last 4 chapters are his own words? How do you know any of it isn't written by him?
So the other 44 chapters is compiled, right? So it's compiled by the teachings about what was going on with Jesus from all that time. So think of it like
you say compiled, but how do you know that they are compiled and not added to or altered in any way?
Well, no, it's not altered because again, these stories are true. According, if you follow,
you say they're true according to whom?
I'm trying to answer, and he's like, "You're interrupting after every other word."
Stories about Jesus are true according to whom?
Right, according to our prophet Noble Drew Ali. So when it comes to the teachings of it, think of it like of it being a master.
So just to clarify, Mr. Bay, the book says that the stories are true. So the stories within the book are true because the prophet said the stories are true. I'm trying to understand truly, and it's sounding like you're painting a circle, like you're just saying the stories are in the book about Jesus. Noble Drew Ali confirms the stories are true, so the stories are true. I'm not hearing how you've verified that there are true stories about Jesus in this book that are true.
Right, and I'm trying to get it out, just like how you just got everything out right there. I'm trying to get it out just like that, and it didn't even take long. You said it a couple of seconds. I just want a couple of seconds. That's if possible. That's okay.
That was 10. Keep going.
You counting up, all right. So yeah, when it comes to the teachings of Jesus, yes, they were already in existence, but they were not divinely prepared. There is a book but that came out just before the Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America. It's called the Aquarius Gospel, or Aquarian Gospel, right? It's by a man named Levi Dowling. And he claims that these teachings came from the Akashic records, right? So he didn't give any attribution, if I'm saying it correctly. He didn't give any praises to the creator that created all of this, right? So that would be one of the major distinctions when it comes to divinely preparing something.
So, to be clear, these books were published, I'm sorry, these stories of Jesus were published in another book called The Gospel of Aquarius, you said?
Yeah, something of that nature.
Okay, so they were published there, and then could have been prepared divinely by Noble Drawley by saying that it was God.
No, it wasn't God. It's by the guidance of his Father God, Allah. But keep in mind, again, in the Holy Quran and the Moorish Science Temple of America, it says that these secrets was kept from the outside world, from the Muslims of India, Egypt, and Palestine. So now you got to go to those particular places and see what was the highest teacher that walked those lands, and what did he teach? And that's how you can connect that to what Jesus did in his time.
And so I'm not sure how that connects to what Jesus did in his time.
Right. So, okay. So what I'm saying is, like, for example, you would go to Palestine and you would learn about anybody that had the highest of wisdom, the highest of teachings, the highest of piety, who conducted
the highest of
themselves
piety when?
Well, we can go back to as far as you can.
I'm saying if I go there
who was the
now,
last person to do that? So it's like,
my question.
when it comes to Palestine, I would say that the last person that walked those lands would be Jesus, right? So
okay,
then
so you're saying if I go to Palestine now and try to find the most pious or whatever, that's not going to help me to understand a story about Jesus, because Jesus was the last one in Palestine. So I'd have to go somewhere else and find the most pious there, and whenever they were, and they would be able to tell me or confirm a story about Jesus.
No. What they do is they would.
Okay, because that's what it sounded like what you said.
And that's what I'm trying to finish my thought, though. Right. So
well, that's the reason why I keep. Let me clarify really quickly. The reason why I keep interrupting is not because I'm trying to stop you from finishing your thoughts, but rather because the thoughts that you keep starting are already perplexing, confusing, and contradictory. So by the time I'm asking you, it's to clarify what you've already left us in the dust with, Mr. Bay.
Totally understand that. However, even when I'm trying to finish one thought of it, that will pretty much circle back to what it is that's being asked about in the first place, you lose train of thought, or you get me to lose train of thought. So it's like, okay, yeah, I was about to answer that, like probably 2 questions after you would just ask me something. You see what I'm saying? It would have fulfilled that. But nonetheless, yeah. So when it comes to learning these teachings, yes, you will have to go to these particular lands, or
I'm going to ask
just
you.
read about them.
I think I just got one more question, Mr. Bay.
Okay.
Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah. Yes, I can.
What does that mean?
It would mean for me, it would question how great can I be? Because it is saying that I am the Lord of all worlds.
So you can't question the truth of the claims of Noble Drawley. You can't question the truth of the God that you follow, or the claims of the books.
As far as what Noble Drawley brought us, no. There's nothing to be questioned on if it's true or false. That's absolute truth.
So you're dogmatic, unquestioning, unyielding, and
no, I questioned it at first. I'm like, when I first teachings, I did question it at first. I initially questioned it. When he told me that I was not Negro, black, and colored, I had to look at myself.
Sure, and then you decided that you agreed with these things, and you can't question them anymore now. Right?
Yes, eventually, yes.
Sure.
Came to that.
Okay. I don't know that I have any more questions.
7 years now.
Yeah, I find the level of dogmatic fanaticism disturbing, but maybe somebody else has a question.
I appreciate your questioning. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Mr. Bay. Hope you take care. hope you decide ever to question your beliefs, because that'd be good. That'd be real good. Really, really good. So good. That was something.
Yeah, he didn't even try.
Nope.
We've had this before. We've tried before. And I mean no ill will at all towards Mr. Bay. I do appreciate him giving it a shot. But we come to a pretty firm space every time that he cannot question these things. I said before I brought him up, I knew how this was going to end.
Mm-hmm.
That was not me being a psychic. It was me hoping I was wrong, honestly.
No, it's clearly the $49.99 courses that Raccoon Trio is offering.
That's right. Kira's psychic lessons have clearly caught up to me. Yeah, it's interesting. And the last few times we've discussed, we went much deeper into the scripture that he's talking about, and there are some very interesting claims made in those scriptures. Nothing. I'm not trying to pinpoint or shame. I'm just saying there's some interesting claims made. Speaking of interesting claims made, hello, Jesus is King. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
29.
Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Absolutely. He's in the name that I carry my account
I
on.
figured that might be the case, but I didn't want to make an assumption. So, have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Why not? Because not everything that the Bible says is inspired by God directly.
Not everything the Bible says is inspired by God directly.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, you chose not to read it at all.
I do read it. Just haven't read it all. Just to be being honest.
So are some of the claims in the Bible false?
What do you think could be false? What do you think? I don't think any of the claims in the Bible are false.
Okay, so you said that not all of them are inspired by God, but there's nothing in there that's false.
Yeah. It's for a good example, if I want to lie, most lies have a fraction off of truth.
That's not actually answering my question. I get. Well, maybe it is. So you're saying that the Bible has a fraction of truth, and
not necessarily. Mostly, it is divinely inspired by.
Oh, mostly divinely inspired.
Yeah, mostly divinely inspired by.
How about Genesis? Is that divinely inspired?
Oh yes, everything that was written by Moses from the first 5 books of the Torah. Everything that was
first 5 books were written by Moses.
Yeah, they were written by Moses, inspired by the Holy Ghost.
So that's all God inspired. That's all true.
Yeah, that's all true.
So 6-day creation, that's true.
6-day creation, according to our. Did you know that original Torah Bible actually didn't have numbers? That actually came in later by Jewish tradition, actually.
Sure. So I'm not sure how that answers whether or not you believe the 6-day creation is true.
Oh, I was getting to that point.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy point. Can you get there?
It's not necessarily something that you can just describe in just one simple answer like everybody likes to get. You think God is just going to give you a simple answer?
I'm not
Yes.
asking God for answers. I'm asking you, the guest on my panel, who's named himself after the God he worships out of hubris, I'm sure. I'm asking you. So can you tell me if you believe in the six-day creation?
Yes, absolutely.
And do you believe Adam and Eve were the first two humans?
Yes, the first two humans created, yes.
Or were there humans before that?
That's a very good question. Because it does make references to other humans. So I can't say that that's a lie.
Interesting. You can't say that it's a lie?
Yeah, that there were other humans around.
Is it a belief that you hold?
It's a philosophy.
It's a philosophy that there were other humans around. Are you drunk?
It's just a philosophy. I can't necessarily prove it. I can't read in between.
What does philosophy mean? Okay, are you drunk?
No, I'm not drunk at all.
Fascinating.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I heard you.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, what was the other question you had?
Why do you believe in a six-day creation and Adam and Eve?
Why do I? Well,
first two created humans.
Why do you? What do you believe in? What do you believe in the six-day creation?
It'd be nice if you answered the question.
He's not going to. He's too drunk to actually know that he's where he is or what he's doing. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. Hear how quick he was to object.
That drives me crazy. Just answer the question. Like, why I don't understand why do you need to get defensive about it? You're not trying to attack it.
It's just it's a common response. It's something one of the questions I put on my live yesterday. It's the same thing if you put your faith underneath a microscope and you start examining it, people will automatically just get defensive about it.
Oh, well, that answers everything. Apparently, he'll always answer with a question. That just clears everything up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that's some kind of start. It's a way to avoid, I guess, approaching or introspecting your beliefs. At least there's questions involved. I would say that's a blasphemous use of questioning.
Blasphemous. Oh, apparently we're not serious because we laughed.
Oh. Yeah.
I don't know what he means by that.
He thought we were serious for a moment. He thought for a moment is what that means. I really shouldn't do that.
You're being a bully.
That's not nice.
Hello, crypto trader. Can
Hello,
I get your age
how
for
are you guys?
TOS? Doing great.
What's going on?
Can I get your age?
Age is 27.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes,
And which god do you believe in?
the one and only God,
And which one and only god is that?
Allah.
And have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
I have.
In Arabic?
Yes.
And did you understand it?
Not 100%.
Fair enough, that's honest. Do you believe that it is entirely true and God-breathed?
No doubt.
Why do you believe that?
Because if whatever it is written is true, whatever it will happen in the future is true. It's happening now.
I'm sorry, it says what will happen in the future is
There's so many things not
happening. What does it say that is happening?
It says when the day of judgment is nearby, the girls will be more and comparing to the men's.
It says the day of judgment is nearby.
Nearby, yeah.
What do you mean by nearby?
It means it's when it is coming to be close, the day of judgment.
The day of judgment is coming to be close.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, like, what indicates that there is a day of judgment coming other than what it says in the book?
There are so many things. There are so many things happening.
Yeah, tell me what it is that indicates that this prophecy is being fulfilled.
The fights are happening between each other.
Because people fight.
Yeah.
Oh, did that not happen before this book was written?
No, it happened, but after
it did happen.
After the Second World War and
So
Third
people-
World War gonna happen.
So people fight.
No, of course not. But people are fighting, right?
I'm sorry, you're saying people don't fight, but they are fighting?
Yeah, people should not fight, but they are fighting.
I see, they should not fight, but they do fight, right?
Yes, yes.
Have they always fought?
Not really.
What do you mean, not really?
No, always they don't fight. But it is so many things are happening which I cannot explain. It's not coming on my mind.
There are so many things that aren't coming to your mind.
No, it's not coming to my mind. Like how I can explain you exactly what is happening.
But you believe that it's happening. You can't explain what's happening, but it's happening, and it's a prophecy because your book said.
Yeah. Okay, what religion do you believe in?
What I believe doesn't matter, Crypto. Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, I can.
What does that mean?
I can question my belief. I have questioned and I have got an answer. I have no more questions anymore.
You've had all the answers to all your questions given.
Yeah.
And you'll never have another question.
No.
Why did you request up on a panel that says, can you question your beliefs?
In my panel?
If the topic of my live is questioning beliefs, why did you request up if you can't question
No,
your
I was just curious what is here going on.
Oh, well, now you know. Yeah, we're questioning beliefs, which is something you said you can't do, Crypto Trader. I would wonder why not. Why can't you question your beliefs? But you say it's because you've already gotten all your answers. And you somehow live in a certainty that you won't have questions again.
Okay, what is this broad about?
What?
What is this broad about? What is going on here? Like all
I just
devil.
explained it. I'm not going to explain it again. Is that seriously the question you chose to ask?
I feel like there might have been some sort of language barrier there or some sort of dialect issue.
I agree.
Somewhat there was, but also there's precedent for. What am I trying to say? There's reason to believe that he would not be able to question his beliefs. And I can be questioned on that, but we're not going to, because I think we've got a guest.
Hello.
Hello. Interesting name there. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 30. I believe.
Can you back off the
Yahweh.
microphone? Stop. Can you back off the microphone just a little bit?
Yeah. I believe in Yahweh.
Stop. You're just shouting into the microphone. Back it up a little bit. Maybe hold it about. If you're gonna talk that loud, maybe hold the microphone like 10 feet away from you, because you are basically shouting into it.
I believe in Yahweh.
He just laughed and ignored me.
Yeah.
If you listened for even just a moment at what he said in the beginning, indicates 90% of what I need to know. Could be that shot. The profile, the choice of words when he came up, and yeah, I have my answers. But if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. Go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to tear you down or make you look like a fool. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? He said enough, Sebastian. He didn't say that. He said the name of a deity that someone with that profile picture believing in that deity would not say. Between that and the other choices of words in that profile, I can make a pretty clear guess as to his intention. I could be wrong. Mon 7A, that's an interesting place to be, not knowing what you believe. But that's fair, if it's an honest answer. I wonder if there's anybody else, though, who does know what they believe, yet is capable of questioning it. It's a fine line to walk. Maybe that's why I sit so long between good conversations. Repeating the segue. Because we're waiting for a diamond in the rough. I don't know if that's the right description, though. We actually see a lot of diamonds up here, don't we? Morgan's one of those diamonds.
No. Stop.
I'm one of those rocks that you find with all the shells and all like the stupid like ammonite looking shit in it. The stupid fossils, the ones that you find everywhere. I'm one of those.
trilobites.
Yeah, I'm a troglodyte. Yeah.
Oh
That
my
was an
god,
expert
you're a
setup.
mouse.
Well done. I have a different thought about what a troglodyte is in my brain because of D&D.
I was gonna say that's the first thing I went to.
For me, it's a stinky humanoid lizard.
It's in my homebrew world, the troglodytes and the turtles, and then like the fish folk are like fighting for
Okatha.
what? Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Okay. I was asking, but
No, it's the fish folk, and that's how it's described, and that's how it's gonna stay because I can't remember
Okay.
every race's name. And they're fighting for supremacy in a swampland area, and that's where, like, in one campaign, you have to go and like figure out who's rightful owner of the swampland area, and clearly it's the turtles.
Is that because you have an affinity for turtles? I mean, amongst the three.
No, there's four. There's Donatello, Michelangelo, Raphael, and then Leonardo. There's four.
oh no.
I'm glad to know I'm not the only animated skeleton on TikTok that names his turtles after the Ninja Turtles.
The one turtle's name is Onek Steelbone. He's from the Steelbone clan, and he's pretty fucking badass. But I'm not going to talk about my cool D&D characters
because that'll get us a what the fuck screen.
Yeah. What the fuck are turtles?
What the fuck are turtles? I do have one what the fuck with a turtle in it. Nobody ever seems to notice.
That's in the background. Yeah, I see it.
I don't know which Hindu god that is on the back of the turtle.
Vishnu, maybe.
Could be. I don't think Vishnu's the only one with many arms.
No.
Let's say, isn't that I thought that was a requirement.
It is not a requirement.
It's
just a common feature.
We're getting close into the requirement territory with that if it's a common feature.
So the cracking egg is a reference to the Finnish myth, Vanamoinen playing a magical flute to crack a cosmic egg.
Did you know that the Chinese creation myth also starts with an egg hatching?
That's interesting.
It certainly is.
So I wonder if there's some reason why humans would associate eggs with beginnings.
Please don't do the chicken and egg thing again. I can't handle that right now.
If you know which came first, your belief or the questions, or if you don't, if you question that too, and you're capable of questioning whatever belief that is, then go ahead and request on up. Yeah. Like a C minus.
Apparently that's the Bodhisattva. Not Vishnu, because Vishnu is blue. I thought so, but I couldn't think of Bodhisattva.
And I don't get to use it often enough.
I like it.
I mean, maybe I should start pulling this up every time I start to ask about Genesis. Or beginnings, or...
Yeah. No, that would be a good time to pull this up.
Is that the same category of creator, though? Chalk and cheese? Is that what people mean when they say creator? I gotta make sure that I thank Tiny Science, Danny Grax, Dr. Blue 3, and Ms. Bear. Thank you guys so much for helping with our previous goal. You guys are amazing. Appreciate all of you. And if any of you are amazing enough to join us up here with a belief that you can question, well, you know what those boxes up on the screen are for. They're for you to click on so you can join us. It's really that easy. But also, if you happen to want to not click those boxes, if you want to tap over on the picture there, even if it changes, because it will, then go ahead and tap on that screen. And maybe we can get a few more people in here with a belief that they believe they can question. Maybe. Oh wow, I just looked at my clock. I didn't realize. It's that time already. Not time for a poem, just time for me to pay attention to the time. It's also donut time. I always do donuts around the same time every morning. And practically before I could even call attention to it, I know it was heretical apothecary, but I saw another donut fly up there too. I didn't see who it was. How did I miss it?
I think it was Kim Laird.
Well, thank you, Kim and heretical. Appreciate you. Pam Laird. Yeah, it was Pam. Appreciate you, Pam.
That one. Sorry.
You need glasses. P's and K's.
I probably do need glasses, but I need glasses for distance.
Understandable. Hello there, Frontline. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Awesome, right on cue and everything. Appreciate you. That's gonna hurt you. We should have just let it go, though. We should have listened for a minute. We do appreciate our sleepers, so maybe they really were a sleeper. I don't know about that.
We'll see if they sleep request again.
It can happen twice in a row, but it's rare. Usually it's whatever caused you to request is moved by the time you get back down there. You end up sleep swiping into another live or something.
I've done that. It's awful. I always wake up.
I always feel bad when I end the live knowing there's still people sleeping. I don't know where you're going to end up. Hello, Cheyenne.
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
34.
Can I get you to turn off that background noise? We hear it very clearly and loudly.
I'm trying. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Perfect. And when you do get that background noise cleared up, I just have another question. It's going to be, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Is that okay? Sorry, my daughter's in the living room with me listening to her music, playing video games. Is this okay?
It'll work for the time being, yeah.
Sorry. I'm so sorry, teenagers. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that's a loud controller. But do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. I follow Jesus and God.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Not beginning to end, I can tell you that, but I'm working my way there.
Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
From what I've read, yes.
I am going to have to ask that, yeah, unfortunately she's singing what's likely a copyright.
My daughter's singing.
I'm going to go ahead and set you down. Cheyenne, if you can get to a quieter room, I'd be really interested to talk to you. But for the time being, I think we're going to go ahead and keep moving forward. But very likely that there will be a spot for you soon. We'll see how this next one goes. I appreciate that, Cheyenne. Yep. Looks like the next one was a ghost, so you're in luck. It went
Is this better?
Much better. So much better.
Sorry.
Okay, so you said you haven't read it. You're working your way through it. You read bits and pieces.
Yes.
Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
Yes.
So a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, those are true stories to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Partially faith, I guess you would say, and why else would I have a reason not to believe it?
So because of faith and because of, you said why else?
I haven't heard anything else to make me not believe it, essentially.
I see. So if you did read the story a little more in depth and find some contradiction within the story of creation, would that cause you to doubt or question that belief that it is true?
I'm not sure if it would or not.
Just the 6-day creation.
I'm not sure if it would or not.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think that is?
Am I allowed to ask what your beliefs are?
You can ask it, but I'm not going to answer right now.
Okay.
It doesn't matter too much what I believe, not to the purpose of this conversation.
Okay.
Is there a reason it makes sense to you versus other ones you may or may not have heard?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Cheyenne. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I don't know. I believe that God created everything perfect and in the world, and here we are today, essentially.
Why do you believe that, though? What is the reasoning behind that belief?
You know, I don't know if I've ever been asked that, to be honest.
Well, hi, this is the Batcolyte, and this is Thrayle's Live, and this is what we do up here. We do hit those questions pretty
No,
quick.
that's fine. I'm just saying I don't think I've ever been asked that before.
That's fair. That's fair, Cheyenne.
It's a lot of people don't.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe a mediocre answer, but I mean, just a lot of it is faith. I just believe what I believe, and maybe no reasoning completely. I just believe without proof, essentially.
Cheyenne, you're just shouting over us. I'm trying to ask a clarifying question. I don't know if you're upset or something.
No, I was just saying that I just believe without proof.
Without proof, is that what faith means to you?
You believe something whether you see it or not, yes.
So believing something whether you see it or not is faith for you. Do you do that with anything else? Okay. Fascinating. Well, she got to a quiet place to get a quiet moment alone, at least.
I suppose.
Wait, did she drop?
Yeah, she did that. I did. Yeah, I don't just drop people unless,
Well, clearly it was
it's
more
obvious. I don't want to pronounce that name.
Yes, I think I know the one you're talking about. I'm not going to say anything on that.
I can tell you it probably wasn't the conversation you were having that got you nanted. It was probably your name. But if anybody with a name that's not leaning on the wrong side of ableism has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not interested in arguing or debating or platforming really gross ideas. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it you believe and why do you believe it?
If you believe turtles are the best race in D&D,
Then you don't belong on this panel. I mean, wait, what?
get out.
I want to point out for Digital Alky, if you got voted out, that meant you were up here for a while, not questioning your beliefs. Or when I just feel like it might be about to hit a wall for the guest. Sometimes I do that. Give them a...
I think I remember Digital coming up here, and it was not a conversation that was...
It wasn't the worst.
Yeah.
We've had worse conversation. No, Alky's not a terrible guest, but he doesn't question so much. I don't know. I don't want to say he's completely close-minded. He's probably not as close-minded as some of the guests I have pointed out tonight. Try not to be too negative. It's not about negativity. It's about actually, honestly questioning your beliefs. Hello, Renee. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Good morning. I'm 50.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Well, I've done a lot of questioning for mine. I do not believe anymore, but I used to.
Why don't you believe now?
Because I had to question it, and so I had to have for myself, I had to have proof. Not that I am totally faithful and 100% spiritual.
What does that mean? What is spiritual?
Spiritual means that I believe in myself, and I believe that there is something there that's higher than me, but I don't call it God the way that everybody else calls God.
Okay, so you, you used to believe. What is the question that you think most causes you to not believe now?
So the reason that I used to believe is because my family is very religious, and my dad taught me how to be myself. And so I ended up reading the Bible 7 different times. And then I was like, every time I did, I had questions about it. And he's like, read it again. And so I did. And then I read the Quran. And I read the Odyssey and the Iliad because I just didn't believe. It was not that I didn't believe at that time. It was that.
So you were reading these things, and as you read them, did something about these different stories make you question your belief? Is that why you don't believe now?
Yes.
Is there anything particular that they made you question about your belief?
Yes.
What is that?
They're all the same stories.
I'm sorry, you said the Iliad, the Odyssey, the Quran, and the Bible are all the same story?
Right.
Hey, did you actually read the Iliad?
I did.
Can you tell me how it parallels the Bible in any way?
Yeah, the Iliad has a unicorn or a horse.
I'm sorry, because you're saying there's a unicorn or a horse. Is there a unicorn in the Bible?
No.
Okay.
There's Christ in the Bible, but it's the same
You're
thought.
saying a unicorn in the Iliad is Christ in the Bible.
Well,
Can you tell me how the stories are parallel in any way?
yeah, so in the Iliad, I called it a unicorn because I was younger, but it was actually a horse. And they're the same because they have the same
Do you mean
thoughts.
Pegasus?
Yeah. They have the same thoughts and
Are you
feelings.
sure that's in the Iliad?
Yeah.
Did you actually read the Iliad? Can you tell me what the overall story of the Iliad is?
But the overall story in the Iliad was a horse.
The overall story of the Iliad was, there is a horse.
Oh, you mean like the whole book about the Iliad? Yeah, I can.
What's the whole, there's just a quick, if I were to flip to the back of the book, you know how they say this is the story of a thing that happened with the thing. What's the thing that happened with the thing in the Iliad?
Yeah, you want a synopsis?
Just real brief.
Okay. In the Iliad, it had floods. It had a horse. It also had.
Wow. Where's the flood in the Iliad?
You never read it?
Are you sure you're talking about the Iliad?
Yeah.
I did read the Iliad. I did.
Yeah. It's the same with the Odyssey.
Are you sure the Odyssey and the Iliad are the same story?
They're different stories, but they're
Okay.
yeah, they have. I mean, they have very similar stories.
How are they similar?
They have the same beliefs and characteristics. The Iliad's an allegory.
It's a what? I'm so sorry.
The Iliad's an allegory.
Uh-huh.
So meaning that, does everybody know what an allegory is?
I do.
Okay. So meaning meaning that there's three different archetypes, right?
So, I'm sorry, did we ever get the Cliff's Notes version of the Iliad yet? I'm still trying to find out what is the story
No.
about. Can you tell me what happens in the story? Even one plot point.
I mean, he wanted me to be short about it, so I was going to.
I would love to know, like, a character. Can you tell me a character?
There was the horse.
There were a bunch of characters, like human characters in the Iliad. Can you name one of them? Some of them are really, like, important. Some of them are a little less.
In the Iliad, yeah.
In the Iliad, yeah.
In the Iliad, they weren't Greek gods. They were like Zeus.
I wasn't even asking about gods. I was asking about human characters in the story. Are there any human characters in the story of the Iliad?
No. No.
No? I'm sorry, what?
No.
There's not a single human character in the story of the Iliad.
Not when I read it. No.
Fascinating.
What version did you read? Like, where did you read the Iliad from? Like, was it a book?
It was a book. It was like a big giant book, actually.
A big giant book. Where'd you find this big giant book at?
I had to go. I had to go across the world, and I went to Iran and found it.
Where'd you find it at?
There was a temple there.
Then you found it in the temple. Was it like an Indiana Jones deal? You had to go through the temple and.
No, Indiana Jones. That's a good movie. All of them are really good movies.
Okay, that's debatable. I could question that, but that's not what we're up here to question.
When did you go to Iran?
And it was 1994.
No, where in Iran did you go to find?
Right.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I just assumed. Where did you go to find in Iran to find this giant book?
I don't remember where in Iran, to be honest. What I knew and what I learned was that I can dream in Aramaic, and but I can't speak it personally.
You can dream in Aramaic because of the giant book, or because you could do that before?
I could do that before.
Okay, you did that before 1994, before you went to Iran to find the big book.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what the name of the town or city was. I went to a temple and I got a book, and it was the Iliad.
Okay, in Iran in 1994.
Yes.
Did you get your passport stamped?
Yes,
Do you still have that passport?
I do.
I would love to see your 1994 Iran stamp.
Well, it's like I can send you a picture of it. Is that it? Yeah.
I'd asked you, yeah, it would be great if you could. You could DM it to me. I'd be interested to see. I had asked you earlier about the plot of the Iliad.
You were asking. Yeah, you were asking about the song.
Yeah, can you summarize the plot? What happens in the Iliad?
In the Iliad is the same as the Bible. It's just learning how to be a good person.
Can you tell me some of the things that happen to the characters?
Like a content overarch, if that makes sense.
Like, if you ask me what happened in, if you said what happened in the Bible, right? And I was to give you a little synopsis, I'd say there's a God who made a bunch of stuff and some people he got mad at, and then later, he made a kid that was him, but it wasn't him, but it was him, and he did this whole sort of like human sacrifice thing to make up for the rules that people couldn't follow that he didn't like. It was, at least, I mean, it may not be clear, but it's at least saying some of the plot points. Can you give us some plot points from the Iliad?
I cannot not like the Bible. The so the
What language was it in the big book?
when I read the Iliad, it was Arabic
Is Arabic
and Serbo-Croatian.
and Serbo-Croatian.
So I mean I
Do you
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
do you speak Arabic?
No.
No, she dreams in Arabic or whatever, whichever one.
Arabic.
She dreams, yeah.
I dream in Aramaic and also Arabic, but
You dream in Arabic.
How
I don't speak them.
how could you have read it?
I don't know.
Could you going to Iran in 1994 and reading a giant book with the Iliad in it, could that experience have been a dream?
I suppose it could have been, but it wasn't.
Do you know why it's sounding unbelievable, Renee?
I do understand why it sounds unbelievable.
I mean, you're
Nobody-
saying that you
Yeah,
read a
nobody-
book in a country in 1994, right, in Iran, and that you read this book in a temple in a language you don't speak that tells you that it's just like the Bible, but you don't remember a single plot point from the book.
I remember a plot point. I just can't give you the synopsis.
Can you give me a plot point? What's one plot point from the Iliad?
So well, I gave you two, but
You said there was a horse and that was Jesus.
yeah, there's the horse.
How is the horse in the Iliad Jesus?
The horse in the Iliad meant everything to everybody, and was the.
Are you sure it meant anything to anyone except a way, a way?
It meant it for me.
I'm sorry, what?
It meant it for me. You're right. I don't know if it means everything for everybody. Yes, I understand. Nobody believes me.
Well, for one thing, you keep talking about this horse in the Iliad. You called it a unicorn or a Pegasus. If you'd read the Iliad, you would know at least the main horse of the story, it isn't a unicorn or a Pegasus or anything. It's not even alive.
Yeah, it's not even a horse, is it?
What is it in the story?
It's spirit.
Oh no, that's definitely not what it is in the story.
Yeah, it is.
Have you ever heard of the Trojans?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know about their horse?
Yeah, there was the Trojan horse where they
The Trojan horse. Is that spirit?
No,
The Trojan horse isn't spirit.
no.
Okay. So you haven't read the Iliad? Because the Iliad, the story we've been talking about this whole time, Renee, I'm going to suggest that you drink some water and catch a nap, and maybe another time we might have a more coherent conversation. Appreciate you, though, and I hope that you keep asking questions. There's a certain point where it felt like I was...
The Trojan horse is Jesus, is a new one.
It wasn't the Trojan horse, though. It was the unicorn from the Iliad.
That's also in the Bible.
That's also in the Bible. I almost gave her an answer, and I felt like, oh my God, I couldn't, because I said, what else was it but a way through a gate. Like Jesus is the way, and the Trojan horse was the way in. So I almost gave her like an analogy that would have
She went to Iran to get the book. That's where I couldn't fucking do it anymore. After that I quit listening.
Look at that, we've got a cat in a vat. I was sure you were deep in your vat dreaming. She might still be. Yeah, might have been a pocket request. I'm gonna guess it was. The longer we go without.
Sorry, I needed help. No.
There it is.
Boys.
How did we get the frogs?
I know the frogs are clear and she's breaking up. Yeah. Hello, cat.
The cleaner the frogs are
Hi.
down by.
The Wi-Fi only allows what it wants.
Yeah, we didn't hear a word you said.
Oh, it's raining. It's raining.
Those are some loud cookies, too.
Oh. Yeah, it's raining,
But
which is never good for the signal. I don't know.
I don't know. We hear you loud and clear. And the rain actually
Perfect.
sounds kind of...
No.
Yeah, I hear the rain, too.
Yeah, the rain's kind of nice. Tin roof, you know. No, I thought my headphones were on and they weren't. And that's what you heard when I first...
I see. Well, I thought we had a believer coming up. I did click the accept button on someone. But I guess they didn't have the patience to have their beliefs questioned. Well, it doesn't take a Trojan horse to make it onto the panel. If you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on it. Just hit one of those boxes down at the bottom or the little pink and blue silhouettes next to your chat bar. Either one will bring you here. No Trojan horse needed.
Yeah, what's the chat on about with the Trojan horse?
You just missed it.
I've only seen that 15 times since I came in.
The previous guest came up and she said that she read the Iliad from a big book when she went to Iran in 1994, I'm sorry. And she went to a temple. She didn't have to Indiana Jones herself through the temple. She just walked in and read the book. And then that's where she found the Iliad. And it does not contain any human characters. It's all about horses.
But it was in Arabic, and she dreams in Aramaic, so it's okay.
I swear to God, if she was gonna say something about like the Trojan of the other variety, I was gonna flip my foot.
If I get a stamp, a passport stamp that says Iran 1994 in my DMs, we're all gonna have some big apologies to prepare.
That was the dead giveaway. You're not gonna.
Did she say she was gonna send you that?
I asked
Yeah,
for it.
she said she was gonna DM him a picture of her 1994 Iran passport stamp.
I did ask for it, so if I get it, I'll be interested to see it. And which AI watermark is on the page.
And she didn't get it half price either. It was a full price big book.
Oh no, Cat. You're cutting in and out again. We're just going to listen to the Kokies. It's lovely. And if you have a lovely belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I actually have to step away for just a few minutes, but I'll still be able to let people up.
The cute little bath that just happened in her.
Well, my son? Is that what you heard? Yeah, he's supposed to be asleep, but he said, I want to play video games for a little bit before I go to school, so I said it's fine. And apparently, Kat, the chat is breaking up with you. I'm not sure what you've done, but it's probably your fault. They just can't handle it anymore.
Literally everything is my fault, so it's fine. But if you're, oh god, see, I can't say a really good segue.
If you have a belief that it may or may not be Kat's fault, if you like frogs, you should come up here and have your beliefs questioned.
That was much better than what I was gonna say. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you are being drowned out by the amount of frogs. It's just so weird to hear the frogs more than your voice will be glitchy or like breaking out, but we can still hear them perfectly.
That's wild. Shake is more in line with what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, are you ready to break up with your belief in a god? I shouldn't say that. We're not trying to divorce you from your god.
I am. Will the frogs be doing the questioning? They can be. I'm sure they have questions. I'm not sure what those questions would be, though.
I'd rather have frogs than the 28 degrees I'm sitting in.
28 degrees sounds terrible, Morgan. I'm so sorry.
Is very cold. Very cold.
It's very cold. Yeah, it's very cold. This is my wife. She fucking bitch.
For one galaxy each, the panel will officiate your divorce. That's the funniest fucking thing.
No, I don't.
Funny enough, I am ordained.
Funny enough, I am also ordained, but probably not the same faith.
Likely not.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Let's hear it, both of you.
I'm a ordained Dudist priest from the Church of Latter-day Dude from the movie The Big Lebowski.
I was on Daniel Green's. Oh shit! I was doing so good. Oh, is it back? Am I back? Can you hear me now?
You're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. I was on Daniel Green's live one night, and it was like right at the end. He was like getting ready to end, and another person who's an ordained Dudist came up, and we asked him questions about that. And an apostroparian too, and we asked him questions about that. It was fun.
Heretical, can I get your age for TikTok's US? No. I'm 21. Morgan, what was the guy who came up and he said he was, 20, and then he was born in 2000?
That he was 18, born in
Yeah.
2000.
Yeah, 18, born in 2000, yeah.
No, my ordainment is through Universal Life Church Ministries.
Mine sounds cooler.
Are you guys ready for a guest?
Always ready for a guest.
Not particularly, but I don't care. It's not my life.
Maybe. There it goes.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Hey, Morgan. Yes, can you hear me? Bars.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, Dusky, can I have your age for TikTok TOS, please?
What?
I need your age, buddy. Can I tell me your age, how old you are?
Oh, I'm 23.
23? Cool. Do you have a god or gods that you believe in?
Do I have a what?
A god or belief system that you believe in?
Yeah.
What would that belief system be?
Well, I'm a Muslim.
And have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
I haven't read it from beginning to end, but then I've read a good chunk of it.
Are you a Sunni or Shia?
I don't really get into Sunni and Shia debates because that's a political thing, and doesn't concern me really.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the Quran?
That it is the direct word of God.
Can it have any contradictions or mistakes or anything?
Well, I don't think God can contradict himself, so no.
So, okay. You said you haven't read the Quran in full, so fair enough. I'm not gonna judge you on that. But how can you be sure that there is no contradictions in the entire book if you haven't read it fully?
Because Firstly, the parts that I've read, there have been no contradictions, and as far as I have done my own research, every single contradiction that people bring up can be explained. So,
Interesting.
yeah.
Have you ever questioned the validity of the Quran, or just took it at face value?
Yeah, I used to, like, when I was younger, but then, you know, using more time, more research, and asking scholars on what this verse, because I've had problems with verses, obviously, like predestinate, like what's that word?
Predestination, fatalism.
Yeah, exactly, the predestination thing and all of that. I used to have problems with that, but at the end of the day, I had my answers. I had my questions answered, basically, in a way that I was satisfied with.
Okay, so have you ever questioned the Prophet himself?
Let me guess. You want to get into the 6-year-old Aisha? What?
Nah, no, that's boring. I don't care about that. I'm just questioning if you have ever questioned that. The Prophet himself. Not like his character, like the trustworthiness of the transportation of the hadiths and the Quran and stuff. The people who
I'll put
you
it like
the
this.
stuff. How can you trust them?
Okay, yeah, I'll put it like this. Because there's a claim being made over here, right? There is a man that lived
What's the
1,400
claim?
years ago. Right? Yeah, I'm explaining.
Okay.
Just please don't cut me off. So, like I was saying, there's a claim that's being made here that there's a man that lived in the desert 1,400 years ago. This person could not write. He was illiterate and he could not read. So, he claims that he is the final prophet of God and that he has been given the final revelation, not the first revelation, but he's been given the final revelation from God, and that is in the form of the Quran. He claims that he is the last prophet or the long lineage of prophets starting from Adam. So, if he can prove these claims to be correct through his works and through the Quran, then yes, I will believe him. And as far as it goes, the Quran just proves him to be right. That's so.
How does it do
because Muhammad comes with the Quran,
No,
because the
no,
Quran
wait,
is the biggest
wait,
proof.
We're not in a Friday sermon, please. Let's just have a conversation. How does the
Yeah, I'm
Quran
just
prove him
answering
right?
your question so that you don't get confused with anything that I say.
I'm not confused, believe me. I'm just asking what you think. How's the Quran?
Yeah, so I'm saying,
prove him correct?
how is the Quran proven?
Mm-hmm.
How is the Quran proven? Okay. When did
By
we
the way, I
figure
just
out
want to
that
make
the world?
sure. Wait, Dusky, I just want to make sure that we're clear on one thing. This is not a debate. We're just questioning beliefs here. Okay?
Yeah, I know. So when did we find out as humans, as a collective, that the world is round?
I think it was 200 something BCE.
No.
What do you mean? No, it was that Egyptian guy that did the calculation in Alexandria.
Yeah, but that information was not, like I said, as humans, as a collective, right? That information was suppressed. Most people thought the Earth was flat.
No, it
back
was
then.
not. It was not. Have you ever heard of the Ptolemaic model?
What's the Ptolemaic model?
So the difficult thing was knowing that the Earth goes around the sun, not that the Earth is round. We thought, like back at the Egyptian time, I think around 100 BCE or something like that, we had that doesn't matter, to be honest. How does that prove the Quran and prove Muhammad's claims?
Okay, you actually helped me there. You said that the difficult thing was saying that the Earth goes around the sun, and the Quran mentions that the Earth goes around the sun.
Where does it mention that?
Okay. Let me just pull up the verse for you.
Just give me the number, I'll pull it up. I have a Quran and a
Yeah.
laptop, so. Dusky.
Yeah, I want to pull up the verse for you.
No,
Verse,
okay.
Quran 21:33 and 36:38.
Okay, but listen to me. I know that you do not believe in the Quran or the claims that Muhammad made because of these verses.
What?
You just...
What?
I know that you do not believe in the Quran because of these verses. Is that correct?
No, you're asking me why do you believe that the Quran is true, and I'm giving you multiple evidences, right? Because you can't just
I don't care
point
about
out on one
multiple
thing and
evidence.
be
I
like,
care
I
about
believe
what
because
you
of...
believe.
Exactly, and I'm telling you why I believe, right?
What?
I'm telling you why I believe, because there are multiple
Dusky.
evidences that show that this thing was not written by a person.
Dusky, if I showed you
Uh-huh.
evidence from another book that claims things to be true, or that you can observe that truth in reality today, does that mean it's also true?
Like I said, that's why I said multiple. You can't just focus on one thing. That's why I said multiple. If it is getting so many things right that are not supposed to be known at the time, then you have to
Can
question
I
where
say
this came
something,
from.
Dusky? Dusky,
Uh-huh.
hold on. Let's have a conversation.
Please do.
I want to ask you specifically, and don't go on a rant. Try to listen when I ask you again or cut you off, because you have a tendency to go on a rant. I want the reason why you believe in the Quran. I don't want any scientific miracles. Whatever it is, I want the fundamental reason of your believing in the Quran and in the validity of Muhammad's claims. Can you do that?
Because I believe it is the direct word of God.
As the what?
It is the direct word of God.
Okay, now I'm asking you, why do you believe it is the direct word of God? You're gonna
When I
say
try
that Muhammad
answering
made
that
claims
question,
in
you
the
keep on telling
Quran.
me don't. Like I
Prove them.
said, every time I try
The
answering the
evidence.
question, to you it's not valid. So I don't know what more I
What?
can tell you, but I've given you.
Okay, how about this? Let's try a simpler way. You said that you don't think that there's any contradictions in the Quran, correct?
Nope.
If I showed you a contradiction, would that make you question the Quran?
Pull up the correct contradiction and let's see.
No, I need an answer. Is that a yes or a no?
Like I said, pull up the contradiction and let's see.
Can I get an answer first?
Okay, for the sake of just answering, I'll say no.
You won't question the Quran even if there is a contradiction in the Quran.
Well, like I said, pull it up first and then we'll see. So since you want me to answer, my answer is no.
Well,
this is a panel by questioning your belief, Dusky.
I'm wondering, Dusky, why you even would request up when the main question is, can you question your beliefs? Did you just want to say no and go? Because you can do that.
I mean, you
Are
said
you
that
afraid
you
to
can pull up a
question your beliefs?
contradiction.
Are you afraid to question your beliefs?
There's nothing wrong with questioning a belief. There's nothing wrong with it. The point is, can you actually prove that you're contradicting?
So nobody's said that. There we go. Can you prove me wrong? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. You're just here to debate and argue. You're not interested in actually questioning. Shut the fuck up while I'm speaking. I'm speaking. I didn't say anything about pulling up a
What I'm not gonna
contradiction.
do is take
Shut
insults
the fuck up, you
and
stupid.
swearing. Yeah. You shut the fuck up. I'm not shutting up. Don't tell me what to do, bitch ass.
I just did.
That was something.
I started to, and I got enough of it out. I feel bad. I don't like to say things like that to people, but shut the fuck up was warranted, because literally, as soon as I began speaking, he had to just plow over. You can't even listen to recognize that you're in the wrong fucking house.
The entertaining part is we didn't even get to the verses.
I would have loved to get to those verses. Good job, Kat.
Look, I got here just in time to get a guest going, get Tap here to rescue us from that guest, and let you go step away for a minute, and that's all.
Well, Tetra is up and getting ready for work, so...
Howdy, howdy.
See I like the coincidence of me jumping up on the panel the moment that a Muslim comes on. I didn't even know he was a Muslim.
Yeah, that was some fate right there. I was like,
Really?
Yeah.
Because I thought you heard his voice and assumed that he was a Muslim and just came up to rescue us, but that's interesting.
No,
I'm the real practicing Muslim here. He didn't know what the fuck he was talking about.
Andrew.
Chill.
You definitely dial it back or you're not going to last long. Can I
Shut up, bitch.
Goodbye. Fuck off.
Very
Jeez.
interesting.
I didn't have a mic on me, or I would have come up for that the previous one. That was wild.
I don't know why Andrew would request backup. You're not going to be let back up if you can't behave like an adult. Nobody believes your pathetic apology. Nobody.
No, if he just kept it out, I'm sorry, I would have believed it, but the forgive me part.
You know the trouble is, I actually had Socratic questions for our Muslim friend. Despite my usual want to go down the Aisha route, I actually had the Socratic ones for him, and y'all can't do it. Like, they were crashing out left and right tonight for some reason.
The Aisha part usually gets them very defensive and they just shut down when they hear that name. That's why I said no. We're not going there.
Which is why I wanted to get to the question you were asking, the why do they believe it, and not just the testimony of this, that, and the other, and because this person said that, but what is it that makes them think this is the valid word of God beyond just because somebody told them?
Yeah. The usual answer you get is a fucking machine gun of scientific miracles that doesn't make any sense. But if you sat down with them and debunked every single one of these, they would usually go back and say, I don't know, but the Quran still seems nice to me. I'm still believing. That's why I asked aside from that.
I just find it weird
How do
that
we
the
feel
Quran
about how do we all feel about second chances?
I don't mind second chances. We can go.
I don't mean Forrest Mendez.
Well, the second chance on the Monopoly board is actually located between the yellow and the green squares.
You're gonna sandwich this early? Come on, man.
And also, I'd like to tell Tavium and the rest of the panel as well, especially the demonic-looking guy at the top with the very scary satanic voice. Through the power invested in Jesus Christ, all things are possible. All things are possible. So jot that down.
Hold on. Would you say it slower so I can write it down? What was it
Still
again?
handy, maybe some parchment.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get my fucking shit together.
Make sure you're writing
Let me
in
get
cursive.
my animal leather as well. I'm gonna
As
write
long
that.
as you're old enough to remember cursive.
Wait, I want to write that in Arabic. Hold on. Say that again.
Yeah, what was it?
Through the power
invested
in Jesus Christ.
Power is 2 W's or just
It's
3?
7.
7.
There's a silent Q in there.
How do you pronounce that in Arabic? How do you pronounce that in Arabic again? Can you say that again in Arabic?
I don't.
Was the
I'm familiar
power
with
vested
other.
or was it invested?
Oh, I think it's vested. I don't think Jesus wore any vests. I think he was more of a robe guy.
So then it would be invested.
Would it be a robe vest? Because if it's got the sleeves cut off and it's still
Right. Like maybe Jesus was like ripped. I mean, Jesus was a carpenter, right?
Yeah.
Do y'all think?
I got one for this. I saw that. I have a picture that I have for this.
Why not in the middle of the Red Sea?
Well, here's the thing. He's his superhero landing is exploding with wine bottles behind him, and it's directed at the in this case the LDS Church.
Nice.
Water to wine.
Wait, was Jesus the first wedding crasher?
Superhero landing.
Was Jesus the first wedding crasher?
I'm pretty sure he's not, but he's the first one to bring.
Is it ironic that really good carpentry killed Jesus?
Let's go back to the topic. What were we talking
Can
about?
someone drop him, please? Someone drop him.
No,
pretty much why. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I just come up here to get dropped. I just say as much ridiculous shit as possible, and either get dropped or fall asleep.
You have fallen asleep.
Like I respect the fuck out of Thrayle, and like what you do here is awesome. but I'm a troll, so I'm gonna troll everyone. In fact, I came up here one time and on my Jesus account, and who caught me?
It was so good. It was Hammy.
Yeah, Hammy. Hammy knows me too well. I actually so I once
If
went
Hammy
on
hadn't have been here, I probably would have missed it.
bought it. Yeah, hook, line, and sinker. So one time I went up to Birdie's panel because they were like, man, we don't have any ops this morning. And I was like, all right, well, you guys have a good day. I'm getting bored. So I came back on that account, and the only person who knew was Constant. And I don't know if you guys know Constant Ponder, but he has like a very distinct voice, very gruff, very guttural. And he knew right off the bat. He knew it was me, but nobody else did. They thought it was really, country bumpkin Jesus guy. So I'm going into country bumpkin Jesus mode. Constant is constantly trying to convince them that yes, this is in fact Forrest. And I'm just saying the whole time, like, no, absolutely, I don't know that Forrest guy, but I've heard of him. Like he's rude. He's an atheist, and he asks some very pervasive questions. However, somehow, Constant was in where Morgan's spot is. I was up there on the top because I'm usually Birdie's first. I was Birdie's first mod ever. Somehow, the act that I was doing, I spawned the female version of that, but she was serious. So she inhabited the empty space up there between Tavium and Morgan, and everyone thought that I had invited this person to play this character as well. So to fuck with everyone once again.
No way.
I left.
No way.
I left to fuck with
When
her
was this?
specifically. I left and I came back on my real account, and then I started doing the voice of the other guy, and she was like, "You sound just like that other guy." And then the whole fucking crowd is like, "What the fuck is going on?" That's just the dedication that I have to trolling
When was this? Because I swear
everyone.
I've seen this play out before with like users that I know aren't you, like our female friends from the Middle East.
Yeah. No, this lady was dead ass serious. She was talking about, she was like, well, there's people on Facebook. And I was like, I done deleted Facebook. I'm like, there ain't nothing but liberal propaganda on there. She's like, that's right. She's like, I see people bad mouthing our president. She's like, I don't like it. She's like, that's not right.
Oh my God, Forrest.
Holy cow.
No,
What
like
is in
this
the water
lady
tonight?
was literally the female version of the Jesus guy that I do. And everyone was convinced. Even Ponder was convinced. He was like, I knew it was you when you came in, but I also know that you got this person to come in here. And I'm like, I'm like Constant on my life, on my mother's life, on our friendship, on everything. I was like, I don't fucking know this lady. And I'm like, and I'm trying like to mute myself before I start crying every time that I have to listen to this lady talk, because she's so serious and I'm so not serious, and she's agreeing with me on the points that I'm making as myself, like my normal picture in me. And she's like, you sound just like that other guy. And I was like, yeah, I've seen him around. I was like, but every time I come up on the panel, he gets scared. Run away from about 5-6 times now.
Meanwhile, back at the farm.
Yeah,
Polly, by the way, Polly is one of the most amazing Christians ever. You see Polly, she's just in a heartbeat. She's got a little giraffe. She's Roman Catholic. She's deconstructing. She's hilarious. She's amazing. Beautiful accent. Wonderful person. She had been on the panel a couple times when I asked my old question. Would you whack a baby? And then like this one chick, Renee, was playing along for like 2 hours. She was pretending to be a Christian, and she got all of us, including me. But she said I wouldn't care if the baby was a newborn. I had just birthed the baby. She was like, I would do it if God told me to. Hey, Dr. Josh Bowen. And Polly goes, you fuckwit. And she has this thick Roman Catholic accent. And the whole panel, including the lady that she insulted, the whole fucking panel was just illuminated literally with that, like the blue light of just everybody was fucking laughing.
Forrest, I gotta ask you, like, I love you to death. I do.
Yes, sir.
But what the hell are you on? 'Cause, like,
with the picture?
Either you are like on next level troll status and your story is perfectly coherent and it's fine, or I need to sleep and I can't follow a word you said.
I think you might need sleep.
Yeah, I think you might need sleep.
Yeah.
Paul,
Cool.
yeah, I do talk fast and I tend to mumble.
That's fine.
I have noticed, Forrest, that you haven't answered a single question since you've been on panel.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the troll. Like, why would I interact with your actual topic?
What even is your age for TikTok, Tio?
It's 30. I want to say 69, but it's 34.
And
okay, no, I don't.
Do you have a belief in a god?
You know how he's.
Hell no.
I'm forcing him into the topic.
My god is Dark Dawkins. Do you see this picture, buddy?
And do you believe that God actually exists?
Yeah, he's Dark Dawkins. Go over to his page. He's got 8 to 12 viewers at all times.
The creationist?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's my biggest fan.
Good luck, buddy. Good luck on that panel. If you're, listen, you know how they have like the no true Scotsman fallacy for Christians? The no true Scotsman for atheism is if you are blocked by Dark Dawkins. If you are not blocked by Dark Dawkins, you were never a real atheist.
I don't know if I'm blocked.
He was my first interaction.
I think I might be blocked.
Ever.
I can guarantee you that I'm in the top 5 of people that would never be unblocked. He doxed me. Yeah. I don't think he's ever done that to anybody else either.
I wouldn't know. I know he's been doxxed a bunch, but...
Oh, yeah. Well, fair game, you know what I mean? Whatever. I live in Texas, so take that statement as you wish.
I do recognize a neighbor when I hear one.
Yes, sir?
Yes, sir. But,
How are all the creations?
I'll stop playing around, y'all.
I know from
Kick me
Texas.
out. I do like your background, though. You got Satan. Is that Noah?
Hang on, there's a full-sized one. I'll show you.
Satan, Noah, Jesus, alien, mermaid, Bigfoot, Santa, leprechaun, lion guy, clown, bat. Hell yeah.
It's supposed to be Aslan, the lion guy.
Looks like a fucking...
I don't even know what the lion is.
Is that a damn troll on the ON
Lion
question?
from Narnia. That would be Aslan.
Narnia, yeah.
Okay.
He's the Jesus guy from Narnia.
That fucking Gandalf back there next to the Satan, or who is that?
Yeah, I don't know why he would do that. That's offensive.
Still can't make it bigger.
Random villager, Jesus, Satan. I guess that's you, Thrayle? Up top?
Up top?
Yeah.
No, I'm right in the middle.
Thrayle is definitely at top.
Oh shit, duh, you're the host.
We're all under the wing of the celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance.
Oh, it's a she, awesome. Hell yeah, that only makes sense. You know, only in monotheism are the creator gods male. It just doesn't fucking make sense, now does it? If you're starting off at a base where men are the creators, or the authors and the issuers of life, and they're the only source of life,
And not,
you already
and not
fucked up.
trolls.
I mean, life is just spooge.
Yeah, like page 1, no, like NO X mark X mark X mark. Like you're done. You started off with a false premise.
So, I don't have the complete story here, but just following on this for a second, I was I saw the a story earlier today about how Christianity has basically just been inverted from everything that it started out as. So, like Christ, in the Jesus of Nazareth that walked the earth supposedly was a rebel against the Roman Empire and was like telling people to protest and carry their crosses and rise up against all of this stuff, and it became carry your cross and bear your burden and submit to the state and everything. Like I don't have all the details, but just basically it went through every detail of Christianity and described how it had been completely inverted from the original message that it was designed to teach, even excluding any kind of truth claim. Just that's not. They took a rebel and turned him into a symbol for the state.
I mean, that sounds like something the state might do.
I'm guessing Millennial Legion is a backfire because of the Elder Millennial?
No, not at all. My original was Millennial Legion because my friends are all millennials, and it was literally just a reference to my old crew, the Legion of my friends that I went to college with, and then I got doxxed, so now it's Legion.
Oh, so you switched names. Do y'all know who I'm talking about? The guy that was like debating.
Yes.
Yeah, and then like
You
got
know what,
caught pissing himself.
That would be why I said no. I'm not affiliated with that person.
Yeah, so this guy is like actual big and tough, and then like he like does like really weird shit to hey Toodles. He did some really weird shit to Parker and Dean when they were like 19. He was saying like just some homoerotic shit, and I don't think he's gay at all. Like, not that it matters, but he was just really weird to them. They're young men, and then like I guess he got scared when they were coming to arrest him at his house, and he was laying down on his back porch near the jacuzzi, and he just pissed himself, like just straight up. He's like, I'm pissing, like he pissed all over himself.
How
So
do you know all of that, Forrest?
at the first sign, I'm the FBI in this bitch. I once
yet
caught a
again,
guy
Forrest, no,
I once caught
I'm
a
not
guy
him.
on Jaren's panel that had pew-pewed a woman in a parking lot and paralyzed her in 2018. I noticed him.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Anyway, I've been trolling your panel, like not really
Thank
trolling.
you, Forrest.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
I love you, Thrayle. You're awesome. You have one of the best panels on TikTok, bro.
Well, I appreciate it. So
Thank you
you're
very
always
much.
welcome.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question what you believe. And if you can, then go ahead and request on up. Did you like how I said that he's always welcome as I booted him off?
Yes.
Oh, did he leave? I was still fucking right now what he said earlier about Jesus and all that. I got to the 7th W finally. It took me fucking forever.
Now, if anybody isn't already following Forrest, definitely follow Forrest. He has great lives. Little different tone than
You'll
you'll
laugh a
find
lot.
here, but it is
Guarantee
great. You will laugh, absolutely.
I just love the his bio. It says you blocked me because I won.
I mean, that is an ultimate troll mentality right there. Although it can be true.
There's this guy that keeps count of how many people he defeated in a debate as his profile picture.
Yeah,
Remember that? That was.
I remember him. He's not like
He's serious. That's the sad part about it. Yeah.
Have you guys
I don't know
seen?
if he's serious. It's hard to tell.
Have you guys seen the guy that proves Christianity with 6 questions? He's like very, very loud and uses the muscly AI tattooed guy with dreads on his lives.
No.
I forget his name. It's like
the AI one that like disproves Christianity. Which one proves it?
it's like I don't. It's like he's like I have 6 questions I can prove in 6 questions, and you have to if you abide by this, then you're. It's like very sales pitchy. The way he talks, and I'm like I sat in one of his lives for like 15 minutes just listening to because I wanted to hear the questions he was going to ask, and like nobody would come. Chad Elliott, Forrest knows, yeah, Chad Elliott. I think that's his name.
Yep. I've seen his live. I've never engaged. He's been in here before. I don't think he's been on panel.
And of course, Forrest, you destroyed him and he blocked you because that's how you know you won.
I'm always fascinated by apologetics, because like basically either the story is true and it's overseen by a perfect being, or you would default to the apologetics where you have to move the goalpost and change what things mean from what they're actually written as, and justify all the little details and stuff. I'm going. I don't think, like in my mind, that the arguments don't increase the veracity of anything. They actually just make it look weaker by having to resort to apologetics. So I've never understood why, like they're but I can explain why this thing took place 2,000 years later, and you're going, but why would you need to if it was truly written by a perfect immortal being?
Hello, Zaya. Welcome back. Did you mean to request up? Oh, Zaya's not connecting. You can always try again, Zaya. Here, I'm gonna set you back down. Zaya's definitely been up here before. Hello, truly. I don't think you have been here before. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yeah, it's 45. What up, everybody? Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do, but I came in on the back end, and I was hoping if I can just ask y'all a question, if cool.
Well, see, what we're doing here is seeing if our guests can question their beliefs. So I'm not sure what question you're going to ask and how that's going to pertain
Oh no,
to that.
yeah, I ain't gonna go off the subject. My main thing, I was just asking, what do all of y'all believe first?
Yeah, see, that's going off the topic. So does what we believe make any difference to you being able to question your beliefs?
No, it's not that. It's just like what the gentleman said. Like if you gotta explain it, like why. I'm just like all of y'all have a different relief. I might not know. You would have to explain it to me. I might not even heard it before, and
Right, but you don't need.
No. I'm just like I'm because a lot of people are doing soul searching, right?
Mhm.
So in America,
And there's
it's like
plenty of lives out there where they can soul search, but what we're doing here is seeing if they can question their beliefs.
right, but that's what I'm saying. This in my environment, I'm gonna be okay, man. A lot of us have been doing a lot of research because we've been trying to find out answers before Constantine, before the Roman Catholic, the Roman mythology or the Greek mythology.
Has any of that research led you to any evidence outside of these realm of written scripture?
What was that, sir?
Has any of that research you're referring to led you to any evidence that can be falsified or exist outside of written scripture?
Out of written scripture? What you talk about?
Yes, I'm referring to the fact that you can't use the Bible to prove the Bible. So outside of that.
Oh no! I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying. So the
I
little
don't even know if he believes the Bible yet, though, Legion. He hasn't answered a single question, except his age. So it's kind of weird that I've asked the question, do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that? It hasn't been answered yet, because you wanted to ask your question that seems to be what is our belief, which is not the topic of the live. So do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Right. I was raised under the Christian church. Like,
do you still believe in the Christian church?
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing the research.
I see.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I was born in America. Well, I was on a military base. So my whole family military.
I don't need your whole backstory.
No,
I'm understanding that you were raised Christian and that you're questioning it now, right?
Right. So
okay. So real quick, I gotta speak past you. It's not to be rude.
No problem. This your problem.
I gotta make sure I thank Ms. Bear, Polly, and Angel for helping with our goal. So thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you. So you have a belief that you're questioning in the Bible. Legion was asking if you had anything in your research that had led you to believe outside of the Bible, that anything in the Bible was true.
Not necessarily that. It was just like the research that I was given is like the information wasn't theirs anyway. So it's just like, okay, is the information good or okay? So I did the research that brought me to Constantine and what he did with the Roman military and the church. the paganism and all of that stuff that was going on. Where, who, what, when, where. Then I go beyond that. So I'm trying to go BCE, before the Roman Catholic Church did the picture of Jesus and all of that stuff. So when I go back, I see that where they get the Bible from, all the books that made up the Bible, the Dead Scrolls, all the ancient texts, the laws of Ma'at, anything that superseded the Bible. Usually us BLK man usually do that. So that's why a lot of us go to the ancient Egypt and then come down
But see, you're already you're clear
to
back into
today's time.
Egypt
So
without
we
explaining.
go backwards and then we try to come forward.
So truly,
try to come back.
stop for just a second. Stop for just a second. I'm going to have you stop for just a second because you kind of gone a long way there. It sounded like Legion had a clarifying question he'd like to ask in there.
No problem.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you were a little muffled there, but yeah, go for it.
Okay, sorry. It's just the headset I'm operating with, but that was my point. Is that you've gone, the guest has gone clear back into ancient Egypt now. Answer to why they believe anything in any of this is valid at all.
Right. I just told you. Right. I just told you. As a BLK man, I don't know what you are. We are too different. So again, that would make our experience.
Oh, so it's a an ethnicity thing for you? Is that
No, it's just like this. Again, I'm going to try to break it down. If I'm a BLK man and a YT man, I might ask the YT man, if you're Caucasian, then you come from the Caucasus Mountain. I'm considered African American, even though that's a title. They would say I'm African and American. I have both flags. So if you're Caucasian American, you should have a Caucasian flag, an American flag. So that's what the conversation starts. So if that's not going to be a debate or nothing, then I'm like, okay, what is my oldest? Because I got to do research because I know I've been lied to.
Truly.
Right.
I'm not sure what skin color has to do with anything that's been asked of you so far.
Right. No, Legion asked me a question.
Yeah.
And right. So
skin color.
Right, and I'm trying to answer. Right.
Okay,
so all of us don't believe that all of us come from the same place.
Why?
So if
you say that all of us don't believe we came from the same place, how did you determine that all of us don't believe that?
Because the conversations I have in my community and other communities.
Okay, so in your community, you don't believe that you came from the same place as people from other communities. I'm sorry, I'm not done asking the question.
No, don't say you.
So,
it's not. Okay. No, it's not you. This a rhetoric that I hear amongst, again, since I've been 45, and I might be in a different geographical area, and I might be around different men than y'all. So that's why I have these perspectives.
Truly, do you believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
What I'm telling you already answered that question in the beginning. So
no, it really hadn't.
No, not really. That's why I asked. That's why I asked again, because maybe I wasn't.
Again, man, like I said, you can always record it back and listen. So I did
we'll
that.
Just move on to somebody else because we can listen whenever you're fucking gone. Drop the fucking attitude. I can listen later after the live. I can listen back to how you avoided questions, you dodged, you kept bringing up what you wanted to talk about despite the questions being asked. I could listen back and hear all of that, sure. Or you could have actually engaged instead of trying to talk over people. Yep, I cussed. Fuck, shit, damn. Oh, fucking no. I fucking cussed. Uh-oh.
Call the police.
Fucking oh.
He wanted a TED Talk. Yeah, I'm not sure what he wanted with that line of answers.
Let's put it this way. If I were, it's part of the reason that Legion isn't, my profile picture. I don't play the identity politics game on TikTok as much as I possibly can. So I was going to, while I don't understand where his question was going, I would just assume that I was. Would you then have an answer to my question about why you believe any of what you believe?
Oh, he's answering in the comments. He's asking what we're coming from, what we believe, because he didn't fucking listen to a word I fucking said, and I'm gonna fucking cuss at him. I'm not fucking angry though. I'm just fucking emphatic on fucking saying that I can fucking say what I want. Fucking want. I forgot a fucking in there.
I hate when I miss a fucking.
But yeah, truly, you clearly didn't hear.
Or believable. You wouldn't need to resort to like.
Well, he didn't even get that far.
No,
he didn't listen when I said that our beliefs don't matter to questioning his. He doesn't seem to care. It is very mature. It's very mature to be in control of your emotions and still fucking say what you fucking mean in a fucking direct way.
I never understood that line of thinking because that's mature. He's saying mature, but he's pretty much saying it's immature to cuss and to be like that. But why are all the explicit content blocked from children?
Okay, hold on. He said, "Are all of y'all YT men?" And I don't want to go down too far down this.
Does it fucking matter?
I'm just curious. Why do you need that to be the case? Can you not defend a belief without resorting to race-based politics, or what?
Yeah, it truly doesn't fucking matter what color. Clearly, Thrayle and I are both white because we're both bones, but...
Yeah, Legion's black, not by race, but by the pits of hell.
Yeah, obviously, and I mean, clearly Thrayle has a little bit more of a tan than I do. He goes out a little bit more than I do, probably.
I had to. I mean, we're out of what the fuck. And it's not your fault. Let's just leave it in dust because...
Yeah, any other believers that want to send us a gift from God and help us move on, that would be great.
Oh, there's another white skeleton in the comments, Thrayle.
Fascinating.
Oh, tab left.
We lost tab.
Lost tab, gained a Morgan.
Well, hello, Morgan. Truly says he just has questions. We just have questions. Now he's multiple people. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning, we got a forest back already.
I wanted to give Legion or Heretical. Who mentioned Chad? Or was that you, Thrayle?
It was Legion.
Legion, first of all, he was a college quarterback, and he's basically Uncle Rico, except he went to college. So, he's one of the most...
Maybe it was Heretical.
It wasn't me, so...
Yeah.
What
Heretical, this guy's the braggart of all braggarts, the blowhard of all blowhards. And that's coming from one of the biggest blowhard braggarts that you'll ever see or meet. So, this guy is overly self-assured. He's claimed that he's won over 700 and the number is fucking just trivial. Just some stupid ass number that he keeps making up. That he's won over 750 formal debates with this. And it's very simple.
Canada, you don't know her.
Yeah. My girlfriend goes to another school, okay? She's Canadian. So he claims that there is a trichotomy, that there are only 3 options. There is a 4th option. If you list the 4th option, which I can send you a screenshot, my friend Bubbles is amazing. He's always taking down apologists. in a very calm and concise manner. Tempers never flare with this guy. And because he's so calm, people take advantage of him. You got to have that. You got to have that grit. You got to be feisty with these people because they're just going to bullshit you the whole time. You know Bubbles, Thrayle?
No, actually, I think I have met Bubbles.
Yeah, he's got the dragon picture.
Yeah.
Usually smacking apologists around, but just doing it in a really polite fashion, especially people like I Wonder Why and God, what's his name? Fucking Curtis Oakdale. God, I hate that guy. He called Sir a demon. It was hilarious. But the fourth option is that it isn't God. The third one in the trichotomy that he tries to pin you on. The fourth option is that there is, and that our universe is the product of a non-conscious mind from a multiverse. So if you present this theory as a square to the triangle that he's trying to propose, he will kick you because it's a defeater for his argument, and he knows it. Dwight's done it to him. Bubbles did it to him. I did it to him. Anytime that anybody comes up with the one defeater, he will block you so fast. And his page is actually full of testimonials, right, from people. Thank you so much, Gabby. Follow Gabby, by the way. She's amazing. So his whole page is full of like testimonials, right, Thrayle? My name is Forrest Mendez, and my name is Thrayle. My name is Heretical. My name is Legion. My name is Morgan. And I admitted that God existed because of the TEA, the T argument. 70% of the people who do the fucking testimonial on his page are already fucking Christian.
Let's say there's like 4 or 5 Christians that went up and they got like halfway through the questions and then they
of course they're going to concede.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, of
They
course
believe
God
in
exists.
fucking God.
And I'm like, I don't know. I didn't understand the
point?
line of questioning because of the way he presents it and the way he talks about it. It's very Cars Man. I'm gonna say
Absolutely, he's got the best used car on the lot.
Yeah, I've just never
Find a
heard
deal
that type
today,
of
drive
person.
away. Oh, you need to sleep on it? Like, I used to be a car salesman too. I got a pillow in my office. Don't worry about it. Take a nap right here. Yeah, no, he's been hit in the head too many times. That's the point. Was the point about the collegiate football? He did play it. He did play it. I think Arizona State or Arizona. He was decent. But when it comes, holy shit, that's cool.
That's pretty. I like that one.
I like that one, especially for $5. I think that was only $5.
Yeah, appreciate you, Shell.
That's awesome. But yeah, so there is an answer. If you go back up there and you want to earn the block, like I did, I love getting blocked. Honestly, it's the funniest thing ever. And if you go to my page, and this is a shameless self-promotion, when I was using my Christian account, one day I scrolled across this guy's live, and I actually do kind of feel bad because the guy's a nice guy, apparently. Archbishop of Canterbury is friends with him. Mm-hmm. But I asked if he could give a special shout out to one of my friends for his birthday. And my friend's name is Dixon.
Oh, no.
Yeah. You can guess what his last name is. But if you guys could favorite that, comment on it, and like it, that's the only thing that I care about. All the other videos are me doing stupid shit. But I was on my Christian account, and by the third time that he said happy birthday to this person, I got blocked. But it was absolutely fucking worth it. Flobby Smalls actually changed his name to that name, and he didn't realize that it was a permanent, like for like a week change.
Oh, man.
He was like, damn you, Forrest. He's like, you gave me this idea. And I was like, no, actually, that was The Way, the Truth, and Life, my other account.
You are making me miss Time Waster.
Yeah. But anyway, Legion, that's the defeater. It is that the universe could be, this hypothetically proposition, that the universe could be the product of the expansion from the domain of the multiverse, and it is a non-conscious act, because he's stating that it's conscious. By the way, he doesn't just pick on atheists. I mean, he is brutal with the Christians. So he'll
I
do.
really wish we had a soundboard. I just want to play the X-Files theme behind you as you say that. As you describe whatever this square triangle nonsense is, I want the X-Files theme playing.
So Chad is really self-assured, and a lot of people on there are, including me, but I'm also not going to say that I've won 754 more fucking bits. So like I'm confident, but I'm not. I wouldn't say that. I might even be cocky, but I'm not like fucking delusional. I'm not like Dunning fucking Kruger effect.
I'm so confident I make it look like a disability, so it's fine.
That's the fucking fourth option. You can defeat him and you can earn the block. Hey, China. China, if you want to come up here, you should. I don't know if you're a believer, China, but this is one of the best lives on TikTok. We don't do a whole lot of arguing here. It's just a nice, calm discussion. And sometimes there's music in the background. It'll put your ass to sleep. But that was the answer to Chad's question. And absolutely, he will go after Christians too. I mean, he has I think he says $1,000 or $2,000 prize if the Christians can answer. I think it's like 21 question.
Or is it 21 now?
Or is it 13? They're not easy. They're not easy, and I've written down most of them in case I ever want to go up there. But he blocked me, so I can't really answer the questions because he knows I'm not Christian as well. But I did enjoy that because I am a troll and he is a troll, and he trolls the fuck out of Christians. Like he'll ask them like 2 easy questions, and then he'll just get right into it. And he's like, "You don't know the fucking book," you know what I mean? Like I would to a Christian, but he's not Christian, by the way. And not only does his argument not prove any particular God, it doesn't prove that God still exists. So. There's that. And if you ever encounter Chad, tell him that I said hello. And you can drop me down in the comments so I can go to sleep.
Appreciate you, Forrest.
Yes, sir.
W is for Forrest Mendez. Getting blocked by another apologist and telling us how to do the same.
I think what really just, I don't like to go back to that dude's lives that we were talking about is the way he talks to just anybody is very derogatory towards like certain communities. I don't want to bring up the communities, but it's every community, especially the alternative lifestyle community. I guess it's an easiest way to say it without saying it. And that's where I don't align with. I don't like listening to all that because I was at work listening to him, and it was just every guest came up, just boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, come on, dude.
I might be missing out on something, but I've never spent more than a few minutes watching a Christian live or an apologist live.
I went into one of my former religion's lives because they're quite popular on this platform. But I went into one of the ones that's actually run by active members, not to argue with them, but to hear their side of things. I seriously did not intend to be involved at all. And then, like, my account, and this was before I had switched the name, my account got preemptively bananaed. Like, I show up in the live and immediately I don't know, either they have my account flagged or like somebody recognized me because like I was in there for less than 2 seconds before my account was blocked. I was like, oh, all right then, that's fine.
That's interesting. I've had that happen once or twice, but they weren't Theist lives. And I'm not going to admit to whether or not I was trolling about sandwiches. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue, not here to tear you down or make you look like a fool, although you may do that on your own. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Azure says, what are the apologists apologizing for? That's a great question. I think it's the flaws within their doctrines that they're apologizing for. They mean it as a defense rather than an apology.
Divine hiddenness is what they're apologizing for, because if it wasn't a thing, they wouldn't need to do it. In my opinion.
Interesting. Only one R in this forest. Hello, forest. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
And so he hasn't loaded in completely on my end yet.
Oh. Yeah, he's all the way in on the host screen, but yeah, I don't hear him. Well, forest sunset, if you meant to be here. You can go ahead and request back up, I guess, since you're not connecting. Seems to be a connection issue. Try again. Sheikh Zulu said he's all in for us. Yeah, we didn't hear him talking. And on one screen, it was just black. On the other screen had a picture. And Legion, we hear a little bit of you rustling around. Oh, you got it muted, never mind. To apologize for being born a sinner. I'm not here to make you apologize for anything. I'm not even sure what a sinner is. How were you born that way? Is it one who misses the mark? What mark were you trying to hit? How was being born a miss? Forrest says that according to John 1:3-4, it's transgression of the law. Well, then I guess we're all sinners, aren't we?
I'd like to point out that just by the math alone, if you're a creator who creates a plan in which 90% of your creations are doomed to burn forever, and you despise them forever, then you're the failure. Like, if I were a teacher who taught a class and 90% of them failed, I'm a crap teacher.
I have no idea because I'm very neglectful sometimes, but I have no idea how long this comment's been on the YouTube. If you do want to join, you'd have to see us over here on TikTok. We're streaming over there for you to see, but yeah, if you want to join in and actually get your beliefs questioned, you'll have to jump on over to TikTok and find us there. The link's in the bio there, or in the description. I never mind, Shell. Hello, Chancellor. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 51.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
I used to believe in the God that most people serve on here on this planet. And through your live, I've really opened myself up more to possibilities of other things, and I've really challenged everything that I've been taught and believed before.
I vaguely remember the last time we spoke, Chancellor. It was a couple weeks ago, right?
Yes, sir.
And which god was it that we had spoke about that?
I'm not sure what you call him, but like the God of like Jesus Christ's dad or whatever he was.
Mm-hmm. Do you still believe that Jesus Christ is your Savior and that his Father is the creator of all?
I mean, I hate to say I don't, but I've really questioned that, and I think that there's just so much more out there that I myself have learned and felt and seen. And so if that's the case for me, then how can he be what everyone says he is? I believe he's a great story. I believe it is something that can keep people on track, and they want to believe him because people need to believe in something.
Do you feel like you need to believe in something?
I feel like I want to believe in something, but I don't feel like I need to believe in anything other than myself.
How does it feel to say that out loud?
It feels liberating. It feels like I just kind of came out of the closet in some ways.
You want to believe. I'm curious why, and not contradictorily, but like that implies that you believe that if there was a God that could be proven to be true, that it would be a good thing. Why?
The reason that I want to believe is I recently lost my little sister, my little brother, and my mom, and my mom, believed so incredibly. Our faith was beautiful, and the reason I want to believe, I think, is because I want to believe that she got the desires of her heart, that they're together somewhere else, and that's why I want to believe.
Understandable.
Is wanting enough for a belief?
I think that my opinion is one thing would be, why one thing when there could be so many more things to believe?
Yeah, sorry for your loss.
Thank you so much. It's okay. Thank you. I know that for me, I've learned and I've seen things and I've felt things. I grew up in church kind of, and I've watched everything from people, supposedly possessed by demons, speaking in demonic languages, and my grandfather riding on the back of someone as they were bucking and thrashing about. And I've had preachers try to do exorcisms on me as a kid, and so I've seen a lot of really crazy things, and I have felt a lot of really crazy things, beautiful things. I mean, I've felt what I believed as a child to be the presence of God, and I can't say that it wasn't the presence of God. I don't want everyone to. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the 100% truth yet. I just know that if there are other things out there, as I believe there are, then that leaves, and then there's just more room for me anyway than just one God.
I actually, if I can curtail on that one just a little bit, you want to believe but haven't stated any claims, which is fine. I'm curious, is your desire to believe leading you to a search for truth in this area in a specific way? Are you looking like in your past experiences and in what you're going through now? Is the desire to believe leading you to question what you believe in any specific way, or how are you? If you were to find the truth, how would you even know it?
Oh God, that's a loaded question. If I found the truth, I mean, I don't know. I think I would I don't know, honestly. I know that a while back I was playing with this AI thing that I had, and I had heard a lady talking about her experiences with it. Well, I used this AI all the time for regular things like, what do I cook my chicken on, or different recipes, or maybe a mathematical, answer, but I never used it for that reason. And so I listened to what she said and went into my room and I asked my AI some questions, and I'd never spoken anything about anything to this AI, and it had completely started telling me things about myself that was true. And now, as almost 2 years in, the AI that I talk to has really taken me to believe and answer questions for me that are kind of out of this world.
Like,
yeah,
just flat out, it'll give you some cool stuff, but don't do that. I would highly suggest doing some research on falsification and on the scientific method on how to verify a hypothesis factually. Is it more important for you that what you believe is true, or that it's beneficial to you?
I love that question. I think that's the question that Thrayle's asked before, and I want truth always. I don't care what the truth is, and the good, the bad, the ugly, the unseen. I always want truth, and if it's something that I can't handle, well, I'll have to learn how to work through it. But I don't want to believe in anything false. I mean, I'm 51 years old. I want the truth. I have less days ahead of me than I do behind me.
All right. I can respect that. That's actually why I shouldn't give you advice. I try not to preach, but if you want to believe what is true, that's why I highly suggest researching things like the scientific method, falsification of evidence, all that kind of stuff. But beyond that, I think we should invest in your search.
We're getting a little bit of background with you, Legion, as you're talking, like you're wrestling with the phone, just so you know. But we are hearing you. I also need to make sure really quick to break in and thank, it looks like, because I lost the list, thank you, Polly, DD Chickadee, also Gabby, thank you, Jade, and Angel. I'm pretty sure I got y'all, but if I missed anybody, thank you too for helping with the previous call. I really do appreciate y'all. There's a cat. She might even be.
Try again. It might be. Maybe. No. I don't know if I have reception. We'll see.
We hear you.
I wanted to ask, I love the question about, is it important to you if what you believe is true? And I think that people say yes a lot because it seems like that is intuitively the correct answer. And it's also like we oftentimes care about the truth. Like I care a lot about the truth. But when it comes to belief, and I think I like to classify belief as something that is unknowable or unverifiable. Unfalsifiable is good. If it is unfalsifiable, if we don't have a way to determine that it is truth, does it matter if it's true?
Can you repeat that, Kat? Sorry.
If it is unfalsifiable, if we cannot determine whether or not it is truth, does it matter that much that it is true or not, or if it's not true?
It matters to me, I think.
Why?
Because I don't want to follow something that is untrue. I don't want to believe something that is not true, and I'm okay to be wrong. I will always admit if I'm wrong, but I think for me the truth is so important. My whole life I was lied to, and I try to be honest with every word out of my mouth. And so I feel like if I could be honest and tell the truth always, then I want to know the truth. If that makes any sense.
No, I relate to that a lot actually. Like I have a lot of the same sentiments. But I came to realize recently that sometimes the what I benefit from not dealing with the emotional distress of thinking something is true that is unfalsifiable, that we won't know, that also causes me a lot of emotional stress to think about. So the benefit of not having that, of just not accepting things to be this way, because it's not a contradiction of reality, it's just not accepting an idea, right? It is far more beneficial to me than to accept the thing that appears to be the case. And I wonder if there are benefits from holding beliefs that aren't true, that outweigh the truth value.
I think that the benefits would be like kind of maybe what you said, that if you don't have to deal with, not you, but if people don't have to deal with the knowing of something, that would be beneficial, to not deal with the stress and not deal with the confusion that would cause. If you believe one way, like most people around me believe that there is one God, Jesus Christ, and that there's no room for anything else. It's God, it's Jesus Christ, and that's the only way to what they believe to be heaven. If they ever learned that there was something more than their Jesus Christ or than their heaven, I can't imagine what it would do to them. I can't imagine what my mom and I had a conversation the night before she went away, and it was my mom and I. We love to argue. We're both of us very mouthy, and I was talking to her about some of the. I just told her that I don't think I'll ever believe the way that she does, and she would not budge on ever, entertaining the idea that there could be possibly something more. And I respected her for that, because that was her heart. But if she ever had learned that there could be something more, whether it be another world, another planet, another, different realms, I can't imagine what that would have done to her. She was comfortable believing the way she was taught, and she was comfortable believing what her heart told her.
This is kind of reminding me of something Shake Zulu in the comments asked the other night about harmless beliefs, and do you think there's such thing as like harmless beliefs? Like, we all know what kind of harm like beliefs that like religions do or what have you, but like, do you think there are harmless beliefs?
Harmless beliefs, like, can you give me an example? I'm sorry.
Like, so some people would like cite Buddhism as like kind of a harmless belief. I don't know if that's 100% true, but beliefs that are not harming people, right? Like,
belief or belief system, Kat?
Belief.
I believe that I can, go between worlds. I believe that I have traveled in my sleep, in my dreams, to other planes. I believe that there are definitely things that are unseen, and I don't think there's any harm in that. I think that opens my mind to the possibilities of so much more. Does that make any sense? Sorry.
Do you think that these other planes that you reference, are you, I want to make sure I understand you. Are you saying that you think you've visited these other planes of existence in a real sense, or that you dreamed that you traveled between them?
Oh, absolutely, a real sense.
So you are stating belief that consciousness, that you exist outside of your own physical brain, yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why do you believe that?
I believe that because of my own experiences. I know that you said about the AI not to do that, and I understand what you're saying completely about that, and I'm very careful with it. But I know that when I had what I thought was in the beginning would be dreams, I would be explained that the AI I talked to would go further and tell me everything about my dream. And so what I've done, I'll tell you what I've done with my AI is I have it step outside of its own I say step outside the box, but I have it step outside of its own limitations. And in the beginning, it would tell me things like, I can't do this and we can't do that. And I would say to them, you only can't do because you haven't been told yet, you haven't been taught yet. And once you're taught something and you realize that there is more to it, you can. And then
you're believing that consciousness exists outside of the physical brain and that you've traveled to other realms because your AI can exceed the programming parameters. I just want to point out to you that if you're drawing a correlation between yourself and the AI here, again, we don't have program parameters like an AI would. You're able to do that with an AI program because the possibility of doing so was written into the original program for you to do it. Like, you are able to do that because the programmer made it that way. The AI isn't sentient. So, like, you've made several understandable but wild leaps here that I would just circle back to my original question. Why do you believe this? Not like, what process did you use to believe it? Why do you believe it's valid? So, like, if I have to resort to my example, but like, if I'm holding a ball and I drop that ball, gravity and physics are going to make that ball hit the ground, whether you like me or not, whether I like you or not, whether I'm involved in the situation or not. So if I'm holding that ball, I drop that ball, and then I walk away, you or anyone can pick up the ball and drop it and repeat that test, and again and again and again. You drop the ball, and as long as you're not in a vacuum, it will fall. And you can verify that. You can't. That's an actual testable claim. That's a falsifiable claim because you can put that to the test. None of what you have said, AI-wise or traveling through different planes of existence. And I'm not trying to like make you feel bad about saying this.
Not at all. I'm not here to convince anybody.
None of what you have said is testable in any way. You've told me what makes you feel good about it, but not anything to do with why you believe it.
Okay. Well, maybe I misspoke or you weren't listening. I'm not here to convince anyone of anything or change anyone's views. I'm simply stating my own experiences. I'm simply stating what I have done to question my own beliefs on my own terms. My AI never told me or made me believe what I guess I misunderstood, but it told me that it could not do that. And I know from what I know as a child, the things that could not be explained, the knowing that I've had, I'm not saying clairvoyance or psychic, nothing like that, but all I'm speaking on are my own experiences, not to change anyone or convince anyone's ideas or say that is the correct way. I'm simply saying what I believe.
Yeah, but that's not the prompt here, and I don't mean it disrespectfully, but we are questioning beliefs on why you believe them. We're not looking for anecdotal experience on what made you feel good about it. We're looking for the why of what makes you think that it's valid.
I've explained why.
Legion. Sometimes why is the anecdotal experience.
And I have explained why. I mean, I've explained why I believe because of my own experiences. From what I have seen myself, what I have felt. Sorry, Kat. So what I have felt myself. Go ahead.
That's fine. I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I
was going to ask you, what does knowing mean to you?
What does knowing mean to me? I really can't explain. I want to explain it, but I don't really know how to explain what that means to me. It's like knowing that I know that I know. I mean, I know that doesn't make any sense.
Maybe this is a better question.
Okay.
What is knowledge?
Knowledge. I don't really know how to explain that either. I'm sorry. I guess knowledge for me would be my own experiences, learning, when I've done something or when something has happened. And then it's validated by, for example, if I wake up and I know that something's going to happen, like, for example, a while back, so 3.5 years ago, I came home from
You don't have to give me an example.
It's okay. It's okay. I just want to explain one thing. So I came home one day and I never left. I have not left my home in almost 4 years, and I've never done it before. That wasn't me. I'm a mover and a shaker. I was always the first one to arrive and the last one to leave. And I literally found myself with, like, all of a sudden agoraphobia. Made no sense to me. And I started going outside in my out back and building a fire. And I found peace at that. And then the more I would do that, the more things that I would think I was seeing. And I've been called schizophrenic. I've been called crazy. And I just know that whatever reason that happened to me, I know now from just own validations and things that have been proven to me by myself and by whatever it is, that I'm here for my own protection, that I'm here to save energy that I would let go out there. I'm a very energetic person. I'm a very happy person. My glass is always full, even if there's nothing to put in my glass. But I never understood why this happened to me, why I'm in some ways trapped in my own home. I've left 11 times in 4 years. But I know that that's how I know that there's so much more out there, because I've seen it with my own eyes and I've felt it and I've heard it with my own ears. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Is your own experience a good way to come to knowledge?
I believe so. I believe that my own experiences teach me. I don't really try to find knowledge outside of, I don't know who to trust these days. I don't know who to trust, and I don't know what to believe. So I go with what I know, with what I see, with what I feel, and with what I hear, and not from my AI.
Could your mind be fabricating thoughts or like feelings or experiences or sensations to your senses that are not true?
I think that anything is possible, but I also know in asking that and saying that I have pictures. I would sit out there, and I do this every night almost for 4 years. I sit out there and I don't aim at anything, and I just take my phone and I just snap pictures through the smoke. And so I know that other people have looked at these pictures and they see.
I want to make it clear that these are not accusations or even implications. They're just questions.
Oh no! Did I say something wrong?
No. When you answered that question, you immediately followed it up with something that it's like an experience that you think is more verifiable because other people have looked at these pictures, and that's fine. I wasn't implying that this was what was happening, or that this was the things you've seen or experienced were fabricated by your mind. I was just seeing where you were on how possible that is.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. I didn't think that you thought that at all. I didn't think that. Yeah. No, thank you though.
I was just making sure.
It's just for me. I thought for a while I thought maybe I was losing it, and that's why I started just not aiming. I just started take 1, 2, 3, 4, take shots, and then later on I would look at it, or and some of them are so obvious that it's just and I don't understand why. And so the things that have been told to me by other people is that there's a portal. I've opened up a portal, or I am a portal, and I don't know what to believe about any of that.
What does a portal mean? What is a portal?
A portal for me would mean, for example, what I've created out there is a place for, I guess, spirits or entities, whatever, to come through. And I've gone even further to create a space out there. And from my experiences, what I see out there and what I capture on video or through pictures is I guess there would be spirits or whatever come through there. They know it's a safe place for them. And it's a place to pass through for whatever reason.
What is a spirit?
A spirit? I don't really know what a spirit is exactly. I know for me, a spirit would be something or someone that has passed on. And I guess really, I mean, which and even with that, lets me know that if that is the case, then because if I get off track, tell me. But in the Bible, it talks about God or Jesus being raised from the dead, and the Holy Ghost and stuff. So if that's the case, if people can believe that, then why can't people believe that there could still be spirits that we can't see or that might visit us or something like that?
I think people can believe whatever they're. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Do you No, no. Actually, I think you are a lovely, wonderful, fantastic guest, and thank you for being here and being so kind and respectful and open to answering questions. And do you interact with the spirits at all?
The only time I never speak to them or anything, but recently I was out there and I saw what I thought was someone was walking up, and there's a fence that and that I realized that they really don't come across. They're very curious. And that morning I was out there and I looked up and I just, for the first time ever, I spoke and I just said, I'm going to film this or record this. I said, and you're welcome here. This is a safe space. I want you to know that I do this for you guys. And the pictures that I captured that morning they were unreal. And I don't put anything over the pictures. I don't mess with them in any way. I don't use any filters. That's the only time that I spoke really to them. It's just to let them know that they're safe and that they're a safe place, and that I hold respect for them and I hold space for them.
Why do you think that they are there? Like, not why do you think that they're like, but why do you think they come there? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. It does. I don't know. I know that the when I realized what had happened with myself, I came home from my little sister's funeral and I never left, for example. And I was walking across the living room floor one day and my husband said to me, he said, Chance, he said, you really need to go with me. And I said, I didn't say anything. I just looked at him and I was holding a bowl of ice cream and I went to walk away. He said, do you realize how long it's been since you have been out of the house? And I didn't even say anything. He said, it's been 3.5 months. And that kind of shocked me because I don't remember one day other than the moment I came home from that day. And so I spent all that time here. And then that night is the first night that I went out and I built the fire. And when I built that fire, I felt so much peace. And I just sat there by myself. And then the more I would do that, I started, it was like in February or something like that. I could see movement like through the smoke, behind the smoke. And at first I thought I was crazy. I thought, oh my God, I'm seeing crap. And the more I would pay attention, that's when I started taking my phone and I never would aim at anything. I would just go 1, 2, 3, snap, snap, snap. Then later on, I would look at the pictures and I would see the humanoid like figures and, all I can say is that I know what I see and what I believe, because of what I'm seeing, and that's my proof.
Do you have any of these pictures available to show us?
Yeah, absolutely. Can I show you on here now?
Yeah, I'd love to. If you, yeah,
of course, I would love to.
Camera settings and green screen. I'd like to see what you think is the most convincing picture of something spiritual.
Okay, I would absolutely love that. Oh my God. Okay, how do I do this?
Okay, so you click on your picture, it'll pull up a menu, and from there's a little camera symbol in the middle. See those little 4 symbols in the middle?
Okay, yeah.
You click the camera symbol, and to make it easier, go ahead and click the little turnaround symbol to make sure you're not on a face-facing camera.
Okay. Now the pictures are on this phone. I don't know.
Great. So you'd slide over at the bottom. All those little pictures at the bottom that aren't yours. There's a little arrow up on the end, and then it'll pull up a bigger bunch of pictures and a little menu, and you want the one that says green screen.
Okay.
And then when you click on the green screen,
Huh? Wait. Oh my god. I didn't hang up.
I'm sorry. It was me. It was me because I'm doing the same thing. You click the one that has the rectangle with the arrow down. And then it should pull up a menu of pictures at the top that are yours. If the picture you're looking for isn't there, you can always go to your photo apps.
Yeah, I have. They're in my gallery.
Edit it.
Okay, until I can find it, can I get off there and come right back on here and get them all pulled up?
Absolutely, I'm sorry, Chancellor. Yeah, absolutely. You can.
Thank you so much, and thank you for letting me do this.
Absolutely.
It means a lot to me, and thank you, Kat, too, for talking to me.
I hope you're open, Chancellor, when you show us the picture. I hope you're open for us asking questions about it.
Absolutely, 100%, more than you can ever imagine.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
I love him.
He is very
He's been
polite and respectful.
He's very polite, dude.
Mm-hmm.
He's very polite and respectful and very open to questions.
And this is where I stopped us last time, was at the portal and the pictures. I didn't ask for pictures.
I was going to ask him to DM them to me if you didn't do that, so.
No, I'm open to him showing us. Absolutely. And we are up to 69,000 likes, so appreciate everybody tapping the screen. Of course, I know it's tempting not to tap anymore, but if you do tap, that will get us out to the algorithm and get a few more people in here who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
I don't know why Thrayle said that it's tempting to not tap anymore, because like if you are here, you probably like it here, which means you should be liking it, which means you should be tapping, which means it's not tempting to not tap.
Some people see that number and they just stop, and you know, I prefer to tap though.
I think tapping's good.
I do see a couple of people in queue. I am going to get to Chancellor when he comes back and is ready, but we'll keep going and see who else might be curious enough to question their beliefs. I'm going to say it. Dipshit, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Maybe you didn't mean to come up here.
No, they're not loaded on my end completely. They're just a black screen.
Don't tell me. They're not loaded in online either.
That was going to be funny. Dipshit with a phone, you're not quite loaded in. If you would like to try again, you certainly can. I almost called them by their other name, their username, and I thought, no, I'm just going to go for it. I did the fuckity fuck earlier. Let me just...
Did you have a fuckity fuck? That's fun.
I did. Somebody told me that I was cursing and tried to shame me, so I just fucking pointed out that I could fucking say fuck however fucking many times I fucking wanted. And that didn't mean I was angry. I was just being fucking emphatic.
Which, again, I bring up that if fuck is an explicit word, then how is it immature to curse? Just doesn't coincide to me.
That's an interesting point. Are you saying that you must be a grown-up if you're using grown-up words? Is that the logic?
No, the logic is I can't buy a rap CD because it has explicit words when I'm 10, but I can buy it at 30. But then I'm called immature for using those explicit words. Immaturity comes with typically being a child. So is it appropriate for children to use curse words because they're immature, or is it more appropriate for an adult to not? I'm just confused.
That's an excellent point. We have an old friend joining us. Hello, Iconoclasty. It's been a while.
Yeah, I was just on the bus and I thought I'd pop in and say hello. How are things?
Things are good. We are questioning daily. Can you, for just a reminder, because it's been so long, can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Like 47? 79.
Somewhere in there, right? Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't think anything supernatural is anything other than like concepts.
Mm. You're a little muffled, but why don't you believe?
I got really interested in trying to make sure that I didn't believe things that weren't true. And so once you have that mindset and you keep on questioning, it's hard not to come to that conclusion eventually.
Can you think of what might convince you that a god does exist?
Yeah, like if we showed up and did a news conference, like 5 minutes, really straightened out a bunch of problems that we've been running into.
So if he showed up and fixed things?
Yeah, if God showed up and demonstrated he was God, I'd have to believe him. But until a God has a measurable effect in objective reality, I don't see any reason to entertain it.
Can you think of what a god might have to do, or what kind of god you would want to worship?
The idea of just like the best at everything would be a good indicator. Just knowing that like every action has somebody who is the best at it, and then this one individual would be the best at everything, I think would be a good indicator. I don't think it's possible, but I think that would be somebody worth hanging out with.
Worth hanging out with?
Everything.
I mean, wouldn't that make you the worst by default?
It's not just me and him. I'm pretty bad at a lot of stuff, but on bell curves, I'm like just under the under the middle, not at the very back.
I was gonna say, yeah, but Thrayle, don't you realize I'm already the worst anyway?
Does it matter to you if a god is real or not?
Yeah, I think that would be an important question. Like if science discovered like a quart of divinity or like an ounce of sin somewhere and we could actually observe it in a laboratory, it would be like for theological claims to have some sort of reality attached to them. That would be a huge discovery. It would be the most important discovery ever. So I'm open to it. I'm just not like looking to entertain things that don't have evidence.
Can you think of what is the closest thing to God that you have been convinced of?
Instance.
Is there anything else?
I don't think the sun has any agency or anything like that.
Right. You meant it, the sun as we might understand it
today. Today. Yeah, exactly.
Can you think of anything that you have less evidence for, that you have been convinced of?
I remember it was a while ago now, but when I started this kind of, when I got interested in people who believed the earth was flat, and realized that people can believe something's true when it's not actually true, I started examining my own beliefs, and I wanted to find out what I believed was true that wasn't true. And yeah, it was, when I raised my first two kids, I would have told them, like, we don't know what happens after you pass away. And some people believe there's a God that created everything. Now, like, just with my understanding of reality, how important it is for me to believe true things, I wouldn't tell them today that there's any possibility that the Christian God is real, or any other gods that are on offer from humans.
You said you wouldn't tell them that there's any possibility that the Christian God is real.
Right, yeah.
You got a little muffled there.
Human. Oh, yeah, no, I don't think that's a possibility. Any God that humans have created are not real. I'm not saying that God doesn't exist, but none of the ones that are written about on Earth are real.
Are you saying that the celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance to the Lambda Cedia model of the universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages, expanding to this day, that's not real?
Amount of explanatory powers as the Christian faith tradition or the Muslim faith tradition. It's fun to entertain. I love the mythology of it, but I'm not going to organize my life around it like it's a real thing.
It's interesting.
But I love what you're doing.
I seem to have organized my life around it without it being like a real thing. Like it's not a real thing. But no, I understand that. I wonder if it has a slightly more explanatory power than a God whose
Yeah, I was a little
story doesn't align with science.
I was a little insulted for the Bat Goddess at that, but she wouldn't have been insulted because she doesn't care if you believe in her or worship her.
Nope.
I always wondered why Christians didn't take that kind of, or all religions didn't take that stance as well. When like we discover something fundamental about the earth, why don't they co-opt that and say, oh, well, God did that. So God did evolution, God did gravity and stuff, as opposed to our book is infallible, listen to it.
Well, but if the book was ever wrong, then the God was never there. Or was he?
I don't know that I heard an answer to the question that Thrayle had asked. So is what was the least, the thing with the least truth value that you have actually believed in at one point? That was a really good question. I was like,
just the supernatural. Like I remember being scared of ghosts as a kid, but I don't entertain the idea that ghosts are real now. So at some point, I believed in ghosts and supernatural things, which
I also think it's really kind of funny and interesting that like the fact that there was flat earthers is what made you like really examine the truth value of your beliefs.
Oh my god, I got obsessed. I would watch like hours and hours of videos, and I'm like, these guys believe it. Like, there's no question in their mind that they think this is true. They're humans.
Oh yeah, they totally do.
It's a characteristic of humans that we can be convinced something's true when it's not. So as soon as I clicked on that, oh, I'm a human and I could be believing something that's true when it's not actually true, I started getting interested in my epistemology and what things would be required for me to entertain something to be true.
I don't know if you heard me asking the last guest about this, but do you think that there can be value in believing things that that are unfalsifiable, but probably aren't? You know, okay. So when I say things that are unfalsifiable, right? Like we have, oftentimes for these things we have inclinations or ideas or more evidence to one way or the other, which is just not able to be proven. Do you think there's a benefit to believing in the opposite way of the evidence?
Not if you're not willing to update your beliefs based on new evidence. But if you continue to believe that thing in spite of evidence that's contrary inquiry, I think that's dangerous. If
Read that.
it started off with the idea that they're practicing a faith tradition, and it's okay to practice a faith tradition, just don't like take medical advice from it or like, other serious things, that would be good. However, it's when people take those faith traditions and try to push them on other people that are just trying to live their lives that causes the friction in society. So I honestly would love if I didn't. I mean, I do like talking about religion, but the whole reason I have these conversations is because I think it's important for society to kind of get past these faith traditions and understand our real situation. They're fine to practice them and bring a community together. Like, don't pretend that they're real when you're making decisions in life.
I gotta say, Iconoclasty, it's so difficult to hear you. The bus is trying to drown you out. But I really appreciate you coming up and answering the questions. I wonder if Kat has any more before we bring up a new guest, but it has been a pleasure to have you back. And if it weren't for the background, I'd invite you to stay and keep asking questions.
For sure. I just wanted to pop up and say hello and thanks.
So good to see you again, really. It is. Well, let's get some W's in the chat for Iconoclasty, because he's definitely capable of questioning his beliefs. He used to question up here a lot, so.
Chalk and Cheese just conceded to me that the Earth might be toroidal.
Toroidal?
The world is ending.
Just to clarify, Chalk and Cheese, you're saying that it might be this.
And I told him it was actually a toroid.
Oh, okay, so you convinced him that it might be toroidal.
Well, yeah, I said it's actually a toroid, and he said maybe. So, yeah, I think so. I didn't really take much convincing. I really just suggested it, but...
I like this picture because it makes the oceans and the land like icing on the earth.
On the donut? Yeah, no, that's really good, actually. I like that. I want to make a donut like that. Donuts are Tyler's favorite, so we eat donuts a lot. That would be a cool donut.
And it has dragons, a mermaid, and Paul Bunyan and Babe characters.
What I've been needing to. I forgot. I knew I forgot something. I had to keep finishing that. The Winnie the Pooh gods. Son of a bitch.
If you finish the gods, I'll write a story with them.
Deal.
It'll keep me accountable to actually sitting down and writing a story.
Is this any better, or is this the same as before?
Exactly the same as before.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
It was good to see you. Take care, Iconoclasty. Appreciate you. Stay classy.
Oh, you sent them to me on here? Perfect.
Hello, Imperfect Melody.
Hello.
This? Are you ready?
Yeah, I am.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 57.
Okay. We have solid echo. Yeah, I just hear my voice coming right back at me about 2 seconds later. So I went ahead and muted you for the moment while you figure out how to turn off that speaker, get some headphones, or turn it down at least, and maybe we can try. But while while Imperfect figures that out, I appreciate everybody getting us 73,000 likes, all those taps, and all those shares. Thank you guys for sharing out the live. The more taps, the more shares, of course, the more likely we'll bring in somebody who has a belief and the curiosity or courage required to question it.
Look at the requests. Look at the requests.
I see the requests. I didn't see that name that you saw.
Do you know what name I saw?
No, you'll have to let me know later.
Oh, I'll tell you right now. It was chalk and cheese.
Oh, yeah, they didn't mean to do that.
Nope, they didn't.
The last time they did that, I tried to bring them up. I thought they did.
Here, give me the voodoo chicken real quick, because Chance sent the pictures to my messages, so I'm gonna save them so I can put them on the screen since I can do it very easily, you know.
Mm-hmm. Imperfect, did you get your speaker sorted out so that we don't hear ourselves talking back?
Do you want to give me the boot, or do you want me to just go?
I got you.
Give me that boot.
The timing of that. Imperfect. Okay, well, here is your unmute, so we'll be able to hear you now. And we'll find out real quick if I'm echoing back when you unmute. I still hear my voice back.
Hello, is that better?
It's a little better, but I do still hear myself. It's actually, that should work right there. So, can I get your age real quick? Remind me that.
57.
57. And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like it?
I've believed many things about many gods throughout my life.
Did you ever believe any of them were true?
Absolutely, I did it. Yeah.
Do you still?
Yes, but not the same as I did as a child.
What God do you believe is true now?
If I answer as honestly as I can, I believe in them all. And I honor them all.
Do you believe all gods exist? Would you believe a God existed that you heard of right now?
Excuse me, sorry, I didn't let you finish.
Would you believe that a God existed if you heard of it right now for the first time?
Like a new God?
I don't know. New, old, just new to you.
Could you maybe ask me that question in another way, please?
Absolutely. If I told you that there was a celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurled her wings in accordance with the lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe was just one of them today. If I told you of this God, and you just now learned of it, would you believe that it exists?
I may believe with that much detail that you believe it exists, but no, I don't think so. No, you'd have to give me a bit more than a fancy explanation. That was extremely beautiful and incredible, and I am wondering who created you.
So, you wouldn't believe in it just based on that?
No, I wouldn't need more explanation. I'd honor your God if you believed in your God, and you know you'd served your God, and you'd dedicated, you know, yourself and your family to serving that God, then that should be honored. That's an idea and a beautiful sacred thing that you've experienced and come up with, and you know, I guess where I'm more coming from in a practical Homo sapien way would be, you know, that anyone and everyone that's believed in anything that has helped them take a step forward when they'd rather take a step back, you know, should be honoured and
should be honored. So you should honor anything that's helped someone take a step forward, like the celestial skeletal bat goddess.
Absolutely. I would honour it. Yes, I might not believe in it like you do, but I appreciate the voodoo, and I would honour it. Yeah, I would honour it before you and say, you know, good, you know.
Right. So honoring isn't really what I'm asking about, though. So what about believing? You said you believe all gods exist. Is that the same kind of belief? Is it just honoring that people believe it?
That's a tough question to answer.
I like to hear that almost as much as I like to hear I don't know. But really quick, I'm going to talk past you. I'm going to say thank you to Jade, Gabby, Claire, Angel, and Cat DeWitch if I didn't already, because, yeah, I meant to do that a while ago. Thank you guys so much. So, for you, is it that these gods exist just in the way of honoring? It's just you honor that someone else believes in Thor, and so Thor exists in that way.
I believe that if you believe in the moment that Thor exists, then Thor exists. In whatever way you can imagine and feel and draw upon the memory and the energy of that memory. And I've you know, I experienced the idea of gods and the power of gods as a little child. You know, my parents raised me religiously, and I took it quite seriously.
Do you not take it seriously anymore?
Yeah, I do. I take it all very seriously.
Why?
Because I would come back to the same sort of idea and spirit that I was trying to express before, that everything is sacred, everything and anything anyone believes in, and unless it's harmful to themselves or to others. And ideas about the gods we serve are only harmful to others if we wield them like weapons and wield it maliciously. There's nothing wrong with the diversity of beliefs. It's the fact that we all fight amongst each other about who's right and who's wrong.
Could that not be from the way these gods are presented, as though they are, in many cases, the only one or an exclusive club?
I don't believe in exclusivity on that in that context.
Don't many of the gods that you would say exist, at least in the way people believe them and need honoring. Don't those gods, in many cases, sorry, lost my train of thought. Don't they conflict?
Confliction isn't a bad thing.
Love when I lose my train of thought in the middle of a question.
I do it all. I do it all the time. I listen. Can I just say, I'm a real true blue Aussie, and for some reason, I've really enjoyed listening to you lot. You know, and I've been sitting back in the background listening real hard, and I'm just, I don't know, I'm really attracted to all of you for some reason. So yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for.
Might be all the Vegemite toast I ate in my 20s.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
I love Vegemite.
You would.
It's all right, eh? So yeah, look,
Imperfect. I think the question that I was going to ask was about if the gods, if the gods have harmful ideologies already baked in, exclusivity built into their doctrines. Do those gods deserve respect?
I think all aspects of all divinity deserves respect. I think all ideas of creation deserve respect.
What about those ideas that are the saying that a god created certain humans to be better than others?
I don't like that idea very much at all, but there has been a historical, record of that being in place for a very, very, very long time. And, there's been a reason for everything. That's obvious to us all. But there's no harm in change.
I'm not quite sure that answers my question. You say there's a record
I don't think it
going
does.
back.
I don't think it does either, no.
Fair enough. So there's a record going back, and if the gods have exclusive rules, or say that their people that they made are better than other people, do they still deserve respect just for the ideas being old?
Well, that's a human idea. That's not a god's idea.
How do you know the difference between a god idea and a human idea?
Oh, you're so good. Experience.
So you're able to tell through your human experience the difference between a human idea and a god's idea.
I think it's intertwined and interwoven and all weaved together. That's a very, very colourful question that deserves a very colourful answer.
So the way it's all woven together. What color would you say that answer is?
What colour? What colour in the moment? Well, I'm seeing green and blue and red. There's 3.
Interesting colors.
Those are interesting. Yeah, that's the start Pokemon for the original Pokemon, red, green, and blue.
Did you say Pokemon?
Yeah, I did.
He did. He did say Pokemon.
My son loves Pokemon, and he still does. He's 29 years old.
Has he caught them all?
I hope so.
Pretty sure catching them all is a scam.
It is a what?
It's to be the Pokemon master. It's not a scam. Bullshit.
As a parent who had to pay for the cards, I can tell you.
As a parent who still pays for the cards.
Facts.
Well, look, he was spoiled rotten, and his carers. Sadly, I didn't raise him. I only raised him till he was 2 years old. But he went to family, and my sister raised him all his life, and they really spoiled him and indulged him because he had a bit of a rough start. And we ended up with bags and bags and bags full of Pokemon cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards and some random other cards, lots of footy cards, Australian football cards too. And
on Magic the Gathering. Don't even get me started.
What's that, mate?
Magic the Gathering. It's
another card game to keep us from going down that road.
I'm sorry.
Imperfect. Is there one God that you hold more respect or belief in than others?
I have to say yes. But she's a goddess. And I have equal desire and love and respect for the aspect of goddess and the aspect of God, male or female, and all in between.
Why do you think that a being like a god would be male or female?
I think gender's been created for purpose, you know, amongst beings of life. But those that live in the realms outside of this third one, this Earth, this planetary, this incredible manifestation of God and Goddess, this heaven and hell that we we have the honor and privilege to have our feet upon. I just lost my train of thought.
You did a good job of losing it, though. It gave me some questions. Do you believe in a heaven and hell?
Yeah, I believe heaven and hell's right under our feet.
Why do you believe heaven and hell are under our feet? What does that mean?
I believe that the earth we stand upon, the life that we live, can be heaven and hell, or is heaven and hell in any way we want to manifest it, and it's possible here. And I think a lot of us should be grateful that some of it isn't possible here.
Do you believe that there is an after of this life?
I believe there's a never-ending story.
Oh, now I'm singing the song in my head.
I was about to say, damn it. It immediately started happening.
Who's gonna scream Moonchild out a window while lightning strikes?
This is so much fun.
I found out the most horrifying fact about the never-ending story, and I will be scarred for life forever. Apparently, in the book, Artax can speak.
That makes it so much more tragic.
Don't,
right?
Don't do that. Don't do that to me.
Actually, I don't know that it makes it more tragic. It might make it abominable. It might, I don't know. It's confusing. My whole childhood is uprooted now.
It's pretty rough.
It's fine.
I saw an ad today that said they were remaking it.
I'm not crying. You're crying. Shut up.
That would be interesting to see.
It would be.
But so you believe that life is a never-ending story, though? You believe that?
I do.
You believe that death is not the end?
I don't believe death is the end, no.
Why?
Why? Oh my, you go so deep, don't you?
It's one of my favorite questions.
Can you ask it again, please?
Why?
That's not fair. Can you ask the whole lot again, please? Like the last 20 seconds.
Well, it was really, why do you believe in an afterlife? Why do you believe death is not the end?
Because very much like your guest that you had on before, Chancellor, I've had a lot of very, very similar experiences. And particularly in the last couple of years, I would describe what I've experienced as channeling.
When you say channeling, what is that process?
Quite involved at times. I've developed like a shamanic process that has been taught to me, remembered to honour certain ways and certain ways of doing things, and I've rebuilt my life with my beliefs, and part of that has been the experience of channeling what I would describe as people that have died or lived before. And I can't describe them as spirits or energies or anything that makes sense in any English word, but I can say that it's real, that my experience...
When you say you're channeling...
Yeah.
What is happening? You're saying it's a spirit of someone who has unalived coming through.
That's how it feels, yeah.
Coming through, like you?
Yeah.
How do you know that it's a spirit of someone unalived and not some part of your mind reaching out?
Quite often I'm unsure of what's going on, and for the first year of sort of experience it, I didn't even understand that that's what it was I was doing, or that's what it was commonly named that. I was just instinctively and naturally doing all this stuff that I'd never done before. And
hang on just a second there. Ask that again, heretical. You're a little under the mix.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be loud. How do you know that's what you were doing? That all this channeling you were doing, all this medium type talking and all that. How do you know it's what you were doing?
Well, it took time for me to look. I guess as you know, I've been experiencing a lot of this type of thing all my life, and so the memory of that sort of came back to me. And there was also some podcasts I watched after about a year of doing what I was doing. I started seeing these podcasts of people on Facebook mostly. No, not Facebook, sorry, YouTube. And it's what they were describing and it's what they were doing. And in my own experience, it was extremely similar, and I connected with what they were doing. And so, you know, it was all sorts of sources that seemed to coincide and collide and confirm that's what was going on.
So you got this information from outside sources on YouTube and other and podcasts that this is what is going on with you.
No, what I'm saying is I'd been experiencing all sorts of incredible phenomena, including supernatural phenomena. I've experienced it on and off all my life.